You're listening to Out of the Ashes, Book 3 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 2 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about this series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Chapter 19. Danny. May 1st, 1 AE. Fallon, Nevada. "You're mad at me," I said as I pulled off my jeans, exchanging them for black leggings. Jason was kneeling in the corner of the tent, his back to me as he rummaged through his pack. He didn't say anything, didn't confirm or deny my statement, but his shoulders stiffened and his back straightened. "Because I hid my problem from you?" I unclasped my bra and slipped it off without removing my t-shirt. Jason exhaled heavily.
"You should have told me."
He'd said those exact words to me once before, when we'd finally reunited in Bodega Bay after I received Cece's death threat and fled with Jack and Wings. He faced me, the emotionless statue I'd come to know so well.
"You should have told me about the note when you first read it. We could have figured it out together."
I know. The realization may have come slowly, but I knew whatever happened, whatever threat loomed ahead, Jason and I would face it together. He needed to know that I believed in him, depended on him, trusted him. "I'm so sorry, Jason. I won't leave you again." Though barely 4 months had passed, it felt like that conversation, that first kiss, happened 4 lifetimes ago.
"You should have told me."
Once again, I'd let him down. I'd failed to confide in him. I could think of hundreds of responses. "You're right, I know. I should have told you. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I didn't tell you." But they all felt hollow. Jason deserved better, so I said nothing. I simply stared at his back, at the way the fabric of his t-shirt strained against his broad shoulders with each inhale. He exhaled loudly.
"Why do you hide things like that? What are you so afraid of?"
After a moment, he turned on his knees and sat back on his heels. Staring at me, he shook his head.
"If you don't trust me, maybe we shouldn't be..."
Eyes wide with horror at what he was suggesting, I lunged toward him, dropping to my knees in front of him. "Shut up!" I covered his mouth with my hand. "Just shut up!" He tensed, but he didn't pull away. It took me a few heartbeats to collect my thoughts. "I love you, Jason, and I trust you more than anyone else. It's just..." I pressed my lips together and shook my head. "This drifting thing, it's embarrassing. It's always embarrassing, these stupid predicaments I get myself into, and I don't know, I thought if you found out I was a drifting junkie, you'd finally realize that I'm more trouble than I'm worth. That being with me is just not worth all the effort it takes to actually be with me." Ashamed, I looked away. Reaching up, Jason gently curled his fingers around my wrist and pulled my hand away from his mouth.
"Red."
He placed his hands on either side of my face and turned my head, forcing me to look at him.
"Danny, I love you. Whatever problems you're having, you can tell me, and it won't change that."
I bit my lip. He blinked, dropped his hands, and pulled back.
"You don't believe me."
"What?" I asked, my eyes widening. He was right, sort of. Part of me didn't want to believe that he loved me, because I knew how he felt about love, especially after having a front row view of the tragedy that was his family. To Jason, love was a weapon. It was the single most powerful way to destroy a person, or worse, to control them. Jason frowned.
"You're afraid?"
"How could you possibly know that?" I whispered. He opened his mouth, then closed it again and shook his head.
"I don't know. I just do." Are you afraid of me?
No, I said. I'm afraid for you. I'm afraid that loving me will kill you.
That's ironic.
He smiled wryly, coaxing a timid smile from my own lips.
I've never felt more alive.
I slapped his chest, laughing softly. I'm serious, Jason. My eyebrows drew together. Promise me. Promise that if something happens to me, if nulling me while I sleep doesn't work and I become as bad as Scott, or if something else happens to me, you won't end up like your dad. You'll keep on living. Really living. Jason's teasing expression sobered, and his eyes pulled me in like cerulean quicksand.
Only if you promise me the same in return.
I bit my lip again and nodded.
Deal,
Jason said as he leaned in. He claimed my lips in the gentlest, most tender kiss. It was sweet and delicate, and I wanted so much more, until he pulled away and said,
Are you ready?
I sighed, my shoulders drooping. What if it doesn't work and you have to null me while I sleep? Forever? He smiled and his eyes consumed me.
I don't think I'd mind that.
I couldn't help but return his smile. He'd just said he was willing to remain by my side, being my tether to humanity, for the rest of his life. I sighed as I reached for my sleeping bag. I unrolled it, and Jason did the same with his, arranging it right beside mine. And for the first time in over a month, he zipped our sleeping bags together. I slipped into my side of the joined sleeping bags and sighed in pleasure. By the time my head touched my camp pillow, my eyes were already closing. Still kneeling, Jason moved onto his sleeping bag, taking up a position with his knees flush against my hips.
I miss those sounds.
He brushed a stray curl away from my face, and I opened my eyes just enough to catch a glimpse of his gentle smile.
Do you have any idea how badly I want to be with you? To feel you?
He groaned, a rough noise deep in his chest.
But I can't give in. Not until we're somewhere safe for good.
Oh, right. Because if he unintentionally nulled everyone, we'd all be in danger for who knew how long. I blinked up at him groggily. Until we're safe, I mumbled.
Yeah, until we're safe. Sleep well, Red.
I felt Jason's lips brush against my forehead, felt his fingertips trail down my cheek, and then sleep claimed me. I blinked awake to the first rays of morning sunshine glowing through the green nylon of my tent, feeling both sleepy and rested. Groaning, I stretched in my sleeping bag, then turned onto my side. Jason was, of course, already awake. After all, the sun had already started to rise. He smiled lazily.
Morning.
Raising a hand to my face, he brushed the backs of his fingers down my cheek and along the line of my jaw.
You look better. How do you feel?
I frowned, taking quick assessment of myself, starting at my toes and working my way up. Better. Not awesome, but better, I said through another yawn. Jason laughed.
I think you just said better.
I smiled sheepishly, but it contained genuine happiness, because it had worked. Jason had nulled me all night, and I'd slept and dreamed and remained in my own body the entire time. 5 mornings later, I woke to the feeling of Jason's body pressed against the back of mine, to the tickle of his fingertips drawing lazy designs around my belly button. Giggling, I squirmed into him and heard his answering chuckle. His hand started moving lower, and I tensed, grabbing his wrist and moving his hand back up a few inches. Jason.
Red.
The desire contained within that single syllable, the sheer force of need, almost made me release his hand. No, Jason. I moved his hand higher, snuggling it against my chest. No. It's too dangerous. You said so yourself. Over and over and over. Jason groaned and held me more tightly against him.
Right now, I really don't give a fuck.
My heart skipped a beat or three. Yes, you do. I held my breath for a few seconds, then said, maybe I should start sharing a tent with Zoe. At least until this is no longer such a, painful issue.
If you tried that, I'd throw you over my shoulder and bring you right back here,
he whispered near my ear. Craning my neck, I stared into those intense eyes, as clear and blue and luminous as any tropical sea. Blinked several times, then burst into laughter. You are such a caveman sometimes, you know that? He watched me, amusement making his eyes dance and his lips curve upward.
You make me crazy.
I grinned like the cat who caught the canary, leaned in for a quick kiss, then sat up and stretched my arms over my head. Good, I said with a nod. My life's work is complete. With one final stretch, I pushed my sleeping bag down and out of the way and crawled to my folded pile of semi-fresh clothes. I exchanged my leggings and t-shirt for a sports bra, black tank top, long-sleeve shirt, and somewhat faded jeans, then headed for the tent door to slip on my boots before heading out.
You're in a hurry,
Jason said as he finally emerged from our sleeping bags. I paused with my fingers pinching the zipper and shrugged. I'm excited to get moving. It was a big day, a milestone day, and we couldn't afford to waste time. Today, if everything worked out, we would reach Lake Tahoe. If everything worked out, we would meet up with Holly and Hunter, our two companions who'd remained behind with the liberated cult followers the last time we'd passed through, enjoy several days of rest and recuperation, then continue on our way. The coast, Bodega Bay, my hometown, was mere weeks away, and it felt so close that I could almost reach out and touch it. Tahoe was one step closer to home, and I wanted to be there, now. I stared at the white letters carved into a rustic sign on the left side of the highway as Wings and the other lead horses clopped past it. Tahoe Wolf and Wolf Dog Rescue. A long cinder block building, a small barn, and several sheds stood on the land beyond it, with various fenced-in areas and cages arrayed around, between, and behind them. It looked like a miniature ranch, set in the most beautiful wooded setting, and that wasn't even accounting for the view. We were traveling south on Highway 50, along the east shore of Lake Tahoe, and a faint breeze was making the lake's surface glitter like an enormous cachet of sapphires, diamonds, and blue topaz. The rescue, located on the opposite side of the highway, had one hell of a view. I laughed softly, my lips curving into a closed-mouth smile. Lucky dogs.
Find some new friends?
Carlos asked, and when I glanced his way, I found his eyes studying the small cluster of buildings. I shook my head. They're gone.
Dead?
Dunno. I looked away from the rescue center, focusing on the road ahead and my sense of the animal minds around me. I had dozens of open telepathic connections, and keeping myself from drifting to each and every one of those creatures' minds took more effort and concentration than it used to take. I hope not. I shrugged. They're intelligent enough that they could have found a way out, I think. Carlos steered Arrow further away from Wings, scanning the alpine forest on either side of the road. Careful now, I said to Wings. I'm going to be a little distracted for a minute or two.
Take good care of you,
she said, her mental voice smooth and reassuring. I ran my hand down the side of her neck, feeling the gentle flexing of her immensely powerful muscles with each step. "Thank you, pretty girl." She whinnied and raised her head, purposefully becoming more attentive to our surroundings. Closing my eyes, I extended the radius of my ability beyond the mile or so I'd been maintaining. Thousands upon thousands of minds flooded my awareness, and I noticed a less dense spot a little over a mile south of us. I assumed that was Zephyr Cove, where, as Gabe had discovered one night while scouting the Dreaming Mines, Holly, Hunter, and the formerly mind-controlled cultists had relocated. I narrowed my focus, searching only for the mines with a distinctive canine feel that belonged to the Canidae family of animals. Dogs, formerly domestic creatures forced to fend for themselves once their owners passed away, were the vast majority of what I sensed, but there were also a fair number of coyotes and foxes. I didn't actually notice the wolves at first because their minds were clustered with those of some of the dogs, forming an unusual pack, both in terms of its mixed species makeup and its large size. There had to be at least a dozen wolves and even more dogs. And there was something else. Another mind that felt at the same time hauntingly familiar and utterly unique. Like Ralph, I thought, and Scott and the other drifters. It's another one of us. The realization sent a thrill of fear-laced excitement racing through me. I wasn't sure why, but I'd felt a kinship to Ralph that I hadn't noticed until I was away from him. I'd chalked it up to him being able to understand me, unlike any of my survivor companions, even Jason, but now I was starting to wonder if it was something more. Was it possible that the gene therapy changed our DNA more than Dr. Wesley had intended? Had she unknowingly given rise to dozens of new subspecies? Instead of all of us making up one Homo sapiens sapiens group, had we been broken into Homo sapiens telepathicus, Homo sapiens regenerativus, and Homo sapiens psycho-mind control megalomaniacus? Whatever the case, I felt drawn to this new mind. Opening my eyes, I looked around. Carlos appeared to be the only person who'd noticed my momentary lapse of attention. He watched me, curiosity and something else shining in his eyes. When he noticed me looking at him, he smiled uncomfortably, then returned his attention to the pines surrounding us. At first, I thought his behavior was odd, but then I remembered that while I was excited by the prospect of seeing people I'd once called companions, if not friends, Carlos would be reuniting with people who'd been around him during the worst month of his life. 15, maybe 20 minutes later, we were guiding the horses off the highway and into the parking lot of an old lake lodge. The long 3-story building had been painted a dark brownish red with forest green trim, and an enormous stone chimney ran up along the exterior of the north side. And standing in an uneven column on the porch spanning the entire front of the lodge were more people than I'd seen in one place since leaving the colony. Holly and Hunter stood foremost, waving and grinning like little kids. Any eagerness I'd been feeling had faded, or possibly had just been overshadowed by my desire to search for the drifter whose mind I'd sensed among the dogs and wolves. As Jason and the others dismounted and crawled down from their perches on the wagon and cart benches, I remained in my saddle. My attention kept returning to the expanse of pines stretching out on the east side of the highway. Somewhere in there, whoever I was sensing was somewhere in there. "Jason," I called. Halfway to the lodge, he stopped and glanced at me over his shoulder. "I'm going to get the horses situated in that stable at the road," I said, nodding back the way we'd come. "I'll meet back up with the rest of you in a bit." Jason frowned, glancing at the cart and wagon.
"What about the teams?"
"We'll get them unhooked and bring them up," Zoe said, looking first at Sam, who was standing next to her, then at Carlos, who was holding the horse's reins just a yard or two away from Wings and me.
Right, guys?
When both Carlos and Sam nodded, I smiled at Jason. See? All taken care of. I asked Wings to turn and head back up the road, then looped in the rest of the horses and requested that they follow us. I looked back at Jason. I'll have the whole herd around me. That's about as safe as it gets, and I'll come back in a bit, after all the hubbub has died down. I made a shooing motion and laughed softly. Go, talk to Holly and Hunter. See what their plans are. I'll be fine.
Okay.
With one last reassuring smile, I faced forward, and Wings started clip-clopping back up the highway. We reached the stable without trouble, the herd fanning out behind us. Thanks to Harper having removed my cast and given my no longer broken arm the okay a few days ago, I was finally able to really use both of my hands again. I unsaddled first Wings, then Jason's unnamed horse. It was when I was sliding Arrow's saddle off his back that I felt it. The mind was drawing nearer. Whoever it was had sensed me. Smiling at the fact that now I wouldn't have to go hunt the person down, I sent out a tentative greeting. Friend? The mental voice that responded was tiny and high-pitched and very clearly belonged to a child. A kid? It's a kid? If the mind really belonged to a child, and the little kid was out here all alone with only the animals to help it survive. Yes, of course I'm a friend. I started walking toward the woods beside the stable where I could feel the young drifter's mind. I'm Danny. What's your name? Annie? A distinctly childlike giggle came from further in the trees, and I was extremely grateful that the ground had little cover, because I hardly paid any attention to where I was placing my feet as I picked up my pace. Danny and Annie! I heard the giggle again, closer this time. I'm here, I called out. Going by her mind's signature, the little girl, Annie, was just up ahead, and some of the canines who'd been around her when I'd first sensed her were scattered throughout the woods around us both. Most greeted me warmly in my mind, but it was the pack's alpha female who showed herself first, slinking between the trees as she approached. She had a snowy white coat and blue eyes that were so pale they almost appeared silver. Those eyes never left mine. I'm honored to meet you, I told her, making a point not to lower my eyes. She was testing me, and I wasn't about to fail. Among her kind, this wolf held as much power as was possible. She stopped a few yards in front of me and, after several more seconds of intense staring, sat.
You take young two legs.
I don't know. She half stood, then settled back down.
You must take young two legs. Be mother to young two legs. Cannot survive here. Cold, too dangerous, in time of longer night. Nearly lost young two legs.
Did that mean that the kid had been out here alone for all intents and purposes for most of the winter? Had she been out here since the beginning? Yes, I told the wolf without thinking. Of course, yes. Remotely, I wondered what the hell I'd just agreed to.
I am pleased,
the wolf said, then stood, turned, and trotted back through the trees. As she left, a tiny girl wearing the dirtiest clothing I'd ever seen on a child ran past her, directly toward me. She was laughing as she ran, until an even dirtier person lurched through the woods behind her. It was a woman. A young woman, I thought. Maybe. And her adult legs carried her toward me faster than Annie's could. I was so stunned that I didn't register her as a threat until it was too late for me to draw a weapon. She lunged at me, her dark hair a tangled halo, her face covered in a layer of dirt so thick it almost qualified as a mud mask, and her tattered jeans and sweatshirt barely recognizable for what they were. And she reeked, almost as badly as some of the dead bodies I'd come across, which was really saying something. "You can't have her!" she shrieked mid-leap. She hit me hard, taking us both down to the ground, and proved to be surprisingly strong for a woman who appeared to have spent the past few months living in the woods like an animal. I was just lucky that she was about my size. Had she been any bigger, I'd have been at a severe disadvantage. "You can't take her away from me! You can't have her!" There was no doubt in my mind that she was a crazy. Annie was wailing like a banshee, but at least the sound told me she'd halted far enough away that neither of us would accidentally kick her while we grappled on the ground. "Would it hurt you to brush your teeth?" I grunted as I wrestled with the crazy. Her breath was horrendous. Rolling us both, I managed to get the insane woman beneath me and yank my knife from my boot sheath before she could overpower me. I held the knife to her throat and... "Danny, no!" Carlos shouted from behind me. The crazed woman and I both froze, the edge of my knife's blade just beginning to slice into the crazy's flesh. My chest heaved and I sucked in air. "What?" "Don't hurt her," Carlos said. He skidded to his knees beside us, pushing my knife hand away from the woman's neck. I stared at him dumbfounded. Why the hell not? He glanced down at the filthy woman, seeming to be at a loss for words. She stared up at him, and recognition shone in her unstable gaze. She started cackling maniacally. "Mom! Jesse! Did you see?" She tilted her head back, looking at empty space. "Carlos came back!" She giggled, the sound soon turning into a full-blown laugh, and she flashed the grimiest teeth I'd ever seen. I had to turn my head away to keep from gagging from the stench of her breath. "Carlos?" The young woman's laugh cut off abruptly. "You can't have him. He's my brother. Mine!" Chapter 20. Zoe. May 7th, 1 AE. Lake Tahoe, Nevada. When Gabe left me a note to meet him down by the lake at lunchtime, I knew he had either great news or terrible news. Since he'd asked me to meet him in private, I assumed it had something to do with my electrotherapy sessions, like maybe he wanted to take a break for a while. Maybe he wants to focus on fixing Vanessa? Helping Carlos's long-lost sister, who they'd found the previous afternoon, and who was also a definite crazy, seemed more important than administering more failed attempts to recharge my memories. As I wandered down the cement path to the lake shore, I hoped that if Gabe was planning to take a break from our sessions, he wasn't going to pull the plug completely. They weren't going well, not in the least. There had been absolutely no advancement on my end, and we'd been trying for almost 2 weeks. In fact, Carlos's ability was improving quickly, growing stronger and more focused, but I was left with nothing more than a headache now and again and a temporarily out-of-service ability. Regardless, we couldn't stop now. A break I could handle, but I wanted us to keep trying. I needed us to keep trying. I spotted Chris a few yards away, sitting on a large rock on the beach, Gabe pacing back and forth in front of her. I quickened my steps, trying not to let their bland expressions worry me. "What's wrong? Is everything all right? Is it Carlos?" He was the only one missing from our undercover electrotherapy group. Forcing myself to look away from Gabe's pinched expression as he continued to pace, I focused on Chris. She offered me a reassuring smile. "Carlos is fine, Zoe. Don't worry. He's out with Danny and his sister." Gabe looked up at me like he finally realized I'd arrived. To my surprise, his keen eyes widened, and he smiled. Not just a polite "Hi, how are you" smile, but an "Aha, by Jove, I think I've got it" smile. "Ah, great. You're here." I let out the breath I'd been holding on to like it would have made any impending bad news less knife-like. Wait, what happened? Why are you so... I tried to pinpoint his emotions. Excited. I wasn't sure that was even the right word. Gabe lifted his shoulder.
I had an idea. Something different. Have a seat, and I'll explain.
He gestured toward a smaller rock beside Chris's. I looked at Chris, and when our gazes met, she shrugged and shook her head.
You know as much as I do.
With a sigh, I sat on the rock.
So,
Gabe started. He was pacing again, back and forth in the sand, creating a trail of obscure, overlapping footprints in front of us.
I've been an idiot.
He ran his fingers through his long blonde hair.
What?
Chris and I asked in unison. Gabe let out a soft chuckle.
It's so obvious. I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner.
He was quiet for a minute, deep in thought. When he looked up at me, prudent and appraising, I could only stare back at him and wonder. I tried to control the increasing hope that he might have found a way to help me get my memory back, but it was difficult while he was keeping me in such suspense. Chris glanced at me in my periphery, and I could feel her hope perking up alongside mine. Please tell us, Gabe. I dropped my head into my hands. I'm dying here.
Sorry. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around all the possibilities.
He exhaled heavily.
We've been treating your memory loss like amnesia. Essentially, Carlos has been going in and trying to jumpstart the memory centers of your brain, trying to spark them back to life, right?
A small grin tugged at the corner of Gabe's mouth.
But what if there's nothing wrong with your memory centers? What if it wasn't actually Clara who did this to you? At least, not completely.
Bewildered, I frowned.
Hear me out,
he said and crouched between Chris and me.
What if you did this to yourself?
When Chris and I remained quiet, Gabe continued.
Danny's ability is mental, like yours and like mine. She can communicate with animal minds. Your ability is similar. You can't communicate with other minds. You can feel them. You can see inside them.
As much as I appreciated his attempt to help me understand, I was still confused. Are you going to spit it out, Gabe, or... Chris said.
I'm getting to it.
He flashed us a cocky smile.
When Danny was in the colony, she was in extreme danger. To save herself, she drifted into Ray, remember?
I nodded. I'd seen what Danny had been subjected to while she was in the colony, what Clara and the General had done to her toward the end. Her memories were vivid and frequent, in spite of her attempt to forget her time there.
What if your mind did something similar? What if you shut parts of your mind down to protect yourself from Clara?
Gabe's gaze was intense and filled with a spark I hadn't seen in it for a while. Are you thinking that if Zoe did this to herself, she's the only one who can reverse it? Chris asked, rising to her feet. She glanced furtively from Gabe to me.
Maybe. I have an idea of what we can do to help her reverse it. But yes, a lot of it might be up to Zoe. If we stop thinking of your condition in terms of amnesia and instead think of it more like repressed memories, it makes sense.
He looked at me intently.
Don't you think?
I nodded. I think so.
Your body's natural instinct is to protect itself. In fact, people's minds do it all the time, blocking traumatic memories and such. And I have no doubt it was traumatizing to have Clara prodding around in your mind, threatening to destroy the very essence of who you are.
Gabe paused, considering something before he continued.
Depending on what she was trying to do to you, it might simply have been too much, and your mind locked your memories away as a defense mechanism.
A chill raked over my body as I thought about her meddling with my mind. I never really thought about that night. But suddenly I could feel the cool night air and Clara's looming presence like I was there again.
So, how does she unrepress her memories then? Chris asked. We need to figure out what triggered the reaction in the first place. What caused the repression?
Brow furrowed, I glanced first at Chris, then at Gabe. Clara, maybe? Although I obviously couldn't remember her from my past, I'd seen her in other people's memories and knew she was pure poison, and I could only imagine how terrified I must have been while she was cerebrally raping me, but I couldn't actually remember. Gabe nodded.
Exactly. How much have you thought about that night?
I pulled my knees up against my chest and shrugged. Not much. I try not to, actually.
Well, it's time to try,
Gabe said. Studying him and Chris for a moment, I wondered how I was supposed to suddenly remember such specific details if I really had repressed all of my memories from that moment backward. Every single day I try to remember even a smidgen of my past. What makes you think it's magically going to work this time?
Because I'm going to help you,
Gabe said, offering me his hand. I stared at it, wondering if this was the final moment of being this me, or if it was another step closer to defeat and desperation. Accepting his hand, I stood. Are you thinking about conducting some sort of hypnosis? Chris asked, an intrigued gleam in her clear blue eyes. Gabe nodded.
It's our best bet.
He looked back to me.
If I can put you into a dreamlike state, we can try to work backward to help you unlock everything you've repressed. We can free your mind.
He was nodding and smiling enthusiastically, trying to increase my comfort level.
I think this could work, Zoe.
The general atmosphere around me shifted. Not only had Chris suddenly grown more hopeful, but Gabe seemed completely rejuvenated as well. Are we trying it now? I asked. Gabe turned to Chris.
Do you mind sticking around? If this works the way I hope it does, Zoe's going to be quasi-awake, but totally focused on what I'm asking her to do. I'm not sure what latent memories or emotions will surface. You might need a soother.
Of course, Chris said with a curt nod. I'll do whatever you need me to do. My eyes shifted back and forth between them. Thanks, you guys, I breathed, wiping my clammy palms off on my jeans. I really appreciate all your help with this. Whether it works or not, it wouldn't even be an option without you. Chris smiled. I like projects. Her eyebrows danced, especially ones that have to do with brains. Gabe made a non-committal noise and stared at me, deep in thought. As we stood face to face, I realized how important this moment was, or might be. His pale blue eyes were fierce, holding a glint of both apprehension and resolve. I could feel his certainty that if this didn't work, I would never get my memories back. This was his final hope. With a heavy exhale, he raised his eyebrows and smiled.
Shall we?
Offering him my own weak smile in return, I gave him a quick nod. Ready as I'll ever be. Goosebumps were already inundating my body at the thought of what he might uncover inside my mind, should his theory prove correct.
All right.
Gabe pointed to the shady base of an evergreen at the edge of the shoreline.
Have a seat over there. I want you as close to the ground as possible, in case you collapse.
I let out a nervous laugh, and on shaky legs I walked over to the shady patch beneath the tree.
Chris,
I heard Gabe say from behind me.
I'd like you to be next to her to hold her up in case she loses consciousness completely.
You worried she'll pass out?
That, or I'll push too much and put her to sleep. I need her to be partially coherent for it to work. But again, I've never done a procedure quite like this before.
That makes 3 of us, I muttered and sat down, propping myself up against the base of the pine tree that would serve as my psychiatrist's chair while my mind was invaded one last time. Gabe crouched down in front of me, and Chris sat to my right. Her mere presence was reassuring.
No matter what you hear, Zoe, no matter what you see, I need you to listen to my voice and do what I say, okay?
Gabe said. After taking a deep breath and nodding, I settled into a comfortable sitting position, my legs folded in front of me and my eyes closed. To rid my mind of anticipation and doubt, of fear and excitement, I focused on the gentle breeze tickling the back of my neck and the grating call of the jaybirds off in the distance. I could almost smell the crisp freshness of the melting snow from the mountains surrounding us as I let the warmth of the sun lull my senses. My mind was suddenly lighter, almost like it was floating away, and remotely, I wondered if it was Gabe sending me into a half-sleep.
"All right, Zoe," Gabe said softly. "Think back to your very first memory."
Letting out a deep breath, I felt my body wilt as I unwound my limited memories like a spool of thread, the days and weeks unraveling into frayed images and incohesive thoughts. One of my earliest blurred memories was from that first night when I'd been found in the abandoned house. I felt fear and uncertainty. I saw Danny's wide green eyes and Jake's horror as I stepped out from the closet. I felt what I now understood was Chris's soft cerebral touch, lessening the edge of uncertainty filling me. I saw Jason's hardened features, which made me question Dr. Wesley's decision to leave me with them. Complete strangers, or so it seemed to me.
"What do you see?"
Gabe's voice was a velvety cord of trust and reassurance, binding me between this time and a not-too-distant past. I cleared my throat. "I see Jake and Chris, and Danny and Cooper. We're in the house in Colorado Springs." I was vaguely aware that I was sitting on the hard ground, surrounded by towering evergreens, and that Gabe and Chris were sitting with me, but my mind was drifting somewhere far away.
"What happened before that?"
Gabe asked quietly. Holding onto the tether that was Gabe's voice, I tried to reach further back, to delve deeper into the past. A slight pain blossomed in my temples, making me hesitate. It's not working. The more I tried to focus, the sharper the pain became, making me wince. I've felt this before.
"Who brought you to the house?"
Gabe asked. His voice was a bit more distant now, but just as persistent. I strained to hear it over the images fading in and out of my mind. Although I knew it was my mom who'd taken me to the abandoned house, my mind had been hazy that night, and only bits and pieces lingered in my memory. It was Dr. Wesley, my mom, but There were only splotches of memories, nothing connected or coherent. Details. I needed to remember details. I latched onto what I did remember. The feeling of the cool night air against my skin when I first awoke, and the sound of my mom's footsteps behind me as we ran into Colorado Springs. What did she say to me in the forgotten moments? I feared it was something important, but I couldn't remember. All I could think about was the fact that the woman who'd saved my life, a stranger, was also my mom. For the first time since I'd learned of it, I felt sad. I was back at the golf course, kneeling on wet grass. Someone stood beside me, their warm body shielding me from the nighttime chill. The person was humming. She was humming. I felt cool fingertips against my skin, followed by an excruciating pain that lanced through my head, making me gasp for breath. But I couldn't gasp for breath. I couldn't move. Unable to open my eyes, I began to panic. It wasn't the first time I'd panicked. I racked my brain trying to remember why such an acute, helpless feeling felt so familiar. I had been afraid before, but not for me. "Danny," I breathed.
"Is Danny still there with you, Zoe?"
Gabe asked. Although his voice was faint, it was warm and soothing in the swallowing darkness of my mind. I felt something wet on my cheek, but still felt paralyzed, unable to move. A set of triumphant blue eyes flashed in my mind's eye, along with blonde hair and pale skin. There was sickening sweet laughter and an eerily calm voice whispering nonsensical things in my ear, and a deep, innate sense of terror consumed me. When I realized I still couldn't move, I tried to scream, but nothing came out, and I felt hot tears burning down my cheeks.
"Zoe," Gabe said quietly, "where are you? What do you see?"
I could barely make out Chris and Gabe whispering as my mind tumbled with confusion and fear. "I can't see anything," I croaked. "I can't move." I heard Danny's voice echoing around me, and my heart raced. I needed to help her. She was afraid. She was alone, and she needed me. Emotion bubbled up in my throat. "I'm on the golf course. Danny..."
"Danny wasn't with you, Zoe."
Concern deepened Gabe's voice. I shook my head the barest amount. I was confused. "But I can hear her. I can hear her voice. It's all around me. She's hiding."
"It's only a memory, Zoe. Don't let it scare you. It's not real. Danny is fine."
Part of me knew it was a memory, a distant part of me that was overshadowed by a fear I didn't understand but was impossible to ignore. I was trying to find her. Another sharp pain shot through my head, and this time my body tensed. I felt gentle fingers against my wrist, alleviating some of the panic and emptiness that swelled inside me. I could still hear Danny's voice crying out to me, but I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. I was frozen. I felt the pressure of Chris's hand squeezing mine, and it helped to keep me grounded. "Zoe, are you okay?" she asked, and with those 4 words, my trembling ceased.
"Zoe, are you okay?"
I opened my eyes to see a woman, a doctor, crouched down beside me. She reached out for me tentatively, her eyes filled with sadness and longing and unshed tears. Seeing her tears made my heart ache. "She's mine!" the blonde woman shrieked beside me. The doctor took a few forceful steps forward.
"I'm warning you, Clara,"
she said. Clara. I knew she was familiar.
"Get your fucking hands off my daughter or I'll..."
My insides nodded. I'm the doctor's daughter. I gasped and doubled over as a clawing pain seized my heart. "Shh, they'll find you. You'll be safe." My mom reached out and cupped the side of my face with trembling hands. Tears spilled from her eyes and ran down her cheeks. "I'm sorry I couldn't get here fast enough. I'm so sorry, Zoe." A barrage of images and emotions assailed me, and I tried to stifle a violent sob. I fought for breath as they overtook my senses, unable to stop them. I saw evil. Clara. She laughed and simpered and schemed, and she poisoned me. I saw the fire. She killed Stacy and Dave and Tanya, and nearly killed Jake. And now she was gone. I hit her over the head with a branch. Once, twice. She didn't get back up. I killed her. I killed Clara.
"Can you hear me?"
Is that Gabe? I couldn't tell anymore. Jake was holding me, an embrace so protective and warm I thought I'd never feel so loved again. He saved my life. The men in the woods. The poison. But then he was leaving. He was going to break my heart and leave me empty and alone. "Jake," I rasped. Arms were around my shoulders, someone holding me against them.
"Zoe, can you hear me?"
Gabe asked, his voice earnest.
You need to answer him, Zoe. It was Chris holding me, I vaguely realized. Her voice was like a warm blanket I wanted to wrap around myself. I tried to nod, to reassure them, but I couldn't. I could hear Chris whispering and feel her voice reverberating in her chest. The deafening pain and emotional onslaught was muted by her touch, but not gone. It thrummed through me, impossible to avoid. More memories suffused my mind, and I lost myself within them. I saw my friends. Sarah flashed in my mind. She was laughing and grinning from ear to ear. She was my only constant in the ravaged, lonely world we lived in. She trained beside me, faster and stronger, and pregnant. She was my friend now. The days when she'd been a thorn in my side long gone. She brought me comfort in Danny's absence. Danny was in my arms, her wild hair clinging to my tear-dampened face, her wide, shrewd green eyes luminous with fierce love. I'd thought I had lost her. I thought I would never see her again. But there she was, standing in front of me. She was upset. I know about the box, Zoe. Familiar whispers danced around my ears, talking about getting help and finding someone, but I couldn't pay attention. All I could see was the box. Dad's box. Mom's letter to Dad. Jason and I opened it. We'd learned the truth. She'd left us. She'd abandoned us, and Dad had lied. We'd been cheated out of the truth for so long. We'd been cheated out of a real family. There was so much pain, so much misery and loneliness. I cried out as I remembered the desperation I'd felt to learn the truth of what happened to her, to have closure. I cried out at the realization of what our lives had become, nothing but a patched-up quilt with tattered emotions and relationships hanging on by mere threads. There was so much strain, so much distance. I was lying in bed, a little girl, scared after a bad dream, the bad dream about the faceless woman I wanted to know so badly. I saw my disheveled dad trying to explain to me why I couldn't see pictures of my mom, that she was gone. Now he was gone. I would never see my dad again. My mom's face appeared in my mind again, her eyes boring into mine, the emotion now so clear, so haunting. She was real. She was the creator of the virus. She was the mother I never had, and the mom I'd always wanted. She was alive. She had another family. I had met her, but I'd never felt so near to bursting. The heartache and anger and despair were alive and gnawing inside me, overwhelming me until I felt hollow and raw. My throat burned with each violent sob. My chest ached from lack of air. Chris's arms were around me, holding on to me as if I was about to crumble away. I saw her boys, and I saw me in her arms. I felt her fear melding with mine, her regret tasting sour in my mouth, and her concern, that which a mother might have for her daughter, made it impossible to breathe. I wanted my mom. I was angry and afraid of my mom. I grasped onto Chris desperately, tearing my eyes open, needing to see light in the darkness. Blurred trees and brightness filled my vision. "Take a deep breath," she whispered, and shakily I did. The softness of her voice soothed me as my mind began to settle, each memory falling back into place as if it had all simply been a bad dream. But it was real, all of it. It was my life. I had Danny and Jake and Jason, but my mom was out there, a stranger who'd abandoned me in order to save me. More than once. I'd met her. I wasn't even me. A new sense of desperation and regret sprouted inside me, but I buried it away. Where's Gabe? I asked hoarsely, trying to control each breath. He went to find Danny, Chris whispered. I let out a choked, happy sob at the thought of having my Danny with me. With a steadying breath, I righted myself, trying to harness the emotions overcrowding me. I just need to let them settle again. Chapter 21. Jake. May 7th, 1 AE. Lake Tahoe, Nevada. Jake stood at the supply cart in the Zephyr Cove campground parking lot, across the highway from the lodge, ready to take inventory of the weapons in the duffel bag he and Jason had filled during their morning scavenging trip to Emerald Bay with Hunter and Holly. The sun was warm on his back, and although the snow was still melting off the mountains surrounding the lake, making the air crisp in the shade, the sun was shining intensely enough to stave off the chill. Unzipping the duffel, Jake rifled around inside for loose ammo. Against his better judgment, he'd been thinking a lot more than was productive. Ever since Zoe told him about her mom, Dr. Wesley, thinking about the doctor brought his anger to near boiling, and the unfathomable truth about what she'd done turned his anger to rage. Of course, Zoe's mother would end up being alive and the destroyer of all that Jake held dear in his life. And Zoe didn't need to feel that living, churning hatred every time she was around him. He didn't blame her, not in the slightest, but he couldn't change what he felt about her mother either. So Jake clung to the few happy memories he had left of the past, memories of Joe's farm, of rebuilding tractor engines, working on cars, and patching fences around the property. But then Jake wondered if Joe was even still alive, and his thoughts went full circle, back to Zoe and Becca, back to the doctor. For months, Jake had blamed himself for bringing Clara along with him when he first left Colorado Springs. He still did, but he wasn't the only one to blame. It was Dr. Wesley's fault that Clara had been able to manipulate people the way she could in the first place, and essentially it was the doctor's fault that Zoe was only half the person she'd once been, and that his sister was a regen. Jake paused from unloading the bag, forcing himself to loosen his grip on the hunting knife he held in his hand. Hearing hurried footsteps on the asphalt in front of him, Jake ignored their approach and set the hunting knife and then a bundle of arrows and a new crossbow he collected for Zoe on the cart bed. "Jake!" Gabe called, breathless as he jogged nearer. Jake looked up, and upon seeing Gabe's eyes opened wide and filled with what looked like a frenzy of concern and excitement, he straightened. "What is it?" Gabe rubbed the back of his neck and let out a calming breath. I think Zoe's memory is back. She's... What? Jake frowned. That didn't seem likely, and he was scared to hope. How? With the back of his hand, he wiped away the sweat beading on his brow. I've been working with her on this for a while, and... Gabe stopped himself and sighed. It doesn't matter right now. I'll fill you in later. He pointed across the highway toward the beach. When Jake saw two figures coming up through the interspersed evergreens blocking most of the lake view, his heartbeat quickened. Zoe and Chris were walking closely, slowly, with one of Chris's arms around Zoe's shoulders. Zoe's ponytail was disheveled, and there was something about the way she walked, like the weight of a wretched lifetime took the bounce out of her step. Jake's mouth went dry. Swallowing, he glanced back to Gabe, incredulous. His friend watched the women approach, hands in his pockets. Jake's attention shifted back to Zoe. The soles of her tennis shoes, not her boots, softly padding against the pavement, and the black t-shirt she'd been wearing most frequently, not her favorite purple one,
were just a few of the many reminders that she was different from the woman he'd first fallen in love with. Or was she? After a few seconds of silence, Gabe met Jake's gaze again and shrugged.
It just sort of happened,
he said, and even though Gabe smiled, it wasn't cocky and confident like it usually was. Jake felt uneasy. If Gabe wasn't sure exactly what had happened, maybe it wasn't entirely a good thing.
Just go,
Gabe said, pointing toward her. Wiping his shaking hands off on his pants, Jake took long, slow strides in Zoe's direction. Her eyes were locked on the ground, and he could faintly hear the sound of her voice as she chatted with Chris. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Zoe, hope and guilt mixing into a poisonous concoction inside him. If Gabe was wrong, Jake wasn't sure he'd be able to forgive himself for hoping she'd return to the person she used to be, for letting this Zoe feel his disappointment. Fisting his hands at his sides, Jake stopped in the middle of the highway. He needed more time to process what might be happening. But the moment Zoe's gaze met his, her steps faltered until, like him, she was still. He searched her face for recognition, for some indication of what was going on in her head, for proof that she'd returned. His brow knitted together as he watched her bright eyes widen, her dark eyebrows raise, and her mouth open slightly as if she were about to say something. 3 agonizingly long heartbeats passed before she moved. At first, she seemed to hesitate, like she was trying to compose herself, but she quickly gave up and ran to him. A choked sob escaped from her throat as she jumped into his arms, wrapped her legs around his hips, and encircled her arms around his neck, gripping him so tight, so unrestrained, and with so much emotion, he thought he must be dreaming. Stunned into disbelief by the woman trembling against him, Jake wrapped one arm around her back, pulling her away from him slightly with the other. He needed to see her to understand. Searching her eyes, Jake found the old spark he'd missed, the determination and tenacity he'd seen only on rare occasions over the past weeks. But most importantly, he found recognition of the two of them in everything they'd been through. Her teal eyes, red-rimmed and swollen, were no longer cast in uncertainty and frustration. Instead, they were cisterns of unbridled torment and longing, filling with so much emotion he couldn't deny the truth. She was back. In his silence, her eyes frantically searched his.
How?
Jake couldn't tear his gaze from hers. Didn't want to.
I don't even know.
Pushing against his hold, she wrapped her arms around his neck again, leaving not a hair's breadth between them. I didn't want you to know, she sobbed, in case it didn't work. For the first time in weeks, he could feel her, his Zoe. She was more real to him now, shaking in his arms, than she'd seemed in weeks. Though he tried not to, Jake's mind sifted through their more recent time together, some of the memories knotting up and burning deep in his gut. Suddenly, everything that had happened between them while her memory had been gone felt wrong. Don't, Zoe said softly, her lips brushing against his neck. Don't think about it. Not right now. Squeezing her tighter, Jake breathed her in, the scent of her hair, the feel of her body against his. This felt right, and he let himself revel in the moment. I don't understand how that's possible, Sarah shrieked. How'd she get her memory back? And if she did, the last thing she's going to want is all of you fussing all over her. Her voice echoed among the trees lining the road as she drew closer, the mumbling of the others drowned out by her scolding. Hesitantly, Jake opened his eyes, reluctant to let Zoe go. She leaned back, a fierce glint in her eyes as she looked at him. He never wanted to look away, never wanted to leave the sanctuary he found in her familiar gaze. "You didn't give up on me," she said, offering him a brief smile before she pressed a hungry kiss to his mouth. "I'm so sorry I ran off. I didn't mean to. Clara tricked me. I heard Danny's voice and—" "Shh." Holding her against him with one arm, he wiped the drying tears from her cheeks with his free hand.
"It doesn't matter anymore."
Cupping the back of her head, Jake brought her mouth to his once more, his kiss slow and deep and reassuring, showing her all that he couldn't say. But then he stopped and frowned at her.
"But please, don't do it again."
She smiled and made a disparaging noise at first, but then she frowned. "My mom, Dr. Wesley came to save me, but I killed Clara." Jake brushed a loose strand of hair from her face.
"I know. Now she can't hurt you anymore,"
he said, trying to offer her a beacon of light in the darkness shadowing her eyes. Hearing the others approaching, Jake released her, allowing her to ease her feet down to the pavement, and was relieved when he felt her fingers lace through his. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze.
"Will you be all right?"
Zoe nodded, eyes lazily blinking closed as she let out a deep breath. "I'll be fine. It's just a lot to take in." "Zoe!" Sarah squealed, stopping short behind Jake, with Harper, Biggs, and some of the others in tow. The click of Cooper's nails on the asphalt preceded him as he loped toward them. Zoe rubbed the top of his head. "Hey, Coop." Gabe called the husky back, giving Jake and Zoe their last few moments together before the swarm. Cooper obeyed, and Zoe straightened, quickly wiping any remaining wetness from her face and taking another deep breath. Jake offered her a sympathetic smile and nodded behind him toward the bickering voices.
"I'm not sure I'm ready to lose you to the mob yet."
He wished he could hold her a little longer, forever. Stepping into him, Zoe rose to her tiptoes and pressed another long, promising kiss to his mouth. "I'm not going anywhere," she whispered. "After all," she added, "we have to make up for lost time and all that." Her eyes drifted to his mouth as she pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. Jake groaned and squeezed her hand tighter.
"Jesus, Zoe."
When she stepped away, she smiled impishly, making his heart squeeze with extreme happiness. But despite her playfulness, Jake could still see the tumultuous emotions roiling behind her stormy eyes. "Zoe!" Sarah called again. As the seconds passed and Zoe didn't move past him to greet their friends, Jake leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear as he asked,
"What are you doing? They're waiting for you."
She let out a nervous laugh. "I don't want to start bawling again." "Zoe, are you ignoring us?" Sarah huffed. "You better not be. I'm not as nice as I used to be. I might just freak out or something." Jake smiled and moved out of Zoe's line of sight so she could see her friends.
"She was just collecting herself,"
he explained as he turned around to face them as well. "What's the point?" Sarah asked, throwing her arms around Zoe. "We're just going to make you cry again anyway." Jake smiled as he watched the two women hug, but their interaction was different than he'd expected. It was no surprise to him that Sarah was sobbing within seconds, but even though Zoe was trying to comfort her, she seemed a little hesitant. "It's not that I didn't like the other you," Sarah blathered, "but it wasn't the same. And then I thought about the babies and I know Harper needs you, and I need you. She let out a despondent wail and sobbed harder. It's all right, Sarah. Zoe gave her another squeeze before pulling away. Biggs smiled at Zoe, offered her a nod, and wrapped Sarah in his arms to soothe her. Jake watched Zoe slowly grow more and more comfortable around everyone as they bantered back and forth, doing their best to make her feel at home and welcome once again. What must it have been like for her over the past month and a half? He could only imagine how much more difficult it had been for her than for the rest of them, so much so that she'd been trying to get her memory back in secret. Kai wandered up and said hello and teased her, but only until Harper came pushing through the crowd and swooped her up into his arms.
It's about time, baby girl. I was beginning to worry I'd never have you back again. I need another pair of hands.
Harper smiled at Jake as he spun Zoe around. Cooper barked and scampered around excitedly as they twirled, and Jake laughed at the sight of them, feeling like everything might actually be falling back into place. With a final squeeze, Harper set Zoe back on her feet, then smiled and kissed her forehead.
Hurry up and say your hellos. I have work for you to do.
Gee, thanks. Zoe returned his smile, but faltered when she noticed Sam and Tavis standing on the outskirts of the group. Jake's heart skittered a bit. He was surprised when Zoe simply nodded to Tavis, then shifted her attention to Sam as a broad grin filled her face. Excitement enlivened Sam's eyes, though he offered her a casual smile. Drawing tonight? Zoe asked him, and Sam gave her a quick nod before they were swallowed up in the excitement of the group. Sanchez offered Zoe a tight-lipped hello, allowing a slight smile to curve her lips, and Sarah rejoined them after she'd had a moment to compose herself. After a few minutes passed, Chris came to stand beside Jake. The two of them watched the crowd of their friends with their happy faces and listened to their incessant chatter as they asked Zoe questions about what had happened to her, what it had been like, and what Gabe had done to help her.
Any idea where Jason and Danny are?
Jake asked Chris, knowing they were the two people Zoe needed to see the most. Chris placed her hands on her hips. Sanchez contacted everyone. They should be here soon.
Thank you for helping her,
Jake said quietly. When Chris looked at him, he gave her a grateful nod. Resting her hand on Jake's arm, Chris said, I'm just glad I could be there. When she paused, Jake followed her gaze. Jason was wading through the group, his face uncharacteristically expressive as he drew closer to Zoe. Just as she noticed him and turned around, Jason wrapped his arms around her, and everyone grew silent, watching. Even Jake found it difficult to look away. Jason's eyes were closed as he held on to his sister. Don't ever do that to me again, he said so quietly that Jake could barely hear him. Zoe wound her arms around her brother's back. When Jake noticed her body quaking in Jason's arms, Jake, Chris, and everyone else turned to leave the siblings in a silent reunion that was long overdue. Chapter 22. Danny. May 7th, 1 AE. Lake Tahoe, Nevada. But I don't want to, Annie whined in my head. It's cold. I knelt in front of her on the sandy beach and reached for her little hands. We were both wearing swimsuits. Mine was a purple and white striped bikini, and Annie's a one-piece covered in inch-wide neon polka dots. I'd scavenged them from the tourist shop in the lodge, thinking that going swimming, washing the months of filth off Annie, would be the perfect way to stay out of Jason's hair, while he, Grayson, and Sanchez spent the morning meeting with Holly, Hunter, and a few others from the Tahoe clan. They were discussing the possibility of setting up some sort of self-reliant, self-sustaining community together on the coastal farmlands. As I stared out at the lake, I was just grateful that it was a moderately balmy day. Not that the high 60s air temperature did anything for the extremely cold water, but the sunshine was a nice perk. I'd stuck my toes into the lake, and I had to agree with the little girl. It was freezing. "Annie, sweetie, remember to use your words," I told her. She'd only spoken out loud a few times since I'd practically adopted her the previous afternoon, and even when she had, she'd only used 1 or 2 words at a time. I feared that the months she'd gone without actually speaking had hindered her ability to use human language, but not as much as I feared that she'd lost her humanity completely. It was clear that she'd embraced being a drifter wholeheartedly, but she didn't feel quite so far gone as Scott had, like she'd somehow managed to find a happy medium between embracing the ability to drift into other creatures' minds and rejecting drifting altogether, something Ralph had believed impossible. "Cold," Annie said, crossing her arms and stomping her foot. Zoe, old Zoe, would have backed her up, possibly arguing that dirty and stinky was better than clean if frigid water had to be involved in the bathing process. I sighed. "Believe me, Annie, I know, but I promise I'll be right beside you." Annie stuck her lower lip out in a pout. When I didn't react, didn't relent, she sucked it in between her teeth. "Snowflake." I assumed she was referring to the female wolf I'd met in the woods, who'd been more or less taking care of Annie. "Says I have to do what you say." At least I've got the wolf support." "Great! Awesome! Okay, let's get cleaned up, I released one of Annie's hands and stood, walking with her to the water's edge, where I'd set my handy bottle of all-in-one shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. It smelled like tropical fruit, which is a whole lot better than Annie's current O'Day wolf musk scent. I glanced over my shoulder, giving Carlos a quick thumbs up. He was sitting on the beach about a dozen yards back, his partially restrained and still filthy sister, Vanessa, sitting beside him, chattering nonstop to her imaginary friends, which seemed to include her mom, her other brother Jesse, and someone named Rosie, all of whom Carlos assured me were deceased, which wasn't creepy or anything. Looking down at the little girl holding my hand, I raised my eyebrows and grinned as widely as I could to show her how excited I was. "All right, we're going to run in, dunk our heads, then run back out as quickly as we can, okay?" Smiling wide enough that her chubby cheeks appeared even fuller, Annie nodded. "Okay, ready?" I crouched down like I was getting ready to run a race. "Get set." I met her eyes, grinning with genuine anticipation. I was actually starting to have a little fun. "Go!" Giggling and squealing and gasping, we lunged into Lake Tahoe side by side, ducked our heads under the water to wet our hair, then scrambled back out of the lake. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" I said, shivering and rubbing my arms. Annie was doing the same, all the while looking up at me and giggling. I bent over to retrieve the bottle of suds and flipped the top open, squirting a hearty dollop onto my palm. "Let me get your hair soaked up first, okay? Then I'll let you do the rest while I wash myself." I didn't really think I needed to explain the whole bathing process to her. Annie was a little wild and young, but she wasn't an imbecile. But I wanted to speak to her as much as possible, to help her remember what it was like to interact with people who weren't Vanessa. Everyone was wary around my brand new, unrequested wild child, and I desperately wanted her to fit in, to be accepted, and to not be alone for the rest of her life. Annie nodded, accepting my washing routine without argument. It seemed to take ages to wash her hair. I lathered the liquid soap up until it formed a grimy, fruity helmet around her head, then dropped my hands to my sides and sighed. "I hate to say it, kiddo, but we might have to have a round 2. Annie didn't seem upset by the idea. She simply stared up at me and blinked her big blue eyes every few seconds. I thanked my lucky stars that she wasn't a complainer. The whole Insta-Kid situation would have been a lot worse if she had been. About 10 minutes later, we were in the middle of our final icy rinse when Sanchez's voice reverberated in my mind. "Come to the highway. We're between the lodge parking lot and the campground parking lot. Zoe's back." Head barely above water, I froze. Zoe's back? From where? A heartbeat later, I thought, maybe, that I understood. Does she mean that Zoe, my Zoe, is back? Heart racing, I spun around to look at Carlos. "Did you hear?" "Sanchez? Yeah." He stood, brushing off the back of his jeans before reaching down to grab his sister's wrist bindings and pulling her up to her feet as well. "Do you think? Does she mean—" Carlos shrugged. "Only one way to find out." "Come on, Annie, time to go." I captured her hand and pulled her back to the beach, ignoring my shivers as we raced across the sand toward Carlos and Vanessa. "Can you take her?" I asked, holding Annie's hand out to Carlos. I glanced at his sister, who was quiet for once as she stared down at the freshly clean little girl I'd uncovered under all of the dirt, then back at him. "Dry her off and... I shook my head, incapable of thinking clearly. I was just too damn excited. Zoe's back. Zoe is back. "Yeah, it's fine. Go," Carlos said. He pulled Annie's hand out of mine and gave my shoulder a little shove, pushing me in the direction of the lodge's parking lot. "I got this." "Thanks," I called over my shoulder as I started to run. I didn't think my legs had ever moved so quickly, especially not on bare feet. Every other member of our group was clustered in the middle of the highway, looking like they were starting to disperse. Jake and Chris were walking away toward the campground, Gabe close behind them, and Harper, Sarah, and most of the others were headed to the lodge. And between them, in the middle of the highway, Jason was embracing Zoe in a fierce hug. The pavement was rough under my feet, and every few steps a tiny rock would jab into my skin, but I hardly noticed. "Zoe!" I called. "Zoe!" I reached Zoe just as Jason released her. I threw myself at her, locking my arms around her neck and doing my own unique combination of laughing and crying. Her arms wrapped around me, and she hugged me so hard that she lifted me off my feet. She was laughing, I thought, until I heard the distinct, rare sound of Zoe giving into tears. "Hey, Dee." Her voice was a rough whisper. After another tight squeeze, she set me down and pulled away. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she appraised my appearance and smiled. "Did I interrupt something?" "Huh?" "You're all wet." She glanced down. "And wearing a bikini." I waved one hand dismissively. "I was getting Annie cleaned up. She's a little girl I found yesterday when—" "I know, Dee," Zoe said with a soft chuckle. "I remember." I frowned, and then my eyes widened. For some reason, that didn't make any sense to the logical part of my brain. I'd assumed she didn't remember any of the things new Zoe had experienced. In my mind, they were two different people. "Everything?" I felt a surge of shame. She nodded once before offering me a slight smile. "We can talk about it later." Looking down at my feet, nearly rubbing a hole in the asphalt with my big toe. "Okay." "Hey," Zoe said, poking my shoulder, and I raised my eyes to hers. "Want some company down at the lake? I could use a little rejuvenation." "Really?" I smiled wanly. "Yeah, okay, that'd be great." I didn't actually need to get back in the water, but I did need some alone time with my best friend. Perking up at the thought, I linked my arm with hers and tugged her in the direction of the lodge. Dee, the water's that way." Zoe pointed to the lakeshore beyond the parking lot on our right. I know, but you need a swimsuit. But I already have a swimsuit. I know, I repeated, but camp is so far away. It's just across the street. And besides, you could use a new one. You've had that old green bikini forever. I dragged her up the stairs to the lodge's front porch. And I know just where you can get one at a freemium price. Zoe laughed as I pulled open the glass double doors. You're such a dork. I missed you. I forced a smile and met Zoe's eyes briefly. Me too, Zoe. Me too. Zoe and I managed to splash around in the water for all of maybe a minute before running back onto the beach, screaming like little girls. Zoe stole my bottle of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and took an impressively quick bath, using as little lake water as possible. When she finished, she took lurching steps up the beach and huddled in an oversized towel, also liberated from one of the shops in the lodge, beside me on the bright yellow hull of an overturned kayak. I was already snuggled cozily in my own towel. So, still hate cold water? I asked. Zoe shrugged. Yes and no, she said, wrapping her towel more tightly around herself. But mostly yes. Zoe, I hesitated, closed my mouth, then took a deep breath and opened it again. You know, I probably could have been a better friend to her. You. I shook my head and frowned. To the other you. The not you. I stared out at the lake's shimmering surface, squinting slightly from 1,000 shards of reflected sunlight. Dee. It was just, she wasn't you. You weren't you. Again, I shook my head, irritated at myself for fumbling so much with my words. But I should have treated you like I normally would have, and I didn't, and I feel like such a jerk face. I sighed. I don't think that made any sense. Zoe laughed half-heartedly, ending in a sigh of her own. It's okay, Dee. She stared down at her toes sticking out from beneath her towel. It's not like I knew any different anyway, she said. And it's not like anyone else treated me like, well, me. Except for Jake, I thought, recalling the handful of mornings I'd seen Zoe emerging from his tent recently. He seemed to have figured out a way to see her as the Zoe he'd fallen in love with. So why hadn't I been able to do the same? Zoe closed her eyes and tilted her face up to the sun, basking in its warm rays. Looks can be deceiving, she said, her voice so quiet that I barely heard her. Jake tried, but I knew the whole time that it wasn't the same for him, as much as he wanted it to be. She snorted and let her head fall back. At least I know he prefers this me. Did you guys, I asked, wiggling my eyebrows suggestively. Her head shot up, and she looked over at me, biting the inside of her cheek like she always did when she was anxious. Oh my God, you did! I giggled and blushed and really tried to stop, but I just couldn't. Wow, that's just... Wow. Talk about an awkward first time. Zoe shook her head. It wasn't our first time, but it was a little awkward, at least for him. She rested her cheek on her knees. I think I sort of blindsided him. I'm not sure he would have done it otherwise. It felt sort of bad. Wait, what? When? I waved my hand. Don't feel bad, I said with a laugh. I'm sure he didn't mind. I took a breath before babbling on. But I was only gone for like a week. When the heck did you guys have time for hanky-panky? I mean, before. It was a pretty crazy week. Zoe shrugged. It's not like it was planned, but it happened the morning we left for the golf course. In fact, Jason had just come out to tell me, Hold on, I said, raising a hand. Your brother found you when you were having sex with Jake? She barked a laugh.
God, no. But I guess it was a little bit of a close call.
I snorted, then doubled over in laughter. Oh my God, I gasped. Could you imagine? No, thank you. She shook her head and groaned.
God, that was such a horrible week. Jason was a mess. Jake and I were barely speaking after Becca showed up. We'd finally gotten our shit together, and then I had to run into Clara.
And your mom, I said softly, sneaking a glance at Zoe.
Yeah, well, and there's that. I'm not sure I'm ready to talk about that yet. I don't know what to think.
I leaned in, nudging her shoulder with my own. No probs, though. You know I'll be here whenever you're ready. I wrapped my arm around her waist and rested my head on her shoulder. A few wet strands of her dark hair stuck to my face, and I blew them away. Your hair is crazy long. I could feel the muscles and bones in her shoulder shift as she strained to look down at me.
You want to cut it off for me?
Raising my head slowly, I pulled away from her, staring at her with eyes widened by shock. Zoe'd had long hair the entire time I'd known her. Shut the front door! What did you just say to me? She smiled, clearly amused.
I could use a change, she said. And it's something I've been thinking about for a while.
She shrugged a single shoulder. But if you don't want to. Oh my God, shut up. I'm totally doing it. I'm going to cut off your hair. I squealed, clapping my hands together like a wind-up monkey. Almost as long as I'd known Zoe, I'd been bugging her to give shorter hair a chance, knowing she would look amazing. Now she would look amazing, and it would be so much more practical. This is going to be so much fun. Eek! I've got so many ideas. We could do a bob, like this long. I held my hand up to my chin. Or maybe
not a bob,
she said adamantly.
Not like hers.
I pressed my lips together and studied her face. Okay, got it. Not like your mom's. I raised my eyebrows. Ooh, what if we did like an A-line cut, just touching your shoulders and a little longer in the front? It'd be short enough to not get in the way so much, but still versatile and... All right, Dee, she said with a rueful smile. I trust your judgment. She unfurled her body and rose to her feet.
I saw a pair of scissors in the swim shop. I'll go grab them.
Okay. I narrowed my eyes. But you better not back out.
I won't,
she said, shaking her head.
I asked you, remember?
And with a smile, Zoe jogged toward the trees separating the beach from the parking lot behind the lodge. I stared after her until I could no longer see her. Exhaling heavily, I slid down the side of the kayak and settled on the sand, pulling my knees up against my chest and rewrapping the towel around myself so all but my head and toes were covered. Zoe's really back. Joy swelled in my chest until I thought I might burst, spilling down my cheeks in the form of happy tears. She's really back. My Zoe. Smiling and crying silently, I stared out at the lake and simply felt happy. Zoe returned a few minutes later, placing a pair of scissors and a brush on top of my upraised knees before sitting on the sand in front of me, her back to me.
Have at it, Dee. And for God's sake, stop crying.
But she said it with a smile evident in her voice. I freed my arms from my terry cloth straitjacket and wiped away the wetness coating my cheeks. I know. I'm such a crybaby.
It's all right, Dee. That's why I love you.
I cleared my throat and moved the scissors and brush to the sand beside me before shifting my legs so I was sitting cross-legged. I straightened my back and started brushing the tangles out of Zoe's ridiculously long hair. Ow, she said when I tugged on a particularly stubborn snarl. Breathing out forcefully, I said in a sing-song voice, which is precisely why we're cutting it. We fell into companionable silence while I continued to brush. Minutes passed with only the sound of dogs barking in the distance and seagulls cawing overhead. So, Zoe said, drawing out the word, how have you been sleeping? I paused mid-stroke. Why are you asking me when you already know? I said softly. Because I'd like you to tell me. She paused. I don't want to snoop, unless I have to. I finished the stroke, then started to part her hair down the middle. I thought you couldn't help it. Zoe started drawing shapes in the sand to the right of her. I guess it's different now. I can shut it off a lot easier, thank God. I sighed in agreement. Seriously. I quickly added, no offense. You should have told someone about drifting, Danny. Zoe's voice was harsher than I'd expected, but not harsher than I deserved. If I had known. Setting the brush down on my knee, I smoothed Zoe's hair down her back and picked up the scissors. I know. I closed my eyes and shook my head, wishing I could make the weeks of drifting disappear so I no longer had to remember how good it felt. Believe me, I know. I'm just lucky that you were still looking out for me, even if you weren't really you while you were doing it. I put the scissors down on my other knee and wrapped my arms around Zoe's shoulders, pressing my cheek against her wet hair. Thank you for saving me. Zoe cleared her throat. Please just promise me you'll tell me if you need me. If you can't do it on your own, or if Jason nulling you doesn't help. She swallowed loudly. I can't lose you, Dee. I nodded, messing up the smooth, damp curtain of hair I'd so carefully arranged down her back. I promise, I told her before pulling away and picking up the brush again to straighten out her hair. Minutes later, I'd snipped off over a foot of hair and was setting in to evening out what would eventually be a decently fashionable yet practical shoulder-length haircut. I paused and peeked over her shoulder so I could see the side of her face. Do you want to see how much I cut off? I don't know, do I? She asked rhetorically. I picked up a chunk and tossed it over her shoulder so it landed on the sand in front of her. Holy crap. That's like 1.5 feet. I laughed. I know, right? Under my breath, I grumbled. Now, if I could only get Vanessa to let me chop off that rat's nest she calls hair. Zoe snorted and started to turn her head to look over her shoulder at me. Hold still, Zoe, unless you want a funky asymmetrical hairstyle. Oh, sorry. She faced forward again. After a long pause, she asked, So, has Carlos told you anything about them? I frowned. Such as, I was just curious if he shared his story with you is all. What happened to his sister and Annie? And his brother? My frown deepened, verging on scowl territory. Jesse? No, not really. Before yesterday, I knew he had a sister, but that's about all I knew about his family. I shook my head slowly. Maybe you should ask him about it. I'm sure he could use someone to talk to. You won't tell me? Zoe shook her head, and I had to retrieve the brush to straighten her hair out again. Please, Zoe. Pretty please, I said, my voice purposely whiny. If you really want me to, I will, but I think you should talk to him about it first. It's not really my place, you know? I nodded and, realizing she couldn't see me, said, Yeah, okay. As I finished Zoe's haircut, my mind whirled with possible scenarios for how Vanessa and Annie had ended up living with a pack of wolves and wild dogs in the mountainous woods to the east of Lake Tahoe. Whatever the actual story ended up being, I was certain it wouldn't be good. Hey, I said as I approached Carlos. He, Vanessa, and Annie were sitting at a picnic table just outside the stable, snacking on beef jerky and packaged cheese and crackers. The trio had been easy enough to find, what with Annie's mind being one of the few human minds I could actually sense. Thanks for taking care of everything, I told him. Looking up, Carlos nodded. He finished chewing before asking, How's Zoe?
Is she really back to normal?
I laughed softly and swung my leg over one side of the picnic table to straddle the same bench Annie was sitting on. She's good. Really good. Carlos was sitting directly across from me, keeping a close eye on his sister, whose hands were still bound, but not so restrictively that she couldn't feed herself. His features were drawn, making him look older and wearier than I'd ever seen him. He'd been keeping his distance since we first arrived in Tahoe. I'd assumed it was because of the unexpected appearance of his sister, but now I suspected it was more than that. Though we were a few miles from the place that had hosted what was undeniably the most traumatic month of his life, we were pretty damn close. It would have been stupid to think his proximity to that place wouldn't dredge up painful memories, wouldn't haunt him. "So, how are you doing?" I asked tentatively. "Being back here and all?" Carlos lowered his eyes, looking at the ground beside the table.
I don't want to talk about it.
The wind shifted, and I caught a whiff of the delightful odor that was so distinctly Vanessa's. I wrinkled my nose.
You don't have to stay with us,
Carlos said, meeting my eyes, then glancing at his sister.
I know it's not the, nicest place to be right now, and you should be with Zoe.
I raised one shoulder and half smiled. It's cool. I got her all to myself for the first few hours. It's time to share. I shifted my attention to Annie, who had processed cheese products smeared all over the lower half of her right cheek. She grinned at me, still gnawing on a piece of dried and salted meat. Pressing my lips together in a disapproving line, I said, "You're a mess, you know that?" Annie nodded enthusiastically. I snorted and rolled my eyes. "What am I going to do with you?" Setting the remainder of her half-eaten jerky on the table, Annie declared, "Full." She squirmed off the bench and ran toward the 3 canines, 2 wolves and 1 dog, who were lounging in the woods nearby. They were precisely the reason I'd left Jack back at the lodge with Jason, who was once again meeting with Holly and Hunter. "Don't go far," I told Annie, then repeated the same command to the canines, adding a request that they keep her safe and bring her back before dark. All the members of Snowflake's pack were protective enough of Annie, young Two-Legs as they called her, that I knew she would be safe with them and more comfortable than if I forced her to be around the other human members of my group. When I turned back to Carlos, I found him watching me.
You're not going to go after her?
I shook my head, frowning the tiniest bit. They'll keep her safe, and she'll come back, even if she doesn't want to.
Listen, Danny.
Carlos hesitated briefly. He stared down at the uneven wooden surface of the table.
Annie's not your responsibility. You don't have to take her in and, be her mom or whatever. Not if you don't want to.
I don't mind, I said, pretty sure I meant it. It's not like there's anyone else really cut out to take care of a kid like her, except for Ralph, I suppose. I shrugged. Carlos's brow furrowed.
Well, you don't have to. So if you change your mind, I'll...
He took a deep breath, then sat up straighter as if the breath had given him strength, helped him decide.
I'll take care of her.
Now, why the hell would he say that? I studied the handsome young man with world-weary features sitting across from me, feeling nothing but compassion and sympathy and the kind of love I felt for Zoe, and one hell of a dose of curiosity. Who is she, Carlos? She had to be someone to him, based on what Zoe had implied. He laughed dryly and shook his head, staring off into the woods near where Annie had disappeared.
Just some kid we found. At the beginning.
He glanced at his sister, his lips curving into a smile filled with regret.
Nessa and me. All we had was each other at first. Then we found Annie. And then my brother showed up. And then we made the mistake of coming down here.
He looked at me. I tilted my head to the side and searched his guarded eyes. So, why did you guys come all the way down here? Carlos inhaled and opened his mouth. To be safe, Vanessa exclaimed, cutting him off before he could say anything. Huh, Jesse? She was staring at a space beyond the end of the picnic table, as though somebody were standing there. She cackled for a moment, which seemed to be her go-to response to pretty much anything, then grew serious and started nodding. It was mean of that guy to shoot you. Her eyes shifted, and she glared at Carlos. It's not nice to shoot people. I frowned. What's she talking about? Carlos heaved a huge sigh. Jesse, our brother, kept talking about this place in Tahoe where there were a bunch of survivors and shit. So, when we realized there was nothing left for us up in Yakima, we decided to come down here. He shrugged. Turned out this guy, Cole, had made Jesse bring us down here, like with mind control. Carlos cleared his throat, his eyes becoming glassy, his gaze distant. He shot Jesse when we got here, killed him, and then made me shoot at Nessa, but the bullet barely touched her arm. At least she was able to get away with Annie before I could really hurt her. I stared at him and his sister, at a loss for words. I know she's a crazy, he said, turning his face to watch Vanessa continue her conversation with the hallucination of their dead brother. But I have to take care of her. He returned his gaze to me, his expression sorrowful but determined. If that means I have to leave the rest of you. I reached across the table and took hold of his hand, strip of beef jerky and all. Don't be an idiot. You're family. Chapter 23. Zoe. May 22nd, 1 AE. Petaluma, California. With my eyes closed and my fingers playing with the onyx fringe of Shadow's mane, I turned my face to the sun and basked in its warm rays. I groaned in springtime euphoria. I'd been impatiently waiting for spring for months, and now, like everything else that seemed to have popped up over the past month, it was finally here. Amid my impromptu sunbathing, I could hear little blackbirds chirping. I knew from the couple of hours Shadow and I had been standing like sentinels outside the feed store that the blackbirds were hopping around the parking lot, looking for dropped seeds in and around the discarded food bins and perched on the forgotten forklifts behind the store. Opening my eyes, I watched them, careless and oblivious to all that had happened in the world. One blackbird in particular had decided we weren't nearly as threatening as the rest of his friends thought, and he was venturing closer and closer, only to fly away when Shadow flicked his tail. Maybe next time I should bring my sketchbook. While what I was doing was important, keeping my feelers open for any approaching danger, it was a good time to sketch, to document and write down what we were finding, what we'd seen, and what we'd learned about surviving. Typically, being on intruder watch meant I needed to be on high alert, but now I was so in tune with my ability, a result of all the electrotherapy sessions, that it was easy to multitask, at least so far. It had been over 2 weeks since we'd left Lake Tahoe. 2 weeks since I'd told Danny that my ability felt different, and only now did I know to what extent. Now, as we neared the coast, it seemed that using my ability had become effortless. I could cast my feelers out for any unsettling minds that wandered too close. I didn't need my eyes to know when danger was near because I could sense people, their emotions, their memories, the essence of who they were. I could reach further distances, a solid mile at least, and I didn't have to worry about learning things others wanted to keep private unless I was purposefully looking. I could separate memories from emotions like they were oil and water. I could turn my ability on and off at will. Along with my memory returning, I was able to get back into a routine that felt more me. I still helped Danny manage the horses each day and helped Kai scout for danger up ahead when we needed to find a place to rest each night.
but I'd also earned myself a spot on a scavenging team whenever an extra scout was needed. I'd resumed self-defense and archery training just as intensely as I'd been doing before losing my memory and helping Harper gather and organize medical supplies when the opportunity presented itself. I had a purpose again, but even though I felt useful, something still felt off. Leaning against Shadow, feeling his coarse mane between my fingers as I idly combed through it, I gazed out at the lowering sun. I'd seen many stunning sunsets over the past few months, traveling through Colorado, Utah, Nevada, and now through Northern California. But this sunset felt different, like it meant something. I figured it was just my antsiness that made it feel different, because tomorrow I would go home. Home. It was a place I both longed and loathed to visit. Returning there was one of the most petrifying things I could think of doing. More disturbing than seeing a wall of corpses, and more unsettling than having a gun pointed at my face. And my dreams had returned, haunting me like they used to. Sometimes my mom had a face, but it was distorted and permanently etched in a sneer, her voice cold and flat and menacing. Other times she resembled herself, Dr. Wesley, but the malevolent gleam in her eyes continued to disturb me, even when I was awake. But none of those dreams were as horrible as the truth. My mom is alive. She created the virus. She lives with the general. She has a family with him. I let out a frustrated sigh. I needed to go home. It was all I had left of my dad, and I needed to say goodbye. And somehow I needed to leave all the disquieting memories of my past behind when I closed the front door for the final time. No matter how honorable my mom's intentions had been 25 years ago, she still killed billions of innocent people to save Jason, Dad, and me. She took Becca from Jake, Grams from Danny, and Dad from me. And I hated her for that. Part of me wondered how I could hate her when she was my mom, but the rest of me wondered how I could possibly forgive her. Was I even supposed to try? The questions looped through my mind, making it impossible to think of much else. Every time I thought I'd come to terms with my feelings toward her, thought I'd settled into despising her, forgiveness and longing threatened to wash away all my anger and fear. Shadow turned to me, nudging my belt buckle with his nose. He let out a chuff of air, and his impatience made me smile. "Uh-oh, was I neglecting you?" His eyes blinked sleepily as I began stroking his sleek, muscled neck. "So sorry. What was I thinking?" About Mom and why I can't forgive her. I had to continuously remind myself that she was a horrible person. I couldn't just forgive her for what she'd done, what she was still doing. But it was never as simple as black and white, because I couldn't truly hate her either. She was also the person who saved me, who helped save Danny. She was my mom. Diverting my thoughts to something less unsettling, I stretched my feelers a bit and focused on the mood inside the feed store, where Jake, Chris, and Kai were gathering the last of the horse tack, grain, and assorted pet food we needed for the dogs and goats. Inside, the team's mood seemed pleasant enough, so I let them be, happy to be out in the sunshine on my own. It was nice to get away from camp every once in a while, mostly because I felt like an ass around Tavis, no matter how nice he was about my momentary fickleness and mixed messages. Nothing had happened between us, not really, but I was kicking myself for putting everyone in an awkward position. And being around Sarah was hard too. She'd been such a loyal, kind friend, and I'd gone snooping around in her mind, finding nothing to make me feel uneasy, and yet I still did. She wasn't stupid. She knew I was acting differently around her, and I hated that I couldn't tell her why. Wiping the moisture from my brow, I glanced down at Shadow. Is it just me, or is it getting too hot in the sun? He simply stared ahead, his head hanging languorously as his eyelids grew heavier. "Come on," I said. "Let's park it in the shade." Welcoming any form of movement,
Shadow perked right up as we headed to the shade of a few eucalyptus trees lining the side of the lot. I loosened Shadow's reins so he could graze on a small patch of weeds growing beneath the trees. At the sound of a dull thump behind me, I glanced over my shoulder to find Jake loading 2 large bags of dog food into the cart. "Is that the last of it?" I asked. It was his 9th trip to the cart, and I wasn't sure how much more we could really carry. Jake grunted.
Close, I hope. They're picking out a pair of chaps to take back to Harper.
I pouted my bottom lip. "And they didn't invite me?" Wiping his hands off on his jeans, Jake walked toward me, a heart-stopping smile curving his lips. I liked the appraising way he studied me now. My old boots donned, my tank top and jeans, my new haircut. He acted like he was still trying to get used to me being back to me, even though it had been a couple weeks. "It's going to be a beautiful sunset tonight," I said, trying to stay in the moment.
Yeah?
Jake came around behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. "You smell like a barn," I said, wiping away the loose alfalfa flakes and grain dust from his arms. He squeezed me more tightly.
Is that good or bad?
It was so wonderful to feel him again. Not the Jake who'd accepted the other me and loved me the best he could, but my Jake. "Oh, it's good," I said, a devious lilt to my voice. I craned my neck so I could see him.
You're so weird.
I shrugged. I can't help it. It's true. It's nostalgic, I think. It reminds me of when we were back at the ghost town. I eyed him, waiting for the memory of the morning we first made love to click into place in his mind. Shaking his head, he let out a soft chuckle. "Want to sit down and watch the sun sink behind the hills with me?" I asked. His amber eyes met mine again. They looked molten in the dying sunlight. He grinned wryly.
Aren't you supposed to be working?
"Ha ha, you're so funny. I can do 2 things at once, you know. Watching the sunset isn't overly exerting."
Only 2 things, huh?
His smile broadened.
Can you do more than 2 things at once?
He asked, his voice holding a seductive edge that made it impossible not to smile back. He kissed the side of my neck. "I'm determined to," I said, closing my eyes and wishing we could be alone for a few hours. "Kai will feel anything I miss." I lost my train of thought as Jake brushed my hair away from the back of my neck, trailing his lips up and down my skin, bringing chills to its surface. I felt him smile against my neck, and I shivered.
I wouldn't want to risk your spot on the scavenging team,
he said with feigned seriousness.
You're in a probation period right now, and you're already failing miserably.
I barked a laugh. "Entrapment, huh?" Prying his hands from around me, I stepped away and turned to face him completely. Jake's response was a mere wink, and I shook my head. "You're a horrible tease," I said, and dropped his hands. Entwining my fingers with Jake's, I plopped down against one of the tree trunks, tugging him down with me. Only, he resisted. I looked up at him. "You joining me?" I asked, tucking my hair behind my ear. He raised an eyebrow and gave me a sidelong glance.
You're gonna get me fired from the scavenging team. I'm supposed to be working.
I rolled my eyes. "Doing what? Shopping for chaps to wear with Harper?" I let out a tiny laugh at the thought. "We can enjoy a sunset while they're doing that. Besides," I patted the space next to me, "we can consider this research."
Research?
He asked, lowering himself down beside me. The scent of him filled my senses again, leather and hay and something minty. "We can experiment," I said, letting my voice drop to a seductive purr. Jake positioned himself behind me, leaning back against the tree trunk and urging me to rest against him.
With one of his arms across my middle and the other draped casually over his bent knee, I twisted around to see the face that made my insides burn with welcomed desire. We can test the multitasking facet of my ability. See how much I can exert myself while staying focused and alert. He chuckled, a low, easy sound that made it impossible not to swoon. It was so good to hear him laugh. You don't think so? I let out a soft chuckle of my own and leaned back against him again.
I think it's a great idea when we don't have an audience.
If you say so, I said, only partially dejected. Maybe next time. There was something thrilling about flirting with Jake. He was so strong and serious most of the time that goading him was like tempting a lion. Beneath his rugged beauty was a physical prowess and hunger that made him dangerously alluring. Refocusing on the lowering sun, I marveled at the bright orange already streaking across the sky, at the clouds cast in a rosy hue. Look at that, I said, gazing up at the frosted sky that looked good enough to eat. I couldn't sketch something so beautiful if I tried. I rested my head back against his shoulder, losing myself in the sound of his deep, even breathing and the strong, thrumming bass of his heartbeat. I sighed in contentment and closed my eyes. Jake lowered his lips to my ear.
What are you thinking about?
He whispered. Before I could answer, his mouth gently brushed the side of my neck again, sending another wave of shivers rushing over my skin.
Is that so?
He said, his voice light with amusement. I could never get tired of this. Opening my eyes briefly, I saw the sky was glowing poppy red, and I closed them again.
You're tired.
Tenderly, Jake brushed a stray wisp of hair from my face. I yawned in answer and snuggled up closer to him. Abruptly, his body tensed against me, and I opened my eyes to peer up at him.
Is it the dreams?
He asked. Righting myself, I let out a dallying breath and glanced around at the parking lot. The blackbirds had gone for the night, and Chris and Kai were still inside, Chris's laughter carrying on the light breeze. I'm fine. It's just taking some time to acclimate, I think. Jake remained quiet, thoughtful, which meant he didn't buy it. He knew about my dreams about my mom. He'd been the one to comfort me almost every night since my memory returned, despite his own feelings about her. The longer Jake was quiet, leaving me with only the slightly increased thumping of his heart against my palm flattened on his chest, the more desperate and terrified I was to know what he was thinking. But I didn't pry. I didn't peek. I already knew how he felt, and as much as I could understand his resentment toward my mom, I couldn't bear feeling it. Finally, he broke the silence.
We haven't talked about anything since your memories come back.
His fingers brushed the exposed skin on my arm. Lifting my palm from his chest, I studied the dirt on both of my hands, uncertain what to say. Every topic would lead back to my mom, back to more reasons for him to hate her.
We need to,
he said, a hint of frustration in his voice.
Something's upsetting you. Is it her?
Sitting up, I turned to face him. The shit I'm going through now is nothing you can help me with. I'm sorry, Jake, but it's complicated.
Your mom.
He frowned.
I know.
I can't hate her, Jake. She's my mom. I've barely even talked to her. Jake's eyebrows drew together and he leaned forward, his muscles straining as he pivoted me completely around to face him.
You'd be surprised how easy it is.
For a brief moment, I saw the images of his own mother, a woman with a classic beauty that was washed out by years of drug use. Jake's features relaxed, and his eyes turned pleading.
But I don't expect you to, Zoe. I know what it means to you to have her back.
Of its own accord, my mind opened itself to his, searching for the truth in his words. But you hate her, I said hollowly. Jake didn't have to say anything. I already knew it was true. What happens if I can't hate her for what she did? I asked, bitterness riddling my voice. Bitterness at my mom for putting me in this fucking situation, and bitterness with myself for seeking what, deep down, I knew I would never have. A real mom. What if I never can? I'd finally asked him the single most important question I'd been obsessing over for the past week, but I didn't avert my gaze, and I didn't close myself off from him. I needed to feel the truth, to know if things were going to change between us because of her. Our faces only inches apart, Jake asked me very softly,
"What are you afraid of?"
A dark, loitering doubt harbored in my heart refused to go away.
That I'll leave? That I'll resent you? Why can't you trust me? Us?
His voice was gentler than I'd expected. Is it so hard to believe that I would worry about you resenting me because of who I am? What happens if I forgive her? What happens if I want her to be in my life? Jake shook his head.
That won't happen.
And how do you know?
You could never truly forgive her, not after what she's done to you, to your family,
he said.
I know you're scared. This is all new and confusing for you. I get that. But you won't forgive her. You won't choose her.
You don't know that. Jake leaned back against the tree, his body rigid and a scowl on his face.
I know you. You won't risk everyone you love, everyone who's been there for you, for her.
He paused.
You won't risk Danny.
Slowly, his arms wrapped around me, and he pulled me into him.
I'm in this with you. We'll figure it out as we go.
His tone was so adamant, his gaze so determined, that I could only trust him, trust my heart, despite the difficulties I knew lay in store for me, for us. Allowing my hope to bloom into a small smile, I shrugged. You're probably right, but I won't know for sure until after tonight. In the shadows of the dusk light, I watched Jake's eyebrows draw together.
What's tonight?
I hesitated. Gabe's taking me to talk to her.
So,
Gabe said, standing in front of me on the same stretch of beach he'd constructed the last time he'd entered my dreams, before Danny, Jason, and the others had joined us outside Canyon City.
Is it all you expected and more?
I glanced around at the dream world surrounding us. I smiled nervously, my emotions a dangerous mixture that had me second-guessing my decision to do this. At least there's no unnerving replica of Danny sitting beside me this time. Gabe laughed.
I forgot about that. You didn't like my Danny avatar?
I shook my head. Gabe waited for a moment, no doubt giving me time to change my mind and go back to dreams that didn't include meeting my mom for the first time while I was actually me. Finally, he said,
Are you ready?
Taking a deep breath, I shrugged. I'd come too far to change my mind when I was so close. Ready as I'll ever be. He smirked.
I've heard you say that before,
he muttered.
Let's go find her.
Reaching out, I touched Gabe's arm. Hey, Gabe? He stilled mid-step, glanced down at where my hand rested on his arm, then at me. Thank you for doing this. Gabe smiled.
Say my name when you're ready, and we'll try to visit some of the members of the Bodega Bay Town Council before we call it a night.
I nodded, and the next thing I knew, it was late afternoon, and I was standing in my backyard at my childhood home in Bodega Bay. A young Jason swung in the tire swing, hanging from the cypress tree next to the deck. The sight made my chest tighten. There were so many memories in that house, so much loneliness. I watched as Jason swung lazily back and forth, oblivious to me standing there. He was a pretty cute kid for being such a butthead,
and part of me thought I could see a little bit of my dad in him at that age, something I'd never really picked up on before. But as strange as it was to be home and to be watching my brother as a small child, it wasn't true to life, making it more disturbing than nostalgic. The difference was that my dad was standing behind Jason, playing the role of the attentive father, spending time with his son in the yard after a day spent in his woodshop. His work clothes looked true to life, and the tousled light brown hair he'd always run his fingers through was appropriate, but Dad standing with Jason while he played in the yard was unlikely. If anything, Jason often went to the tire swing to get away from Dad. At least he had in his later years. Scanning the rest of the yard, I froze. I tried to prepare myself to see her, but my heart still thudded in my chest when I saw my mom sitting on the edge of the deck. She wore dark slacks and a white button-down shirt, as if she had just come home from work herself. She was watching my dad and Jason so intently, with such longing. I felt it bleeding my soul. Unlike the single photograph I had of her, she appeared tired, her eyes devoid of the peaceful glow that I knew once filled them. Like she could suddenly feel my greedy stare devouring the sight of her, she scanned the breadth of the yard until she found me. Remembering the emotional woman who'd saved me in the golf course, I'd expected her expression to give something away, to show some sign of the emotions that had filled her eyes, but that I hadn't been able to understand at the time. But now, her expression was surprisingly blank. Slowly, she rose to her feet and took a half a dozen steps toward me, her eyes holding mine the entire time. She stopped a few feet away. I tried to think about what I wanted to say to her. I had 100 questions, each of which I was scared to learn the answers to. Does some small part of her love the General at all? Does she ever try to come back to us? Does she regret everything she's done? Will Jason and I ever be safe? Does she love Peter more than us? Zoe, she said quietly in greeting. You seem better. I nodded absently, but wondered exactly what that meant. Better? Than when? The last time she saw me? Are you all right? I looked up at her, and the weight of my trepidation, curiosity, longing, and confusion surged to life, nearly overwhelming me to the point of speechlessness. Just looking at her made me want to cry. I swallowed thickly. I can't believe I'm standing next to you after all this time. Her face softened, and she offered me a weak smile. I stared into her piercing blue-green eyes and wanted so badly to know what she was thinking, to know what she was feeling, to know that my presence affected her more than the guarded expression on her face allowed her to show. But my ability didn't work inside the dream world. After studying me in return, she made a sweeping gesture toward the back deck. Do you want to sit down? With only a couple feet that felt like a mile between us, we started toward the steps of the deck. I like the new haircut, she said, her voice lighter than I'd expected. Thanks. It was an automatic response. I needed a change. I can imagine. I knew I'd caught her off guard by showing up in her dream, but I'd expected our first real conversation would include more than idle chatter about my hair. Maybe some tears or an embrace, but she was composed and hesitant. Slowly, she climbed to the top step and sat down. She clasped her hands together and rested them on her knee like we were two strangers having an uncomfortable conversation. We were two strangers, but she was also my mom, and I was her daughter. I sat on the second-to-last step and leaned against the railing. I didn't know it could feel worse, I thought aloud. She straightened as if she were bracing herself for a verbal lashing. That what could feel worse? She asked tentatively. The loneliness. Her brow tensed. I don't pretend to know what you've gone through, she said a bit tenderly. But I'm glad you came. I felt a rekindle of hope. You are? She nodded. I assumed that once your memory returned and you truly understood everything I've done, well, I suppose I assumed you would never want to see me again. So you can imagine my surprise. But you're my mom, I said a little breathily. I've wanted to know you my entire life. As I sat there with sweating palms and a racing heart, she appeared mostly unaffected, and I realized she was right. She had no idea what I'd gone through without her, how I felt now sitting only feet from her. Needing to look away, to grasp onto my thoughts and feelings before I lost myself to them completely, I stared down at the vibrant redwood slats beneath me. Her version of the yard, her version of my family, was so much different than I remembered it. The backyard doesn't really look like this anymore, I said. No? I shook my head, picking diligently at a blemish in the wood grain. The deck's sun-bleached now and rotting in some spots. When Jason left for the army, Dad sort of stopped taking care of the place. Remembering one particular night of clandestine adventures with Danny, I leaned back and over the length of the step above me, searching the railing for a part of my past. "What are you doing?" she asked, sounding genuinely curious. When I didn't see anything but smooth wood, I sighed, unsure why I'd expected one of my memories to be reflected in her dream. Danny and I carved our initials in the support post one day. I laughed softly, bitterly. Dad pretended to be upset, but I knew he didn't really care. He didn't care much about anything. I didn't realize he would take my leaving the way he did, she said. If I would have known. You wouldn't have left? She looked down to her hands, avoiding my gaze. Would you still have left us if you knew Dad was going to be such a wreck? Straightening minimally, she gave me a brief nod. I didn't have a choice, Zoe. Her voice was low but pleading. What about now? We know about you, what you've done, and we're willing to take the risk. You don't have to stay with him. You don't have to be a part of it anymore. We can try to salvage our family, I said, my vision beginning to blur. I'm sorry, Zoe, but I can't leave. Peter needs me, and You would stay with them, the general and his son, and forget about us? She seemed to deflate. I could never forget about you and your brother, she said. Her voice was thin, and her eyes gleamed. Then come back. I hated the desperation in my voice, but I couldn't help it. She reached out for me, her warm hand gently clasping my shoulder. It's not so easy, Zoe. You have to understand. Then tell me. Why? Why can't you leave Peter? Leave the general? Why didn't you come with me when you saved me from Clara? Do you love your new life, your new family so much? Do you... He's sick, Zoe. My mouth was open, but there were no words. Peter needs to stay at the colony, and I won't leave him. Please, don't ask me to abandon another one of my children, to leave him in Gregory's hands. She shook her head, a tear escaping down her cheek, and she swiftly brushed it away. I won't lose another child because of my past decisions. She hesitated. I'm sorry. This time her tone was a bit colder. I nodded, not in understanding, but because I guess I never really thought she'd come back to us. Otherwise, she would have already found a way. Bring him with you, I blurted. We'll figure things out. You're all we have left. He has to stay in the colony, Zoe. There are things he needs, things I couldn't give him if we were anywhere else. I struggled to swallow the lump thickening in my throat. I tried to feel sympathy for Peter, the half-brother I'd never met, but he was nothing to me. The knowledge that my mom was sitting in front of me and refusing to rejoin what remained of our family was too painful to ignore. Now that you have Peter? I wrung my hands in my lap.
Do you still regret leaving us?
Despite the drumming of my heart and the sound of my own voice echoing in my ears, all I could focus on was her answer. Her brow furrowed. Of course I do. I wish things had been different, that I could have watched you and Jason grow up, that I could have been a part of your lives. But I don't regret leaving to save you. How could I? Trying to ignore the burning ache in my chest, I latched onto my resentment. Why did you even have kids? I bit out. How could you when you knew you'd never be safe? Now everyone's dead or crazy, and we're worried about monitors and the general finding us. My voice ricocheted in the stillness of her dream. Jason and Dad were suddenly gone, and it was just my mom and me sitting together in a setting she seemed so out of place in, my future juxtaposed with my past. I understand that you're angry, she said softly. I don't blame you. Shaking my head, a whimsical thought left my lips. None of this would have happened if you just stayed. You all would be dead if I had stayed. I had to go. I could hear her frustration, but I ignored it. I reminded her of her own words. You told Danny that Harrison would have found someone else to create the virus even if you hadn't. I stood, unable to sit so close to her any longer. There are always what-ifs and maybes. I can't go back and change my decisions. Knowing you're alive means more. Alive? Barely, I spat. Everything changed the day you left. Can't you see that? Resentment made it difficult to speak. Dad, Jason, me? We weren't a family, not really. Dad was never around, and Jason and I never had a real relationship. All I had was Danny. While you, I could barely say the words, you started a new family. With him. Please understand that I'm sorry. God, am I sorry for all the pain I've caused you and your brother. But this is my life now, and I have to do what I can to make things right. Just not right with us, I whispered. Her eyes shimmered and her lips tensed as she swallowed. After a brief moment, she descended the steps and stopped in front of me. Hesitantly, she reached for my face. Her eyebrows lifted the barest amount as she wiped a tear from my cheek. I closed my eyes at the feeling of her touch. It was warm and comforting, despite my mounting anger, and knowing it was the last time I'd ever see her, I burned the sensation into my memory. Zoe, I'm so... Her voice broke. I'm so sorry, Please don't, I said, and slowly turned away from her before I completely lost control of myself. She made no move to stop me, and after I whispered Gabe's name, my mom and the disturbing replica of my home disappeared.
Chapter 24. Danny, May 23rd, 1 AE, Bodega Bay, California. It was the morning of the final day of our journey, finally, and I was holding open the stuff sack for our tent, waiting for Jason to shove the rolled-up mass of dark green nylon into it. Every morning it seemed to be a personal goal of his to roll up the tent even tighter to make it fill an even smaller space. I smiled.
Watch this,
Jason said with a smirk. He slipped the rolled-up tent into the stuff sack like the interior was lined with butter. I stifled my grin while I pulled the sack's drawstring to close it tightly. Wow, that's a real talent you've got there. I tossed the tent on the ground with our packs, saddlebags, and the other stuff sacks containing our sleeping gear. You should start a tent rolling league. Jason crossed his arms and watched me as I pulled my hair free of its hair tie and bent over to smooth the wild curls back into a more secure ponytail. I straightened and stared back at him. What? I'm absolutely, completely serious, I said, batting my eyelashes. You should totally do that. My eyes widened like I'd had a light bulb moment. It could be a game in the post-apocalyptic Olympics. Jason's eyes narrowed, the corner of his mouth curving up just enough to reveal the hint of a dimple.
You're hilarious,
he said dryly and started toward me. He stopped with the toes of his boots almost touching mine and simply stared down at me.
So damn funny.
His gaze flicked down to my lips, then returned to my eyes. I licked my lips, feeling the charge of desire building between us, electric and pulsing. Annie giggled and ran between us, causing Jason to take a step backward. He broke eye contact with me, looking around camp before bending over to pick up our camping gear. Briefly, his eyes met mine, still burning with unfulfilled desire and so much damn promise, before he started toward the barn where we'd stored the wagon, cart, and tack for the night.
We're sure Bodega Bay's clear,
he asked over his shoulder.
Absolutely sure.
Taking a deep, calming breath, I told my libido to shut the hell up and grabbed both sets of saddlebags, tossing one over my shoulder. I had to jog to catch up with Jason. Yeah, or as sure as we can be. Last night, Gabe and Zoe had met with some of the members of the town council, Bodega Bay's ruling body, alerting them of our imminent arrival plans and double-checking how safe the area had been over the last few weeks. Around our breakfast campfire, they'd relayed what the members of the town council told them. They'd been doing daily sweeps of the area in and around the town, and they hadn't seen any lost ones, the local survivors' term for what we called crazies, for over a month. Jason shot me a sideways glance.
And there's still no contradictory reports from any of your scouts.
I shook my head. I'd confirmed the information Zoe and Gabe had passed on with the animals in the area. My furred and feathered informants hadn't caught a whiff of any off-smelling two-legs for weeks. Beyond that, Kai and Zoe would be doing their usual mental sweep of the area once we were close enough, and that would hopefully provide double confirmation. Besides, if we couldn't trust the survivors of our hometown, who could we trust? We reached the barn, and Jason propped the heavy wooden door open, letting me enter before he did. He placed the stuff sacks in their usual place in the chuck wagon, his expression thoughtful. I watched him for a moment before setting our saddlebags on top of our respective saddles. When I turned to face him again, hands resting on my hips, I found him staring deeper into the barn, his eyebrows drawn together. Worry was written on his face, plain as day. He never allowed himself to be so expressive when the others were around. "What is it?" He looked at me and blinked, his usual guarded mask sliding back in place.
What if we lead him there?
I tilted my head to the side. Harrodson? I frowned. I don't think we will, or at least, I don't think he'll follow us.
You can't know for sure.
Shaking my head, I exhaled heavily and moved to stand in front of Jason. I reached for his hands and wove our fingers together. No, I can't know for sure. And if Becca can, she's not saying anything about it. I peered up at him. I can't know anything for sure, except that I love you, and I want to find a place where we can settle down and be together. I laughed softly. With our crazy new family of superhuman freaks and just live. I sighed. I'm tired, Jason. We can't run forever, and we can't pretend that everyone else's safety is our responsibility because it's not. The only people we're responsible for are ourselves. Jason's gaze softened.
And Annie.
I smiled. And Annie. Have you seen Jason? I asked first Mace and Camille, who were moseying around the Bodega Bay Riders Ranch collecting firewood, then Carlos, who was setting up a stall in the stable to be a comfortable living space / prison cell for his sister, while Vanessa remained locked in the neighboring stall, chatting nonstop with nobody. Then Chris and Harper, who were inside the ranch house, cleaning up the gory remnants of the attack that had spurred our early departure months ago, so it was at least partially habitable for the few days we would be camping there. Then Gabe and Sanchez, who were unloading gear from the cart and wagon. But nobody had seen Jason for nearly a half hour, not since we'd arrived at the ranch. I found Zoe just outside the stable's pasture door, rubbing down the last of the horses with Sam. Her hair was up in a short ponytail, and she was wearing her usual dark fitted tank top, jeans, and combat boots combo, making her appear both harder and more laid back than she'd been the last few years. The week since leaving Tahoe had really been the only time we'd had together since the outbreak, and I was enjoying finding out all kinds of new things about my best friend. She was stronger, both physically and emotionally. Instead of emerging shattered from a situation that would have broken most people, she'd come out more decisive, willful, and sure of herself. And she was more capable and confident than the Zoe I remembered, which made me smile. Art gallery and bartender Zoe seemed like a washed-out reflection of the vibrant, vivacious woman standing in front of me. I leaned one shoulder against the metal doorframe. "Have you seen your brother?" Zoe's face scrunched up, making her look constipated, before she turned away from me to continue brushing shadow. I knew that face. It meant she was hiding something from me. "Zoe?" Squinting, I visually scanned the part of the pasture that I could see, while I telepathically scanned the rest of the pasture land around the ranch for Jason's chestnut gelding. When I didn't feel the unnamed horse's mind anywhere, I expanded my search. Only then did I find him, in town, heading straight for our home street. He's going home? Why? And why isn't Zoe going with him? I don't know. Without looking at me, Zoe gestured inside the stable, indicating the stall immediately to the left of the doorway. It was the same stall that Wings had favored during our several-week stay on the ranch during the winter. "Just go after him already." Zoe glanced at me over her shoulder, smirking. "You know that's what you're going to do anyway, and I'm not crazy enough to try to stop you, so..." Nodding, I strode to the stall doorway, where Wings stood with her head stuffed in a bucket that I could only assume contained oats or some other tasty snack. She lifted her head just enough to look me in the eye, murmured, "Yum," in my mind, and returned to eagerly stuffing her face. I couldn't bring myself to disturb her well-deserved rest by resaddling her and asking her to carry me the mile or so between the ranch and Jason's house. If I asked her, she would do it, but that didn't make it right. "Enjoy, pretty girl," I told her before leaving her to munch on her oats in peace. When I turned back to Zoe, I found her cinching Shadow's saddle around his onyx belly. "Take him," she said. "It was a short day anyway, and he still seems a little antsy." I frowned, feeling bad about delaying Shadow's relaxation time, but after receiving his reassurance as well as Zoe's that he would be okay with another short trip, I nodded. "Thanks, Zoe." She flashed me a grin that looked just a tiny bit forced. "Anytime." Several minutes later, I was riding Shadow down the gravel driveway at a walk. I left the stable through the door leading to the pasture. "Jack," I said to my German shepherd, "I need you."
"With pup?"
he said, showing me an image of Annie, flanked by two dogs, Jack and Cooper, while she carried on an intense telepathic conversation with the mama loon who was floating in the pond behind the ranch house. I briefly looped myself into their conversation, hearing the bird express her concerns about how much lower her pond was this spring than it had been the previous year. "I'm going to be gone for an hour or two," I told Annie, interrupting her interspecies conversation. "Stay with Cooper, and don't go any further from the house." Annie responded with the telepathic equivalent of a pout. "I mean it," I said, a warning in my mental voice. Okay, she agreed without any more fuss. I wasn't sure if she was so easy to manage because her mind was more attuned to a pack structure like the mind of a wolf, because of how fully she embraced drifting, because she'd lived among dogs and wolves for months, or because she was simply an easygoing kid, and I wasn't about to complain. I let her know that I was pleased, then put our connection on the back burner so I could speak only to Jack. Leave Annie with Cooper and come find me.
Yes, Mother.
About 10 minutes later, I was swaying atop Shadow as he lazily clip-clopped down my street, the usual coastal fog hindering my view of the bay on the left, of the road up ahead, of the houses on the right, of pretty much everything. I'd been paying attention to the location of Jason's horse while I rode. He'd been stopped several hundred yards up ahead, presumably at Jason's house, but suddenly started moving further away. That's odd, I mumbled. Is Jason going to my house? The only other logical explanation I could come up with was that he was heading out to the new town center, the marina near the end of the peninsula beyond our houses, to let the town council know we'd arrived. I shook my head. The council already knew we were arriving today and had given us permission to stay at the ranch until we met with them the following day. Which brought me back to the deduction that he was going to my house, and gave rise to a horde of questions, the first among them being, why? Shadow, Jack, and I continued on through the fog, following Jason's horse. When I sensed him stop moving again, I was certain about Jason's destination. The shape of Jason's horse formed in the fog as we approached my house. He was standing sentry in the front yard, his reins looped around the deck's banister. I dismounted a few yards away and spent several seconds attempting to puzzle out what Jason was doing at my house. And still I came up with nothing. Zip. Nada. I glanced down at Jack, who was sitting patiently beside me. I'm going in. Can you stay out here and keep an eye on things with Shadow and Nameless? The poor horse's moniker, or lack thereof, had become well known among the other animals, amusing them to no end. Jack barked as he stood and started wagging his tail. Let me know if you sense danger. He barked his affirmative. I made my way to the deck stairs, pausing to pick a sprig of lavender from one of the bushes bordering the railing before making my way up the wooden steps. I tried the doorknob but found it locked, and quickly hurried back down the stairs and around to the back of the house, where Graham's kept the spare key hidden in a flower pot on the back deck. When the sole of my boot touched the first stair, the back door creaked open, and I stared up at it. The doorway was empty. Jason? I ascended the stairs and crossed the deck to the open door, the wooden boards groaning as I took each step. I paused in the doorway, peering around the bright, cheery, and empty kitchen and adjoining dining room. There was no sign of Jason other than the door being opened, which had to be him, right? I stepped over the threshold feeling a little creeped out. The quietness was eerie, as was Jason's apparent absence, and not even the comforting combination of cinnamon, chamomile, wax, and pine scents could ease my burst of anxiety. Jason? I repeated, a little louder. Where are...
Upstairs, Red.
He called, his voice seeming to float down the stairs and echo in the hallway leading to the back of the house. I jumped. Pressing my hand to my chest in a vain effort to still my now racing heart, I hurried through the kitchen and down the hall, my footsteps sounding too loud on the linoleum and hardwood. I made my way up the carpeted stairway, taking the first few steps two at a time, but slowing as I neared the top. Jason, what? I stopped in the hallway just outside my bedroom, my mouth falling open as I stared at Jason through the open doorway. The little sprig of lavender slipped out of my fingers. There, in the center of the room, Surrounded by my antique furniture and delicate ivory and lavender decor, and wearing a pair of dark jeans and a white button-down shirt that looked far too pristine to be a part of his post-apocalyptic wardrobe, knelt Jason, on one knee, smiling a small, tight-lipped smile that altered the curve of his scar. It was a secret smile he only ever showed to me, and even then only on rare occasions. My breath was non-existent. Jason's eyes seemed deeper, bluer, more intense than usual as he stared back at me.
The world's gone to shit, and the only time I feel anything anymore is when I'm with you.
He chuckled, letting his dimples show.
The messed up part is, I feel better, happier around you than I ever did back when the world was whole. I never thought I was capable of this.
He shook his head.
Of caring about someone so much that I would do anything for them, be anything for them, give up anything for them. But that's how I feel every time I look at you.
Those sapphire eyes blazed into me.
As far as I'm concerned,
He said,
there's you and me, and then there's everyone else. You're the only one I refuse to live without.
I swallowed, opening my mouth and shutting it again without saying a word.
Which is why I want to give you this,
He said, extending his fist. He turned his hand over and uncurled his fingers, revealing a tiny wooden circle resting on the center of his palm. A ring. Does that mean...
I can't stand the idea of another day, another minute going by without you knowing. I mean, really, truly knowing, deep in your bones, that I love you.
He fell silent, seeming to wait for me to do something, to say something. When I did neither, simply stood in the doorway, utterly dumbfounded, he rose and slowly made his way toward me. He stopped in front of me and gazed down at me, his eyes filled with so much warmth and hope and love and passion. Too much. Tears welled in my eyes from the intensity of the emotion shining in those blue, blue depths. I couldn't find the right words, probably because I couldn't wrap my mind around anything he'd just confessed. He reached his hand up to stroke the backs of his fingers down the side of my face.
Happy tears, I hope.
I nodded dumbly. They were the happiest tears that ever existed. They were the kind of tears that would run circles around smiles and giggles and laughter. Jason smiled, just a bit, and lowered his hand.
I've never been religious, and I know it's not your thing either, but I also know how much you value your grandma's culture.
He touched the Claddagh medallion lying snug and warm against my chest, then lowered his hand to brush his fingertips over the black Celtic knot tattooed on my wrist.
So I thought this would mean more to you than any ceremony or vows.
He raised his hand and once again opened it, giving me a better view of the ring. Made from a pale golden wood that was almost the color of honey and striated with slivers of brown, the ring had been carved by a deft hand into a more intricate and delicate piece of jewelry than I would have thought possible. Just like the silver medallion I wore around my neck at all times, a gift from my grandpa to Grams on their wedding night, the wooden ring had been carved into the shape of two hands holding a crowned heart, a Claddagh ring. I stared at it, wide-eyed and even more astonished than I'd been when I'd first caught sight of Jason down on one knee. Jason, did you make that?
I did.
His voice was a quiet, low rumble, barely more than a whisper.
And this one.
Again, he raised his left hand, but this time he stopped short of touching my face. Another ring, twin to the one sitting on his palm in every way other than its larger size, had been fitted around his ring finger. The heart pointed inward, signifying that he was taken, that his heart belonged to someone. To me. Slowly shaking my head, I raised my eyes to meet his. But when did you...
I had to do something during all those nights I was on watch.
He shrugged, dismissing what was easily the kindest, most generous and thoughtful gift anyone had ever given me as unimportant.
Might as well have been making something to show you that when I say I love you, I mean it. That when I tell you I want to be with you forever, not just right now, I mean it.
I wet my lips with my tongue, swallowing roughly before speaking. God, I love you, and I want to be with you forever too. I raised my right hand, reaching for the little wooden ring with shaking fingers. I was breathing harder than usual, my heart beating faster than was necessary, as I slipped it onto my left ring finger, the heart pointing inward. It fit perfectly. The happiest tears on earth spilled over the brims of my eyelids, streaking down my cheeks as I smiled at Jason. I reached up, placing my hands on either side of his face, drinking in the wondrous sight of him, reddish scar and all. And I want to be with you right now, I whispered, standing on tiptoes as I pulled his head down. Our lips touched without any hesitancy, igniting a kiss that was filled with so much love and passion and wanting, that was so sustaining, so fulfilling, that I didn't think either of us even needed air. Jason's hands were on my cheeks and jaw, behind my neck, on my shoulders, snaking around my waist, moving wherever he needed them to be to pull me closer to him. We moved a few steps in some direction, and suddenly a wall was against my back, and I was being sandwiched between it and the hard heat that was Jason's body. His kiss was relentless, demanding more from me, always more. His hands traveled down the sides of my body, blazing hot trails of desire that pooled low in my abdomen, smoldering, aching, needing. Those hands ended up on my backside, and with a solid grip, Jason lifted me, guiding my legs around his hips. We'd been here before, like this before, but we'd been interrupted by approaching crazies. There were no more crazies in the town, and I would be damned if I was about to let anything else get in the way of us consummating the epic exchange we just shared. If you stop, I told him between gasping breaths and hungry kisses, I will kill you so many, many times. Jason pulled me away from the wall and spun me around, carrying me further into the bedroom. I already had his shirt almost all the way unbuttoned by the time he lowered me onto the bed, only missing the bottom 2 buttons, which had been wedged between us. I quickly undid the final 2, and he shrugged the shirt off, tugging his undershirt over his head in one smooth motion. That simple unveiling sparked a flurry of disrobing, our hands fighting to unbutton, to unzip, to pull off, until finally there was no more clothing between us. As Jason lay atop me, nothing separated us anymore. Not fabric, not secrets, not unexpressed emotions.
God, I love you so fucking much, Red.
Jason said, his voice hoarse.
So fucking much.
With a grunt, he shifted his hips, and there was no more speaking, no more thought. There was only the 2 of us and the feeling of our bodies being joined together. Nothing else, nobody else, mattered. Just him and me, together. So, what do I call you now? I asked, snuggling closer against Jason's side as he wrapped the pale, vine-embroidered comforter and ivory sheets more tightly around us both. I felt like every bone and muscle in my body had been replaced with jelly. Happy, tingly, satisfied jelly. Laughing softly, he pressed his lips to the top of my head.
I know it's crazy, but How about Jason?
I turned my face up to his, pretending to glare. You know what I mean. Lowering my head, I rested my cheek on the firm muscle below his collarbone. Are you still just my boyfriend, or are you my Uber boyfriend, my perma boyfriend, my partner? I wrinkled my nose, not liking the sound of the last.
Husband?
Jason said, his voice so quiet that the single word was barely audible. I gulped, and my heart rate quadrupled. Husband, I repeated just as quietly. Which would make me...
My wife,
Jason said, louder and sounding more sure of himself. I glanced up at him, and when I saw the sheer contentment softening his features, my heart soared. I couldn't stop smiling. I grinned so wide and for so long that my facial muscles ached and my lips trembled. Minutes passed with nothing but the muffled sounds of our hearts beating and our slowing breaths, until finally Jason sighed.
We've been gone for hours, and it'll be getting dark soon. We should get back.
I looked up at his face, resting my chin on his shoulder. Can't we stay here for the night? I mean, isn't this technically our wedding night? I giggled. Shouldn't we stay here and do wedding night things? Closing his eyes and tensing his features into a pained expression, Jason groaned.
If only we could. But what if something happened to the others while we were...
No, you're right. Of course you're right. I frowned, disappointed that our moment of alone time would be so short-lived. Memorable, but short-lived. I kissed his shoulder, then his neck and his jawline, and finally his lips. Come on, I said, sitting up and tugging the blankets off of Jason in the process. Let's go. 10 minutes later, we were walking out the front door. Jason paused just outside the door, pulling a key out of the front pocket of his jeans and using it to lock the deadbolt. I raised my eyebrows in a silent question.
Your grandma kept a spare key in a flower pot,
he said.
Sort of an obvious hiding place.
I raised one shoulder, dropping it quickly. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Not that it matters anymore. Wrapping my arms around my middle, I turned to stare out at the fog blocking the view of the harbor. Jason stepped up behind me, covering my arms with his as he hugged me from behind. I miss her so much, I said, my voice tight with sorrow, and I knew Jason would understand that I was talking about Grams.
I know.
We stood like that for minutes, remembering those we'd lost, until finally Jason released me and stepped to the side. He took hold of my hand and raised it slightly, looking down at my ring finger.
Do you like it?
There was hesitancy in his voice, hesitancy and a hint of worry. I looked at him, widening my eyes in surprise. Jason, I love it, more than I can ever express. I don't think I could ever come up with a gift that'll mean so much to you. Jason gave my hand a squeeze.
You already have, Red.
I offered him a small, bashful smile and felt my cheeks heat. Hand in hand, we descended the steps leading down to the front yard, and I was happier than I'd ever thought was possible. We led the horses back toward the ranch, Jack loping ahead, frolicking around bushes and between houses and cars that had been parked so long that most probably wouldn't start even if they had enough fuel. The sun was just beginning to slip behind the rolling hills to the east when we started up the gravel driveway to the ranch. As we passed the rustic old barn that stood slightly to the west of the stable, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I thought I spotted Annie, strands of blonde hair flailing behind her as she ran around the corner of the barn. Annie giggled, and the bubbly sound was immediately followed by a loud shh. I raised my eyes to meet Jason's. His face was absolutely blank. Too blank. He'd planned the events that had unfolded at my house, leading to our spontaneous and unofficial but no less permanent in our hearts marriage, and I was starting to wonder if that wasn't all he'd planned. I craned my neck to see around the corner of the barn. But I didn't have a chance to get any more of the question out. "Congratulations!" shouted pretty much every living person I knew, which amounted to a small crowd of a little over a dozen people. Behind them, on the faded red wall of the barn, the same sentiment was painted in enormous white letters, applied with enough embellishments, swirls, dots, and off-shooting vines, to tell me that Zoe had at least had a hand in applying the finishing touches. Again, I glanced up at Jason, then searched the small crowd for my best friend. I found Zoe standing between Jake and Sam, grinning like she was just a little too pleased with herself. I was almost positive I'd never seen her look so happy. "Zoe, you knew," I said as we approached, pretending to be irritated, though I knew she could feel every single wave of elation that poured out of me. I placed my free hand on my hip. "You knew and you didn't tell me." Zoe's only response to my mock tantrum was to roll her eyes. She raised her arms, holding a bunch of flowers out in front of her. As we drew closer, I realized they weren't just a bunch of flowers, but a crown of flowers, bright orange California poppies and white and fuchsia ice plant flowers, looking like little sunbursts with a halo of long, slender petals. Besides Zoe, Sam held up his own handful of flowers, which turned out to be an even bigger, if less colorful, botanical crown. I couldn't hold back the ginormous grin that spread across my face, but I also couldn't seem to find my tongue. Zoe stepped forward, lifting her delicate burden so she could settle the crown on my head. She spent a few moments rearranging the curls that had escaped from my braid, just so, before leaning in and wrapping her arms around me in a strong, heartfelt hug. Zoe'd always been a good hugger. Placing her hands on my shoulders, she pulled back and met my gaze, her blue-green eyes shimmering. "I'm so incredibly happy for you." Her gaze shifted to her brother, then returned to me. "For both of you." "Really?" I said, the single word asking the thousands of questions I'd held in over the weeks since we'd left Tahoe, all variations of the same. "Are you okay with me being with your brother?" "Really?" She pulled me in for another hug. When she released me and stepped back, she was grinning from ear to ear. "Now show me the damn ring." Her eyes flicked to her brother. "Mr. Grumpy Pants refused to let me see it before you did, even if he did use my pinky to gauge the size." I held out my left hand, showing her the immaculately carved oak clotter ring, and gave Jason's hand a squeeze with my right. As Zoe lifted my hand higher to get a better look at the ring, her lips parted and her eyes widened. After several long seconds, she turned her gaze to Jason, finally focusing on him for more than a brief moment. "Jason, that's... wow. It's stunning." She smiled faintly and shook her head. Even Dad would have been impressed. I looked up at Jason, too, expecting to see the gleam of emotion, sadness, and regret that usually shone in his eyes whenever his dad was mentioned, but I found only pride. "Zoe," Sam said, stepping up beside her, "do you want this one now?" He held out the larger, paler crown of flowers, clearly hoping she would relieve him of his duty as floral crown bearer. "Oh, right." Zoe took the circlet of flowers from him and turned an obstinate glare on her brother. "Don't you dare argue about wearing this. You put me in charge of organizing this shindig with barely a day's notice, and..." "It's fine, Zoe," Jason said. "I'll wear the damn thing." But despite his words, he didn't actually sound annoyed. Zoe took much less time placing Jason's wedding crown on his head. When she finished, She reclaimed my left hand and pulled me toward the barn door, and I, in turn, pulled Jason. The door was shut, which made sense considering that the bottom half of the U and part of the L from congratulations were painted on its surface. Zoe led Jason and me down a path formed of 2 curving lines of rocks, only to stop and face us when she reached the door.
"Close your eyes, both of you,"
she said, looking from me to Jason and back. I did so immediately, grinning like a goofball, but based on her irritated, "Jason," her brother hadn't been quite so compliant.
"Thank you,"
she whispered right before I heard the barn door creak open, and she tugged me forward. After a few steps, she stopped again. I could smell candle smoke and flowers and food, possibly baked beans or something with barbecue sauce, as well as something fishy, but good fishy, not stinky fishy. Since I'd grown closer and closer to the animals, I'd lost my taste for meat, but I still loved seafood. My mouth watered at the thought of what kind of fish awaited me. Zoe arranged Jason and me carefully, making sure we were standing side by side and facing the same direction.
"All right, guys, open 'em."
Opening my eyes, I stared around the barn's interior, absolutely awestruck. Bursts of white hung from the crossbeams, and it took me a moment to recognize them as windsocks and spinners of every conceivable shape and size, their only common trait their color. A long table had been set up in the center of the cavernous space and draped with several overlapping ecru tablecloths. Bouquets of colorful spring wildflowers like those in our crowns filled mason jars spaced in a line down the center of the table. Many bouquets and individual blooms were arranged around and between the makeshift vases, splashing color along the table in an artful, elegant pattern. Another long table had been set up against the right-hand wall, and several sizes of colored glass cups and wine glasses had been laid out on one half, while an impressive assortment of liquor, wine, and beer was displayed on the other. There were large crystal bowls scattered here and there on the table, and it took me a moment to realize that they weren't filled with colored pebbles, but with hundreds and hundreds of pieces of saltwater taffy. My mouth started watering. Saltwater taffy was a treat I adored, and one I hadn't had since before. "Where'd you get all of this, Zoe?" I turned to her, eyes wide with wonder. She snickered.
"Let's just say that I had to get creative with my shopping, and that antique stores aren't people's first, or second or third stop when it comes to scavenging."
She gestured behind us, and both Jason and I turned to see that another long table had been set up beside the barn door, this one holding up a couple of bowls and a platter of food.
"We've got some more stuff coming, but this should get the party started."
She leaned in closer to me, feigning a whisper.
"And yes, Dee, that's trout, breaded and fried and too damn spicy, just the way you like it."
"Where? Who?" Zoe smiled.
"Jake and Carlos took Annie to the trout farm while you were gone."
She shrugged.
"They said there were so many fish they could practically scoop 'em out with their bare hands."
She waved her hands dismissively.
"Enough of this, though. It's time to pop open the champagne."
She started toward the booze table, calling over her shoulder,
"Come on in, guys."
I looked back at the doorway to watch my friends pour into the barn, feeling happier and luckier and more alive than I'd ever felt before. Grinning, I shot Jason a sideways glance, earning another of his secret smiles, and before our friends could swarm around us, I mouthed, "I love you." Jason lowered his head and pressed his lips to mine, and the barn erupted in hoots and cheers, making it sound like there were 3 times as many people as there actually were. When he broke the kiss, he rested his forehead against mine and whispered,
"I love you too."
Chapter 25. Zoe. May 24th, 1 AE. Bodega Bay, California. "Come, Zoe." The faceless woman was pulling me, her long fingers wrapped tightly around my wrist.
No! I shouted at her, trying to tug my arm away. My heart was beating so wildly I struggled to breathe. Let go, please! My little girl legs were too weak against the strong hold she had on me, and they skittered on the ground as she dragged me along. I held my breath and, with all the willpower I had in me, tugged my arm free. The woman froze, turned, and stared down at me, her featureless face somehow menacing. I said, come now! She was furious, and I knew deep in my soul that she was going to kill me. What are you going to do to me? She only laughed, an icy, detached sound that sent a wave of dread over me, making my blood turn cold. I need you. I whimpered. For what? You ask too many questions, she growled. Shut up. Choking sobs burst from my chest, my throat. Please don't hurt me, I begged. I'll be good, I promise. I won't ask any more questions. It's too late for that. With a final tug, the faceless woman flung me into a dark room and slammed the door. The air seemed to thicken, and I grabbed at my throat, gasping. The inky darkness swallowed me. As I flailed, I watched my outline come in and out of view, like I was only partially in existence. As the dream changed, my little sundress began to glow. My hands tingled, and I held them up in front of my face. They grew before my eyes, my palms getting bigger, my fingers longer. Suddenly, light was shining all around me, and I was in a white, empty room. I stared down at my adult body, my little sundress exchanged for cargo pants and combat boots. I sighed with relief. Hearing the clearing of a throat, I glanced up. I was standing in a room with my mom. A decrepit boy stood beside her, a hungry, maniacal gleam in his black eyes. He smiled, his teeth yellowed like his skin. Peter, my mom said, this is your sister, Zoe. Her blood is going to save you. His smile broadened. Be a darling and tie her up. I felt the color drain from my face. My blood? My mom waved my question away as she glanced down at the clipboard in her hands. You're my greatest experiment, she said, her casualness unnerving. Peter, please. My mom gestured to me, and the boy strode toward me. I tried to step back, but my feet were glued to the ground. My heartbeat quickened. When I looked up, Peter was only inches from me, so I raised my hand to stop him. Get away from me! But he kept coming, emitting a sinister laugh. Peter, don't do this, I pleaded. But there was nothing I could do, nowhere I could go. Before I knew what was happening, his fingers skewered my chest, and the burning sensation of 5 sharp blades cutting into my flesh and bone made me scream out in pain. In the late foggy morning, with my hair up in a ponytail and the crisp sea breeze nipping at the back of my neck, Jason, Danny, Jake, and I sat atop our horses as they clomped lazily down the highway toward my childhood home. My stomach was in knots. The longing and familiarity I often felt when thinking of home tangled with the increasing ache of grief the closer we drew to my street. Haunting dreams and restless nights hadn't helped my nerves at all either. But I was being good. I clung to what I missed about being home. I focused on the calming, muffled sound of the waves crashing against the cove beyond the cypresses lining the highway, and the occasional call of the seabirds perched on the rocky cliffs. Are you okay, Zoe? Danny asked as Wings fell into step beside Shadow. The 2 horses craned their necks slightly to meet the other's stare, and I wondered what silent conversation transpired between them. Yeah, just mixed feelings, you know?
Danny gave me a quick nod and reached out to squeeze my arm. Her fingernails were just a little bit dirty, and her hands were coarse against my skin. Two things the old Danny never would have let happen. I couldn't help but smile. "What's so funny?" she asked, her hand dropping back to her leg. Shaking my head, I smiled. "I'm glad you're here with me, Dee." We'd been through so much over the past few months, and we were finally together. I couldn't help but think about how lucky I'd been. I'd crossed thousands of miles to be with her and Jason, and now here we were, starting a new chapter in our lives together. I turned in my saddle and looked back at Jake. He and Jason were strategizing about something. I could tell by the way Jake was nodding and offering a word here and there, while Jason drew shapes in the air. I wouldn't have made it without Jake. Facing front again, I couldn't help the cheeky grin that engulfed my face as I spotted an old pump house through the fog, peeking out from a bramble of overgrown bushes and scraggly trees. "What?" Danny said, unable to resist smiling even though she was clueless as to why. A parade of childhood memories danced through my head. "Remember that place?" I asked, nodding behind her. We decorated it as our summertime hangout after 5th grade, our no bullies, no boys allowed fort. Danny turned in her saddle. After an amused sigh, she said, "Yep, no boys allowed." I grinned in a nostalgic haze. It's so overgrown now. I can barely even see where it was. Oh, what about the hideout we made under Mr. Boogeyman's deck? Danny burst into laughter. Our horses spooked at the sound, but only momentarily before they continued around the bend in the road toward my house. "That was short-lived, and not the smartest place to hang out," she said. "Yeah, poor Mr. Bergman. I feel sort of bad now, but he was so creepy." I turned to my brother. "Jason, do you remember Mr. Bergman?" He scoffed. "That old guy you stalked one summer?" He was the boogeyman," Danny said, trying to sound affronted. "Weren't you guys like 11? Who believes in the boogeyman when they're 11 years old?" He was definitely the boogeyman, Jason," I said, mimicking my 11-year-old self. I remember that summer so clearly, I nearly laughed again. "Remember the nights he would walk around town all creepy and in the shadows, in a trench coat?" I leaned forward and patted Shadow's shoulder. "He was on the town watch," Jason said from behind me. "You guys knew that, right?" "Wait, what?" Danny said. "We had a town watch?" We both turned around to see Jason. He shrugged and averted his eyes. "Yeah, it was pretty much just Bergman." "Oh well, it's Bodega Bay. We had to do something to keep ourselves busy," I said, smiling as a wave of memories of other Zoe-Danny adventures bloomed to life. We'd just gotten off at the bus stop and were walking home one afternoon when Kenny Monroe, the boy I had the biggest crush on, ran up and stopped in front of us. Danny and I turned to one another and exchanged confused expressions for a moment, and when I turned back to Kenny, he kissed my cheek before running ahead, disappearing around a bend in the road. I barely had time to even comprehend what had happened. Then there was the time in 8th grade when Grams had to drive all the way to Tamales to pick us up after school. I'd gotten into another fight, and Danny and I had missed the bus home. Grams had been angry, but once she learned that I'd only been protecting Danny from the nasty Nielsen triplets, the gleam in Graham's eyes contradicted her chiding words, and she offered me a silent nod in gratitude. "Good old Mr. Bergman." Danny sighed and shook her head. "Yeah, he was a trooper," I said. "I'm sure he knew we were following him around, but he didn't say anything." "Grams put a stop to that adventure real quick," Danny said, an unmistakable longing in her voice. Out of nowhere, she laughed.
Do you remember how pissed she was? I guess it wasn't very nice to tell everyone he was an evil monster who ate little kids. Laughing, I said, No, I guess it wasn't. Especially because I think Judy and her little sister actually believed it.
So?
Jake said, startling me. I hadn't realized he'd ridden up beside me.
You've always been this much trouble?
He said ruefully, his eyebrow arched. Between Jason's smirk and Danny's dying laughter, I couldn't suppress my own amused chuckle. Yeah, I guess I have been. That was a fun summer, I said, trying to catch my breath. My stomach muscles hurt from laughing so much, but my heart felt lighter. It was a great feeling. Aside from the difficult times I'd had growing up, there were a lot of good times too. But time was a funny thing. It went by so fast that things changed in the blink of an eye. It seemed I'd already lived 3 lifetimes. My childhood, my time in Massachusetts, and now. Danny must have lost herself in thought too, because she and I both grew quiet as we watched the memories from our past disappear in the fog behind us. Jake and Jason's low chuckles and conversation were all that filled our silence. My heartbeat quickened as my house came into view through the mist, and even the talk among the men quieted. The house, faded blue and weather-worn, was exactly how I remembered it, if a little more lonely and bleak. With Danny and me in the lead, we clomped up the driveway, bringing Wings and Shadow to a stop outside the backyard fence. Well, I breathed. Shall we? Dismounting, I wiped my clammy palms on my jeans and walked toward the gate, slowly opening it and paying little attention to the others as I walked through. I led Shadow into the yard and wrapped his reins around his saddle horn so he was free to roam among what little amount of grass and weeds were growing before looking up at the house. The others came into the backyard after me, but I was too busy losing myself in a rush of memories. I could almost picture Jason mowing the side lawn, cursing the tire swing for being in his way. I easily imagined Danny and me lying out on the deck, sunbathing in the only corner that wasn't completely covered in tree shadows, begging the sun god for just a few more minutes, and us eating our lunches at the outside table, music blasting from my stereo. Stepping up onto the first stair of the deck, I thought of my dream 2 nights ago, the night I met my mom. The memory stung, but it also reminded me of something. I bent forward, searching beneath the railing for the carving Danny and I had etched into the wood over a decade ago. In a brief moment of panic, I'd worried it wouldn't be there. It's still here, I said. When I straightened, a smile pulling at my lips, I found Danny standing beside me, her smile equally as big. You expect someone to search the entire deck, underside and all, for things to deface? She scoffed, but merriment brightened her green eyes. I'd told Danny about my dream meeting with my mom, but I hadn't thought about the carving until now. No, I said a little self-consciously. I guess not. Glancing behind me, I noticed that Jake and Jason were a ways back, giving us our space. We'll be in the shop, Jason said, leading Jake toward the large shed our dad had built beside the house. So, Danny eyed the sliding glass door. You ready for this? Yep, I said on an exhale. Taking Danny's hand in mine, I opened the door and stepped into my home, a place I never thought I would set foot in again. The living room was minimally decorated, just as it had been when I'd left for Salem a few years back. A large black sectional butted up against the left wall, and 2 matching recliners flanked the rectangular cedar coffee table my dad had built. Our dusty big-screen TV sat on the entertainment center against the opposite wall, remnants of my extensive movie collection stacked on either side. With the exception of a few of my landscape drawings, there was no artwork on the walls.
There were no family pictures. Although it had bothered me growing up, I understood now that it was probably a safety precaution taken by Dad, since he'd known why my mom had to leave, since he'd known about General Harrison's threats. It had been better, safer, if we weren't able to recognize her. I shook my head at the husk of a life I'd lived, at the lies I'd thought were memories of my childhood. They were memories, but they were skewed and shadowed with more lies than I'd probably ever fully understand. Danny was watching me, her face a careful, cautious mask that did little to hide the gentle waves of anticipation I could feel resonating around her.
It's weird, huh? Like it's the same, but different too.
Peering around the room, I realized that was exactly how it felt. Everything was just as it had been when I'd left years ago, like absolutely nothing had changed. Only I saw things differently now, and the months I'd spent traversing the country with my friends had felt more like home than the dreary house I was standing in. I headed toward the kitchen, poking my head through the doorway to find nothing out of place except... "Someone's been here," I said with a mixture of dread and hope as I stared at the dirty plates in the sink.
"Jason and me. Those are from the last time we were here."
My heart sank a little, but I shrugged and gave Danny a weak smile. Nudging her arm with mine, I turned and walked up the stairs toward my bedroom, each step bringing me closer to an impending clash of pre-ending Zoe and new Zoe. As I stepped into the hallway, I noticed my dad's bedroom door was closed, giving the hall an ominous feeling that made me slightly uncomfortable. I opened my mind completely, letting my feelers wander through the house in search of my dad's mind, but there was no one there but the four of us. I wasn't surprised. He's gone, Zoe. Stopping in the hallway between Jason's room and mine, I stared through his open doorway. His room was a complete mess. Clothes were strewn all around, the contents of his closet were spilling out onto the carpet, and his bedding was rumpled. Recalling the dishes in the sink, I eyed Danny skeptically, hoping I wasn't looking at the aftermath of one of their sexcapades. Danny rolled her eyes and raised her right hand.
"On my honor as your best friend, I swear we've never done anything here. This is just the aftermath of Hurricane Jason when he was going through his stuff, figuring out what he wanted to take with him."
With a snort, I shook my head, ecstatic that I could easily block out those memories that I didn't want to see, and stepped into my bedroom. It seemed just as I'd left it. My queen-size bed was covered with my favorite purple and green comforter. A mountain of pillows were tossed messily at the head, and my cluttered desk seemed untouched against the wall across from it. I vaguely registered Danny sitting down on my bed as I walked up to the corkboard hanging above my desk. I stared at the photos and drawings and notes I'd stuck to its surface over the years. There are so many memories, I thought aloud. It's easy to forget about the good times. I wasn't sure which memories to hold on to, which keepsakes to take with me. Squinting, I stared at one particular picture, then pulled it from the board. It was the single photo I had of Jason and my dad working in the wood shop. I handed it to Danny. Remember how upset my dad was when we took this? I heard the bed springs creak as Danny stood. She drew closer to my side and linked her arm with mine.
"I guess his aversion to having his picture taken sort of makes sense now."
Nodding, I gently pulled my arm from Danny's and crouched down to open the bottom drawer of my desk. I needed to get the items I wanted to take with me and get the hell out of the house. It felt too strange being there, too much like a bad dream. The wood carving kit I'd had since I was 9 years old lay rolled up in the drawer, exactly where I'd left it. "This might come in handy," I said, setting it on the floor. Prepared to close the drawer, I noticed the large black canvas scrapbook I'd been putting together for Danny before she left for Washington. one that I'd obviously neglected in my rushed decision to move to Salem. "I forgot about this," I said, pleasantly surprised, and handed it to Danny. I'd meant it to be a project to work on when I came home to visit, since all my collage stuff is here. I guess I hadn't come back as often as I'd planned. I cringed, feeling a little guilty as I realized how absent a best friend I'd been over the past couple years. Danny accepted it and stared at the photo framed in the window on the front cover. My favorite picture from our boycott prom camping trip, with our faces smushed together, cheek to cheek, our hair concealed in beanies, and the ocean just barely visible behind us. "What?" Seconds passed before Danny tore her eyes away from the photo. Blinking rapidly, she looked at me, her green eyes luminous. "What is this?" Unsure why Danny's stunned reaction was affecting me so much, I bit at the side of my cheek and cleared my throat. "It's a scrapbook of us." I opened it so she could see the decorated pages inside. "I thought it would be nice if you had something in Washington, something that would remind you to come home every once in a while. But like a crappy friend, I ended up leaving and I never finished it, obviously." "Oh, well, Danny shook her head, apparently at a loss for words. None of that matters anymore." She shrugged. "Besides, I left first." With an apologetic smile, she returned her attention to the scrapbook and slowly walked back to the bed. Lying on her stomach, she sprawled out on the comforter, scooting over to make room for me. "Come on, let's see what kind of silliness you packed in this thing." "I hardly remember," I said, crawling up next to her. I settled in, resting my cheek on my hand. When I glanced over at Danny, I grew equally as excited as she was. This is going to be like Christmas for both of us. After Danny and I pilfered through my room a bit longer, I decided nothing I owned, save for the woodcarving kit and a whittled starfish figurine I'd made with my dad's help when I was 12, was worth taking. Everything seemed frivolous and unnecessary, or reminded me of a life I wasn't sure I needed to remember. Danny and I exited my room and plodded down the stairs, through the living room, and out the back sliding door to find the guys. We stopped mid-step at the sight of Jason and Jake sitting in the cushioned deck chairs, smoking cigars. I glanced between them, amused. "Since when do you guys smoke cigars?" I asked with feigned admonishment. Jason took a few quick pulls of his stogie and looked over at us. "Since we found Dad's stash in the wood shop." "Dad had a cigar stash?" I was beginning to think I hadn't known my dad, the scatterbrained woodworker who spent more time in his shop than with his own kids. At all. Who the hell were you, Tom Cartwright? The fact that I didn't know stung a little. I glanced at Danny, whose nose was wrinkled. "Now you're going to be stinky," she said, making a show of waving the smoke away from her with one arm while she hugged the scrapbook to her chest with the other. Jason only chuckled and nodded to the scrapbook. "What's that?" "Something Zoe made for me," Danny said, a smile spreading her lips. Jason made a funny face. "Were you doing arts and crafts up there, or?" Danny walked by him and swatted his arm on the way toward the deck stairs. Jason responded by swatting her in return, on the butt, eliciting a high squeal and giggle from her. "Come on," she said. "We've got a meeting to prep for. We need to get back to the ranch and wrangle in the others." Jason heaved a sigh, but laid his head back against the cushioned chair instead of standing, and closed his eyes against the glaring afternoon sun. "I just need a few more minutes," he groaned, reminding me of a little boy begging his mom for just a few more minutes of sleep. "It might be faster to gather everyone over here. Doesn't look like he's moving anytime soon," I teased. "That'd be great," Jason said, and he let a small smile tug at his lips. It was nice to see my brother so peaceful and happy, a state I didn't think I'd ever see him in.
That's all you're bringing back with you?
Jake asked, nodding to the whittling kit rolled up in my back pocket as he stood. He'd been so quiet, sitting there, observing. What's it like for him to be at my house, in my hometown, smoking a cigar with my brother? I'd gleaned enough about Jake's past, seen the death of his mother and sister, seen Joe and knew how badly Jake missed him, but I thought I would have liked to spend a day with him and the old man in another life. I shook my head. This is it. There's nothing else I want to bring with me. I fingered the outline of the starfish in my front pocket, strangely content with the fact that my past life had boiled down to only 2 items that connected me to my dad. Oblivious to my inner musings, Jake took a final puff of his cigar. It seemed strangely natural to see him with one in his hand. Walking over to him, I linked my fingers with his. What about you guys? Did you find anything besides cigars? Jake gave my hand a quick squeeze.
Some tools that'll come in handy when we're ready to settle. Jason and I were talking, and we're partial to this area. Some of that farmland back around Petaluma was pretty ideal for what we've been discussing.
Yeah? I was surprised to hear Jake say that, a sudden feeling of unease making my heartbeat quicken. He eyed me for a moment.
That okay with you?
With a slight smile, I nodded. I guess I just figured we'd keep going, a little further north maybe. Not so close to everything. He gave me a quizzical look. There weren't as many tools as I thought, Jason interrupted. He grumbled as he peeled himself out of the padded chair. Damn, I forgot how comfortable these things are. Let's take them, I said, untying the cushions from the chair closest to me. We can use them. For? Jason asked, curious. For extra padding on the cart and wagon benches, for sitting around the campfire. For your throne, your highness, I snorted. Consider it my wedding gift to you. Jason laughed as he walked down the stairs toward Danny. I kind of like the sound of that, your highness. I'm sure you do, I muttered. Come on, guys, we gotta go, Danny called from atop wings. Aren't you finished with those nasty cigars yet? Jason, Jake, and I chuckled in response. As Jake and I finished untying all the cushions, I glanced around at my friends, at my family. Jason leaned against Wings, fingering the fringe of her chocolate and white-colored mane as he gazed up at my best friend, his new bride. There was no doubt in my mind that he was murmuring something inappropriate as he received a playful smack on his arm and a giggle from Danny. They truly loved each other, and although I wasn't sure when exactly they'd fallen in love, I was pretty ecstatic that they had.
What are we doing with these?
Jake asked from beside me as he held up the cushions. I looked up at him, unable to resist smiling at his beautifully rugged face and the warmth in his voice. We can tie them to the saddles.
Are they really necessary?
He asked. I could see the curiosity twinkling in his eyes. I shrugged a shoulder and wrapped my arms more securely around the 3 overstuffed cushions I was holding. They're not necessary at all, actually, but we came here to get some things, so why not?
I think you made your brother's day.
I gave him a mock bow. It's the least I can do. Jake leaned into me and pressed a soft kiss against my lips. We should get going, I said quietly, and watched him as he walked down the steps. Despite the craziness that had become our lives, for the first time in years, I felt content. I even ventured so far as to think that if we all stayed together, even if we stayed around here, we could be happy.
Chapter 26. Danny. May 24th, 1 AE. Bodega Bay, California. It was late afternoon, though the gray, misty cloud cover spreading from horizon to horizon and blocking out the sun made it feel more like evening. I stared up at the endless cloudy mass, trying to pick out the spot where the sun should have been.
At least we don't have to deal with the fog,
Zoe said. For once, I grumbled, and Jason emitted a non-committal snort. It wasn't the foggy season, but the fog didn't seem to care. It had been ever present since we'd arrived, lingering until only a few hours ago. By the time Jason, Zoe, Jake, and I had returned to the ranch from our excursion to the Casa de Cartwright, the dewy fog had finally dissipated. As the only members of our group who were actually from Bodega Bay, Jason, Zoe, Grayson, and I were heading up our envoy to the new Bodega town meeting. Sitting atop our respective mounts, we rode along West Shore Road, past the turnoff to our home street, and followed it as it curved onto the peninsula. The bay was on our left, and our entourage of Gabe, Carlos, Jake, and Becca fanned out behind us. We'd selected which of us would attend the town meeting carefully, wanting people who could offer varying perspectives of the current state of the country. Movement in the harbor caught my attention. "Look!" I pointed out at what I realized was the nearest of a handful of small vessels, both metal rowboats and inflatable dinghies, moving slowly as their oarsmen rowed them around the harbor. Asking Wings to stop, I unbuckled my right horn bag and pulled out a small pair of binoculars, raising them to my eyes. The nearest boat stopped at a tiny buoy that was half red and half white. A quick scan of the water's rippling surface around the boat revealed dozens of other buoys, all red and white. The others drew to a halt around me to peer out at the activity in the harbor, and I glanced at Grayson. "Red and white buoy. That's crab, right?"
Yes,
Grayson said, squinting.
I count 7 boats, some with 2 people.
Jason said.
That's a pretty big operation for a group of 70.
Grayson nodded.
Indeed, it is. We couldn't have coordinated something like this before.
I frowned. It made sense that others would have joined the Bodega Bay survivors, considering they had established the most stable and sane community we'd come across since all hell broke loose, and yet I wasn't overly excited about the prospect of leaping back into a settlement governed by anyone who wasn't among my closest, most trusted companions. Sure, it helped that Grayson had been a member of the town council back when there were fewer than 100 survivors, but he hadn't been a part of the group for over 4 months. A lot could have changed in that amount of time, especially when the world as we knew it had ended in a matter of days.
Look beyond them, to the harbor mouth,
Grayson said, pointing beyond the little boats.
A sail.
Again, I brought the binoculars up to my eyes. There are 2 more behind it a ways. A thrill of excitement sizzled over my skin, and grinning, I handed the binoculars to Jason. I'd always loved watching the sailboats glide in and out of the harbor. "Think they'll be interested in our proposition?" I asked Grayson, not taking my eyes from the tiny triangle of white that was slowly closing in on the marina's jetty. Though there were probably a few new faces on the town council, Grayson knew better than any of us if they would be interested in the plan we'd been hashing up since arriving in Tahoe. We wanted to settle somewhere we could be self-sufficient, but not completely isolated, and there was so much abandoned farmland in the nearby valleys, just a dozen or so miles inland. But if they didn't want us here, rivals for what limited supplies remained in the area,
setting up a satellite agricultural settlement would only be to their benefit,
Grayson said.
I can't imagine why they wouldn't be interested in a mutually beneficial trade arrangement. Only one way to find out.
Jason said, tugging his reins to the right and nudging his horse into motion. Zoe, Grayson, and I followed suit, our horses falling into step beside each other while Jason led the way. I could hear the others' mounts clip-clopping behind us. Everyone was being exceptionally quiet, and I assumed it was because they were otherwise occupied, examining their surroundings. I returned the binoculars to my horn bag, then shot Zoe a sideways glance and frowned when I saw her expression. Her eyes were narrowed as she focused on the road ahead. I did the same. What is it? A wall. It took me a moment. Zoe's vision had always been better than mine, but I could just make out a tall gray wall. It stretched away from the road on either side, extending to the left a dozen or so yards, all the way across the shallow beach until it sank below the water's surface, and to the right, crawling uphill until it disappeared over the low crest. It was topped with an endless corkscrew of razor wire and a chain-link gate across the road. At my direction, Wings picked up the pace a little, carrying me ahead to ride beside Jason. "What do you think?" I asked him. The wall was still at least 100 yards ahead, but we were closing in quickly, and I could make out the shapes of a couple people standing on the other side of the gate. One was definitely carrying a gun, a big one.
"Smart,"
Jason said, nodding slowly.
"If they did what I think they did, and this wall cuts across all the way to the ocean."
He stared at the place where the wall disappeared over the hilltop.
"They isolated the whole peninsula. Pretty fucking smart."
"It's got to be at least a mile from here to the other side," I said.
"We've been gone for almost 5 months, Red. That's plenty of time to build a mile-long wall."
As much as I agreed with his assessment that building a wall and isolating the peninsula had been a smart move, I couldn't help the creepy feeling that bunched my shoulders and made my skin crawl. Walls were built for 2 reasons: to keep something out or to keep something in, and sometimes both. I shivered. Zoe caught up to us, guiding Shadow in close on my other side. "What are you afraid of?" she asked, and I appreciated that she hadn't simply peeked into my mind to find which memories were floating closest to the surface. I met her eyes for a moment. "Just déjà vu."
"Ah, I'm sure this won't be anything like the colony."
She offered me a supportive smile as our horses drew to a halt before the tall chain-link gate, but I could see doubt shadow her eyes. The 2 men on the other side of the gate watched us as we dismounted, but didn't say anything until Jason, Zoe, Grayson, and I stepped up to the fencing.
"Which one of you is Daniel Grayson?"
the man without a gun asked. He was the younger of the 2, maybe in his late 30s, and was wearing khaki slacks and a light blue button-down shirt, giving him a clean businessman vibe. In lieu of a weapon, he was holding a clipboard. The other man, dressed in dark attire more appropriate for guard duty, scanned our group with a cautious, watchful eye. Grayson bowed his head for a moment.
"I'm Daniel Grayson, envoy for the Bodega Bay Town Council to the colony."
The businessman nodded in greeting.
"I'm Lance, the town council secretary. I was sent here to meet you and to give you a brief tour of New Bodega before the meeting."
His eyes moved from Grayson to me, Zoe, and Jason, then grazed over the others, who were still sitting in their saddles behind us. His attention returned to Grayson.
"We weren't expecting all of you to come." "This isn't all of us,"
Jason said. Again, Lance's attention shifted to Jason.
"I'll need to gather some information from each of you and go over some ground rules before you enter."
Jason exchanged a look with Grayson. When the older man raised his graying, bushy eyebrows and shrugged, Jason nodded once.
"Fair enough."
Lance looked down at his clipboard.
I'll need the name, place of origin, and type of mutation of every person who walks through these gates.
A type of mutation? Gabe said from behind me. After a brief moment of creaking leather, I heard his footsteps on the asphalt as he approached.
That's not quite accurate. Everyone here went through the same mutation.
Which you can tell Lance and the town council all about when we meet with them,
Grayson said, cutting Gabe off before he had the chance to launch into full-blown scientist mode.
You already know my name,
he said to Lance.
I'm from Bodega Bay, and my mutation has yet to be identified.
I waved. And I'm Danielle O'Connor. I'm from Bodega Bay too, but I was living in Seattle when everything happened, and I'm a drifter, a two-way telepath, but only with animals. Lance scribbled down my information quickly, then turned his attention to Zoe. Zoe Cartwright, from Bodega Bay, but was living in Salem, Massachusetts, and I'm an empath. Getting the bizarre impression that we were introducing ourselves at some sort of an addict support group meeting, I stifled a giggle. I always reacted inappropriately when I was anxious. Lance stopped writing and glanced back up at Zoe.
Can you be more specific, please?
Zoe bit the inside of her cheek. I can, sense other people's emotions and see their memories. Nonplussed, Lance nodded while his pen moved across his page. When he once again raised his eyes, he looked at Jason.
Jason Cartwright, Bodega Bay by way of Joint Base Lewis McCord, and I can increase and decrease others' abilities. Mutations.
Army?
Lance asked.
Yes, sir. Green Beret.
Lance raised his eyebrows.
Colonel Marshall, the man in charge of the defenses around here, will be very interested in your service record.
Colonel, is he Army?
Jason asked. Maintaining eye contact, Lance shook his head.
Marine Corps.
Jason frowned thoughtfully, looking somewhat impressed. His eyes moved to the wall.
His idea, I take it?
Lance nodded.
Wasn't easy, but it's proved more than worth it.
Has there been trouble? Zoe tells us the area's been clear for over a month. No sightings of the lost ones? Based on intel from your town council. If they misinformed us, and we've been operating under false pretenses.
Jason's voice contained the subtlest hint of warning.
No,
Lance said, glancing at Zoe.
What they told you was accurate, but when we first put up the wall, before Colonel Marshall and his people managed to dedicate much effort to any sort of offensive strike on the lost ones, we had several attacks that likely would have resulted in fatalities had the wall not already been in place. But it has been over a month since we've seen any of the lost ones.
Apparently appeased, Jason nodded.
Glad to hear it.
The others dismounted and made their introductions and declarations.
Very well,
Lance said.
I just need each of you to answer one question, and I'll be able to tell if you're lying.
I raised my eyebrows. So Lance was a human lie detector, like Ben had been. It went a long way in explaining how he'd come by his current gig. Lance looked at Grayson.
Do you have any intention of doing something that could cause any kind of harm to the people of New Bodega or to the settlement itself?
No, Grayson said, and one by one the other 7 of us echoed him. Lance nodded.
All right, the rules here are simple and few, but essential to ensure the safety of our people. Don't steal, and don't harm another person intentionally. If you end up becoming permanent citizens of New Bodega, certain things will be required of you.
Such as?
Jason said.
Do your part. Everyone has a role to fulfill here, and if you can't come up with something that benefits the settlement on your own, the council will assign you a job. Don't take more than you need, and never do anything that puts New Bodega at risk.
When a transgression has occurred, the town council makes all final decisions regarding guilt. There is a single course of action on the rare occasions that the council determines a party is guilty: banishment from New Bodega.
A low, humorous laugh rumbled in Jason's chest.
A little harsh as a one-size-fits-all punishment.
Lance met his eyes. Cold smile for cold smile.
These are troubling times, and as I said, the rules are simple and few. But New Bodega is a good place, filled with good people, and that gives the threat of banishment almost more weight than capital punishment. There aren't many other places people can go.
I raised my hand, and when Lance looked at me, I said, "Can people come and go as they please?" Because regardless of being on my home turf and sounding so idyllic compared to what lay on our side of the fence, not being able to leave New Bodega, being a prisoner in all but name, would be a deal breaker for me. Lance nodded.
You're free to leave at any time. Nobody will force you to stay.
With a shrug, he added,
Organized society isn't for everyone.
I gave him a closed-mouthed smile and a no further questions nod. Looking at the armed guard, Lance said,
Clark, if you'll let them in, please.
The guard lifted his rifle so the barrel rested on his shoulder and pointed up at the grayed-out sky, then stuck his hand into his pocket, retrieving a key. He unlocked the padlock securing the gate, rolling it to the side just enough for us to lead our horses through in single file. As Lance led us down the road, Jason and Grayson fell in step on either side of him, letting me take over guiding their horses. Zoe and I followed close behind them, with the others spreading out behind us.
A lot's changed around here since I left in January,
Grayson said to our guide. Lance nodded slowly.
I can imagine. I've only been a part of the community since late February, but I know the stories. The massacre.
He shook his head, heaving a heavy sigh.
But at least something good came out of it.
I scoffed and gave Zoe a disbelieving look. Something good? More than 30 survivors had been slaughtered, most of them people we knew. But Lance remained oblivious to my reaction.
It gave the rest of the survivors a reason to pull together, something to work toward, the safety of the community, which, as of Monday, consists of 437 people.
Grayson whistled appreciatively.
How do you feed everyone? We have a few small garden farms set up here, mostly in front and back yards.
He pointed to a home coming up on the right side of the road. A middle-aged woman and a teenage boy were working in the front yard, pulling weeds. Over a dozen rows of mounded, dark, rich soil and a variety of plants, some barely sprouted, some well on their way to producing harvestable food, filled the mini farm. The woman paused with a snarly little weed in her hand and looked up as we passed. When her eyes moved from Lance and Jason to Zoe and me, I offered her a tentative smile. She returned it, nodding in silent greeting as well.
Welcome,
she said in my head, and my smile widened.
Dee?
Zoe nudged my arm with her elbow.
What are you grinning at?
It's nothing, really. I pointed to the woman with my chin. She's a telepath, and... I was quiet for a moment while my thoughts floundered. She just spoke to me telepathically. I met Zoe's eyes, biting my lip as I tried to explain why the brief telepathic greeting seemed like such a good sign to me. She wasn't afraid to show me, a perfect stranger, her ability. She feels safe here, safe enough to let her true self shine, and, well, she's a telepath, but she's not being forced to do telepathic things. She's gardening, not locked up in a room, forced to communicate with people, to lure them in. I lifted my shoulders. It's just nice to see something that proves this place is different. Better. Smiling, Zoe nodded.
She felt content, too. Content
with a sense of purpose.
You'll find a lot of that around here,
Lance said, looking back at us.
Most of our people choose their assigned duty based not only on their skills, but also on what they enjoy.
He pointed back at the woman who'd returned to her weeding and was speaking quietly to the teenage boy.
Kathy and her nephew Mikey came here shortly after me. She was a teacher before, but gardening was her favorite hobby. The council let her choose between taking up a teaching post at the new bodega schoolhouse and running a home garden, taking on a couple apprentices so she could pass on her skills. The soil here isn't great,
Grayson commented.
It's not,
Lance agreed.
And the weather's not ideal. The plots are too small, and it's too soon to have anything beyond the most minimal supplement to our main food source. But every little bit helps. The main food source being the ocean,
Jason clarified. Lance nodded.
Fish, crab, abalone, mussels, seaweed. We certainly don't lack adequate sustenance. We noticed that some of the houses around town still haven't been scavenged,
Jason said, and I knew he was thinking of our family homes.
You aren't scavenging? We are,
Lance said.
But we focus on targets that promise a larger haul. Wholesale stores, supermarkets, hardware stores, that kind of thing.
Jason glanced over his shoulder at the horses.
I'm assuming you have some better way to move what you find?
I patted Wing's heavily muscled shoulder. Don't pay any attention to him. You do a fabulous job of hauling our stuff around. Lance looked back as well.
We don't rely on horses for those trips, no, though we do have a herd of several dozen we keep on the peninsula for shorter trips outside, and Colonel Marshall and the town guard use them when they head out on security sweeps.
Shaking his head, Lance laughed softly.
We rely on something else entirely for the big trips.
Jason focused on Lance, giving me a good view of his profile. His expression was, as I would have expected, carefully blank.
Which is? We've, requisitioned a few tanker trucks, as well as a few semis. Fuel wasn't hard to find at first. We even used it in the boats, but we burned through it so quickly that we've pretty much tapped every source of diesel in the area.
He shook his head.
And regular gasoline is so touch and go now, half of what we come across is bad.
He shrugged.
We won't be able to rely on the trucks for much longer, but hopefully by the time they're no longer useful, we won't need them.
Zoe and I exchanged identical expressions, eyebrows raised and lips pressed together in little frowns. We passed several more houses on the right side of the road, most with 2 or 3 people tending burgeoning gardens in the compact front and side yards, until we approached what had been, and still appeared to be, the boatyard. Dozens of people were hustling around, passing between and slipping under the hulls of at least 10 sailboats sitting on boat stands.
Keeping the boatyard stocked with competent workers.
Lance shot a sharp glance at Jason, then looked over his shoulder at the rest of us.
I don't suppose any of you happen to be sailboat mechanics?
When he didn't receive any affirmatives, he sighed.
Well, you can't blame me for hoping.
He returned his attention to the people cleaning and working on boats on either side of the road.
Since we rely on the ocean for most of our food, keeping the marine vessels in tip-top shape is a high priority. Right up there with patrolling the wall and running sweeps through the area outside.
We spent several minutes just walking and taking in the hustle and bustle of such a well-oiled machine. As I looked around, I was struck by an odd observation. While there were a ton of sailboats, both on stands in the boatyard and in the marina up ahead, there were absolutely no cars, trucks, or SUVs. At first, it seemed odd, but the more I considered it, the more I realized how logical it was. Driving land vehicles around the peninsula would be excessive and wasteful. It made much more sense to stockpile their fuel to use only for their big scavenging excursions. As we neared the end of the boatyard, Lance stopped and turned around. The rest of us stopped as well, and most returned their attention to him. Jason, however, continued studying the way ahead, and I couldn't help but do the same. Small buildings lined the road on the right, and most of the slips in the marina on the left were occupied by sailboats or clusters of smaller rowable vessels.
"This is the new Bodega Town Center,"
Lance said. He pointed his thumb over his right shoulder, indicating the marina's large boathouse. It was where we'd met with the town council and most of the townspeople back in January.
"That's Town Hall, where the council meeting will take place. There will be a reception with food and refreshments in the banquet room upstairs, where you'll have a chance to get to know us better in a more informal setting."
Lance switched hands, pointing over his left shoulder.
"Here's the general store, grocer, hardware supply, and hunting and fishing supply shop. We operate on a simple barter system here, so if you want something, you have to trade for it. If you end up staying in New Bodega, you'll be provided daily rations, so you won't have to worry about bartering for food. And we have a steady supply of clean water, courtesy of a few of our people whose mutation enables them to desalinate and cleanse water of impurities."
That caused my eyebrows to raise. It sounded a lot like Tavis's ability, though he'd never tried to do anything like remove salt from water, or likely fresh water from salt water, but I didn't see any reason why he couldn't.
"Also,"
Lance said, once again raising his right hand to point over his shoulder at what lay on the marina side of the road,
"the parking lot beyond Town Hall has become the marketplace, where people set up shop in a more temporary manner, selling surplus food and other supplies. We usually have a few outside traders there as well. Currently there are two, one from another settlement down south in the Monterey area, the other a roving trader. And beyond the market, we're in the process of developing several industrial shops, blacksmithing and metallurgy, woodworking, that sort of thing."
I watched Jason turn his full attention to Lance, a curious, considering expression on his face. Turning, Lance continued down the road toward Town Hall. We passed the surprisingly crowded marketplace on our right. With only several seconds' examination, I noted that it looked just like a small run-of-the-mill farmer's market.
"You can tie up your horses here,"
Lance said, stopping by a bike rack partway up the cement path to the town hall's main entrance.
"The council will be ready for you at 5.
Lance peeked down at his watch.
"That gives you a little over a half hour to explore. Feel free to wander around. Just please don't keep the council waiting."
We all nodded and said our thanks, and Lance quickly disappeared into the town hall, leaving us to tie our mounts to the bike rack. I felt giddy at the opportunity to explore this so familiar yet so foreign place, and at the same time, I was bummed that I didn't, nor did any of my companions, have anything to barter with on hand. "Hey," Zoe said, apparently picking up on my emotions. She linked her arm with mine and led me toward the jumble of folding tables and tents set up as mini shops.
"You could always offer your services as an animal whisperer."
The 8 of us gathered by the hitching post 5 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start, having spent the past half hour broken off into pairs as we wandered around the town center. I'd spent most of the time walking arm in arm with Zoe, looking at the various wares offered at each booth, from pots, pans, and cooking utensils, to fabric and clothing, to handmade net bags of fresh shellfish. With only a few minutes to spare, we'd met up with Jason and Jake, who'd passed the time walking around the far end of the parking lot where the smithy and workshop were being erected. and the four of us had made our way back to the town hall together. The town hall was a fairly large 2-story structure with, as was to be expected of a boathouse, 2 indoor slips for small vessels on the harbor side. The rest of the ground floor was divided into rooms, including several small offices and a larger conference room. I was only familiar with the layout because one of my high school boyfriends had worked for the marina part-time, and he'd snuck me into one of the lesser-used offices more than once for a clandestine rendezvous. When we passed through the glass double doors and into a comfortable waiting room that had been redecorated in the months we'd been gone, Lance greeted us again. He led us down a hallway, past the closed doors to all of the smaller offices, and through the open doorway to the conference room at the end of the hall. We shuffled through the doorway in singles and in pairs, spreading out along the wall on either side. 9 people were seated facing us at a long table that stretched nearly the entire length of the room. With Lance and the 8 of us filling the other half of the room, the space was more than a little cramped. The woman in the middle of the line of seated council members stood, extending her hand toward the chairs on our side of the table.
Please, sit.
She was tall and slender, with brown hair streaked with gray, slightly lined features, and intelligent eyes. Her name was Bethany James, a former high school principal. I didn't know her well, but I remembered her from the last time we'd met with the council.
Daniel, it's so good to see you again,
she said to Grayson with a warm smile.
I hope you're well.
I am,
Grayson said as he sat in the center seat on our side of the table.
And you're looking quite well yourself, Beth.
I wasn't sure, but I thought Bethany James might have blushed. I eyed Grayson as I took my own seat between Jason and Zoe, then did a quick scan of the faces of the other council members. I recognized a few others besides Bethany, but at least 5 of them were new to the council, or rather, new to me. One of the newcomers was a middle-aged man who, based on his fatigues, I guessed had to be Colonel Marshall. Lance sat as well, claiming the only other chair, which was located at the far end of the table, his clipboard and a large leather-bound journal resting on the table in front of him. Bethany's eyes moved from face to face, examining each of us for several seconds, just long enough to make her gaze uncomfortable. Eventually, her focus returned to Grayson.
You and your people have been through quite a lot, Daniel. I can see it on your faces and feel it in your hearts.
She smiled a warm, genuine smile.
We're glad you've made it back to us.
As am I.
I looked from Grayson to Bethany and back, certain there were sparks floating between them. I held in a snicker. I was totally going to give Grayson a hard time about flirting with the leader of the New Bodega Town Council. Later.
Well,
Bethany said, clearing her throat and sitting up just a tiny bit straighter.
We have an interesting proposal for you and your people, one we hope you'll be as excited about as we are. But first, we'd appreciate it if you could share with us some of what you've experienced.
Her eyes shifted to Zoe.
From what you and the Dreamwalker told us, some of you have come all the way from the East Coast, but you've all been as far as Colorado. Most of our people are from the Northern California coast, and none, not even the traders who've passed through New Bodega, have been further than Oregon or Nevada. Not since the outbreak.
Her gaze settled back on Grayson. He held Bethany's stare, nodding slowly, thoughtfully.
Where would you like us to start?
How about the beginning?
She said, the corner of her mouth curving upward.
The beginning is different for each of us, but...
Grayson's focus shifted, and leaning forward, he looked at Gabe.
Your story might be the best place to start.
Shrugging, Gabe sat up straighter and rested his forearms on the table.
For me, it all started when the genetic engineering company I worked for received a DoD contract and moved to some facilities on Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs.
That's a location of the colony. Run by this...
Bethany glanced down at a small notebook on the table in front of her, flipping back a few pages.
General Harrison?
Yes,
Gabe said before launching into his personal story, which spanned a several-year period before the initial outbreak. He explained that he'd started working under Dr. Wesley on a program relating to heretofore untapped human potential, what we now knew of as abilities, and had quickly been initiated into the inner circle of those opposed to the program, including Dr. Wesley, and had been made aware of the general's ability to control the minds of others. He explained the moment when he first realized what Dr. Wesley had done, releasing the virus on the general population and initiating what was essentially the end of human civilization. The moment he'd received a call from his best friend Jake, claiming that his sister was sick and seemed to be losing her mind. Except Becca hadn't been losing her mind. She'd been developing an ability. He told them that the virus was simply a mechanism to enable the mass spread of the gene therapy, and explained the science behind the mutation every person who was infected went through. He told them everything he could about the colony and the people there, the regens, the TRs, the yellow and black bands, electrotherapy, Project Eden, my abduction, and how people with different abilities were used as though they were things, not human beings. Without hinting at Dr. Wesley's relation to Zoe and Jason, or at the fact that one or more of our people were likely working for the general.
These regens,
Bethany started, skepticism written all over her face, despite Lance not once having pointed out an untruth in Gabe's tale.
To reanimate a corpse. That's just... I don't see how such a thing could be possible.
And yet, I am here, Becca said, speaking for the first time since we'd sat. All 9 sets of the council members' eyes snapped to her, and I had to hold back a grin. Even now, in a world so filled with wonder and the impossible made possible, people still wanted to hold on to their old, outdated view of reality. Humanity could be so stubborn. I was hoping that would be the one characteristic that might prevent us from dying out altogether.
You're claiming to be one of these creatures?
Bethany said, her gaze flicking to Lance. When he nodded, she returned her attention to Becca, scrutinizing her face, her not quite right eyes. I knew what she was seeing. Irises that were a little too dull, a little too gray, a little too dead. Camille and Mace's eyes had the same inhuman quality. It was the one external marker of their difference from non-regens. Inside, well, that was another matter entirely. Becca nodded.
I am.
she's not a creature.
Jake's voice was a low rumble.
She's my sister.
There was a prolonged, tense silence, a collective holding of breath. Finally, Bethany shot another quick look to Lance, and when he confirmed what Becca and Jake had claimed with another nod, Bethany exhaled heavily.
Well, I must apologize. No insult was intended.
Jake is the friend I mentioned earlier,
Gabe said, earning raised eyebrows and open mouths from some of the council members.
After Becca saw whatever she saw and killed herself, I did the only thing I could think of. I took her to Dr. Wesley, to see if she was a candidate for the regen procedure. It was still very new then, but we managed. We would love to know more about this procedure,
the man on Bethany's right said.
We have a few biotech people here who...
No, Becca said resolutely.
Now, young lady, I understand that this may be a sensitive subject for you, but I don't see why you deny the rest of us the chance to eliminate death as a...
You do not see, because you do not know what I know. Becca turned her sharp gray gaze to Gabe.
You cannot teach them this. You must not. It's imperative, Dr. Gabe.
I watched Becca and Gabe stare at each other for several heartbeats until finally Gabe nodded.
But I may be able to offer something else,
he said to Bethany.
If you have any people with abilities like Jason's, Specifically, the ability to nullify others' abilities completely. I can teach your biotech people how to make a neutralizer that will protect whoever is injected from nearly all abilities, including mind control, for up to a week. It wouldn't be something you'd want to use all the time, but it'd be useful as a backup plan, just in case.
Again, Bethany exchanged a look with several other council members.
That's very generous of you.
She tilted her head to the side.
What's the catch?
Gabe offered her a chilly smile.
We'll do whatever we can to keep as many people as possible out of the hands of Harrodson and the others like him.
The others like him? Bethany said, furrowing her brow. A heavy silence descended over the room. Carlos cleared his throat.
Yeah,
he said, speaking for the first time since we entered the town hall. He rubbed the back of his neck as he started telling his own story, first captivating the council with his tale of leaving Central Washington with his two siblings, then horrifying them with details of what happened when he arrived in South Lake Tahoe, of being forced to worship Mandy, a woman whose abilities stripped all around her of their will, leaving behind only mindless, adoring husks. Bethany, as well as all but two of her peers, Colonel Marshall and the man on her right, were covering their mouths with their hands by the time Carlos finished. Most had unshed tears shining in their eyes as well, at least those whose tears hadn't already escaped. Bethany had to clear her throat several times before she could speak.
What happened to them? To Vanessa and Annie? Did you look for them after, once you were freed?
When Carlos didn't show any sign of answering, simply stared down at his hands gripping his jeans, I jumped in. We found them on our way back here. They're at the ranch right now.
She's one of the lost ones.
Colonel Marshall's voice was accusatory.
You can't keep her here. She should be put down.
Carlos didn't raise his head, but he did glare at the colonel, and a faint crackling hum filled the air. The council members looked around the room, their eyes a little wild, and Zoe's breath hitched as emotions spiked. I looked at Jason, alarm widening my eyes, but he only stared back at me, his expression placid. For whatever reason, apparently he wanted to let this play out. Fine. That's just fine. But we couldn't let Carlos electrocute the rest of us in a dominance display either. Vanessa is one of us, I said. We're a package deal. I stared at Colonel Marshall, refusing to lower my eyes, and still the air tingled with electricity. The tiny hairs on my arms stood on end, and I could feel the flyaways floating around my head. It was Bethany who interrupted what was turning into one hell of a staring contest.
In which case I think you'll find our offer very appealing.
The colonel broke eye contact, shifting his gaze to Bethany, his features tense with irritation, or possibly anger, and the electric hum slowly faded away. Bethany paused long enough to meet Colonel Marshall's stare, her own seeming to say, "Yes, did you want something?" before looking at Grayson.
The ocean is our main, and really our only, source of food. Before your people made contact a few days ago, we were in the process of discussing what type of team might best be suited for establishing an agricultural satellite settlement nearby. We've been held up on trying to put together a group of people with the most effective combination of skills.
She shrugged.
It would do us no good to set up an operation like this only to have it unable to defend itself. But the colonel's ranks are stretched thin as it is. The more people we bring in, the more people we need on the town watch.
Grayson nodded slowly.
Interestingly enough, we came here intending to propose something very similar. So I think I speak for everyone when I say we're all ears.
Bethany smiled.
Based on everything you've told us,
she glanced at me,
and on your unwavering loyalty to each other, I can imagine no better group to take on the task.
She scanned each of us quickly.
Do any of you have farming or gardening experience?
I raised my hand partway. Some. My grandma was a skilled gardener and herbalist, and I know a lot about animals. obviously. My eyes hardened. I won't raise animals to be slaughtered, though. If you want someone to do that, you'll have to look elsewhere. Bethany frowned, but didn't argue.
I worked on a farm during my early adulthood,
Grayson said.
I was a bit of a drifter.
He tossed me a sideways glance.
Though not that kind.
Jason emitted a moderately interested grunt.
My dad was a carpenter. Taught me most of what he knew. Jake's good with anything mechanical. I think we can manage.
It's settled then, Bethany said with a definitive nod.
You're the right people for the job, and I think you'll enjoy being autonomous, considering how long you've been out there, away from a society with hard and fast rules.
She paused.
We're willing to provide you with the provisions you'll need to get up and running, so you won't have to waste any time or energy procuring your own, so long as the majority of your crop, when ready, comes to New Bodega. You may, of course, reserve some for your own sustenance and trading purposes. You've been thinking about this for some time, it would seem,
Grayson said.
Do you already have a location picked out?
The young woman sitting to the left of Bethany piped in with, We actually have several possible spots. One in the Russian River Valley, near Heldsburg, one in the Carneros area, and one a few miles west of Petaluma. Jason exchanged a look with Jake, then with Grayson. He was smiling.
Petaluma sounds perfect,
Grayson said. Wonderful. Bethany scanned each of us again. And are there enough of you to run this new settlement, or do we need to provide additional workers? Grayson shook his head.
That won't be necessary. There are plenty of us. And we have more people waiting back in Tahoe who are hoping to join us eventually.
Bethany looked at Carlos.
These are the others who were controlled by that woman?
Carlos nodded.
I see.
After a long moment, Bethany addressed the rest of the council.
I propose that we move forward on the satellite settlement with Daniel and his people.
I second, the woman on her right said. Bethany nodded to her. Any opposed? She asked the rest of the council. Absolute silence filled the room.
Motion passed.
Bethany looked at Lance, who started writing furiously.
Let the record show that in exchange for...
I tuned out Bethany's words as I realized that this was really happening. For the first time in a long time, we might actually have a place that was ours, a place we belonged. I almost couldn't believe how perfectly everything was falling into place. It was almost too perfect.
Chapter 27. Jake. May 24th, 1 AE. Bodega Bay, California. Gabe, Becca, and Grayson chatted intently with Bethany as they left the conference room and headed toward the reception. Carlos and Danny trailed out behind them, animated and smiling with hope illuminating their eyes. Jake and Jason brought up the rear, already planning what sort of projects they could start when they arrived at their new settlement and discussing who would be best suited to do what. It would be great to have a shop where we can tear apart any old machines and repurpose the parts, Jason said. I have so many ideas. I could keep you busy for months. He shook his head and let out a small chuckle. There's going to be so much to do. I can see it already.
When he glanced over his shoulder, he paused, and Jake followed suit. Zoe still sat at the conference table, her gaze fixed on the sketched aerial map of New Bodega that covered the expanse of the wall behind the council's table. Jake turned to Jason.
We'll meet you up there.
Jason nodded, his features drawn in what Jake assumed was concern for his sister, but then he disappeared into the hallway. Scanning the room, Jake realized that he and Zoe were the only two left. Although he wasn't certain, he could imagine what was bothering her. Zoe was home, the place that for her held the most memories, the most secrets, and therefore the most heartache. While Jake found hope and comfort in the idea of having a home
and the endless possibilities that accompanied starting over. Zoe might not share his sentiments, especially not when their new home would be so close to the one she so desperately wanted to leave behind. Knowing her well enough to assume she needed a moment to collect her thoughts, Jake resisted the urge to reach out to comfort her. Instead, he did one of the things he was best at. He sat down and waited as she processed what she was feeling. When the sun began to set, darkening the room, and the muffled voices coming from upstairs were all that filled the silence, Zoe finally faced him. Her eyes were burning with more emotion than he'd seen in them since his Zoe had come back to him a couple weeks ago. "I'm not sure I can do this," she said quietly. "I thought I could. I wanted to, but so close." Jake turned to face her, needing Zoe to feel his resolve to stay, to see why he wanted this to work for them.
"It's a place to call home, Zoe."
I just... She lifted her shoulders, still shaking her head despondently. "It was home, Jake, but being here... The dreams are already worse. What happens if I stay?" She rose from her chair and began pacing. "What if I can't get over it? What if I lose myself like my dad did? You don't know what he was like." She continued to pace. "He was surrounded by memories, and it ruined him. I don't think I could handle it." Jake rose and closed the distance between them, reaching for her hand.
"But the difference is you're not alone here,"
he said.
"You have all of us. You have Jason and me and Danny."
Zoe seemed to calm momentarily before her shimmering turquoise-colored eyes widened with fear. "What if the general finds out we're alive, especially now that my mom knows? What if he comes looking for us? We're sitting ducks if we stay here. It'll be the first place he looks."
"We're not sitting ducks. Look at how far we've gotten, at what we can do now."
He squeezed her hand in his.
"You alone would know if he was coming a mile away."
Indecision clouded her eyes, but Jake continued.
"Zoe, I would never let anything happen to you. You know that. I would die 1,000 times.
She stiffened. "Why do you always have to do that?" Her voice was a hard whisper. For the first time, with her eyes so radiant, so piercing, Jake thought he saw the real Zoe, angry and unrepentant, with unbridled loyalty and determination that drove her to desperation. "Why do you always have to be the guy who saves everyone? Saves me?" He hadn't expected that reaction, but then again, he thought he probably should have.
"You're upset with me because I want to protect you?"
With a quick, despondent exhale, Zoe closed her eyes and licked her lips before her palm gently cupped the side of his face. "Of course not." She said it so quietly that he barely heard her. "But do you think it's easy to watch you suffer?" she asked. "Burned beyond recognition, or shot in the chest, or stabbed in the back, or so weak after a transfusion you can barely stand? Is it knowing you'll eventually heal supposed to make it easier?" She pulled away from him, a despairing sadness threading her words. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to watch that? To know you'd do anything for me? To see you so close to death that I can feel the abyss nearly swallowing you, the life draining from you, until you're almost nothing?" Jake reached for her as a tear, too stubborn to be held at bay, slid down her cheek. He hadn't ever thought of it that way. He tried to imagine lying at Zoe's bedside after she'd been shot and left for dead. He remembered the sting of misery he'd felt when Clara had poisoned her, when they'd all thought she was dead. He never wanted to relive that moment again. "Your regeneration doesn't make it easier, Jake. It makes it worse. Every single time you get hurt, I ask myself, is this finally it? Will I lose him forever? How will I be able to live with myself? She shook her head, and he could barely stand the hurt that made her voice hollow and distant. I can't do that. I can't keep losing people. Her voice caught, and without hesitation, Jake wrapped his arms around her.
You're not going to lose me, Zoe.
Her head shook against his chest. This place is cursed, she said. Slowly, Zoe wrapped her arms around him, clutching the back of his thermal shirt so tightly he thought she might never let go of him.
I know it's hard to look beyond the past,
he said, his cheek resting against her forehead.
But how can staying in a place that gives everyone so much hope be a bad decision? This will be good for us.
Jake wanted her to see their future the way he did, to have something to look forward to instead of constantly being chased by what was behind them.
Now we can make this place our home,
he added.
We could have our own memories. Don't you want to live your own damn life?
His voice was soft and beseeching. As if she finally felt his desperation, she said, Of course I do. Jake pulled her away from him and gazed down at her.
Then let's do this. You have your family now, your real family. That's what you've been waiting for. This is your second chance. Our chance.
He searched her eyes, the eyes he'd relied on to tell him what she wouldn't. He wanted everything they'd gone through to be worth something. He brushed the longer strands of hair behind her ear and dropped his voice to little more than a whisper.
I want you to smile because you're actually happy.
He quirked the corner of his mouth up.
As obnoxious as it is sometimes, I want that determined glint in your eye back. Your feistiness back.
Zoe quickly glanced down, looking bashful, before gazing back up at him through her lashes.
I love you, Zoe.
Jake let his words, his heart, linger in the inch between them.
I want you to be able to start over. With me.
Licking her lips again, Zoe nodded, her eyes open wide and gleaming. I love you too, she said, and rose to tiptoes and wrapped her arms around his neck. Okay. Chapter 28, Zoe, May 25th, 1 Bodega Bay, California. The sound of a low, rumbling voice woke me from yet another haunting dream about my mom, and my eyes flew open. There was a feather-light pressure against the right side of my face. I stared up at the stars through the netted top of the tent, trying to steady my breath.
Are you all right?
Jake asked. As my desperation and fear subsided, I let out a deep breath. Did I wake anyone? I whispered, turning my head to look at him.
It doesn't matter.
It was his nice way of saying, probably. He pulled me into his arms, somehow knowing it was exactly what I needed. You're becoming a pro at this, I tried to joke, but Jake said nothing. He simply stroked my exposed arm with his thumb, and I rested my head on his chest. Why is this happening? I whispered. I have the answers I wanted. I know the truth, but the dreams just keep changing. Why won't they go away?
Honestly,
Jake said.
It's probably a test for me.
Really? How so? I craned my neck to look up at his shadowed profile, barely able to see the hint of a smile.
Because every night you have your dreams, I get to pull you into my arms and hold you as close as I ever really get to, until you fall asleep.
I smiled. And that's a test because...
My self-control is diminishing.
I could only chuckle softly. You're trying to distract me.
Is it working?
He smiled against my ear, Laughing, I tightened my hold around him, unsure what the hell I would do if he weren't there to comfort me. "Thank you," I whispered.
"For?"
I propped myself up on my elbows and gazed down at the contours of his face. "For your patience, for always knowing what to do and what to say to make me feel better, for being you." I leaned down to press a light kiss to his lips. Jake reached his hand behind my head, his thumb gently brushing the side of my face as he kissed me a little deeper. Feeling the space between us charged to nearly unbearable levels, I knew what was to come. Us. Together. Our first time making love since my memory had returned. It hadn't escaped my notice that, like last time, he was holding me after a dream. But this time it was different. I was the Zoe he wanted, the one who occupied his thoughts, and knowing that made me want him all the more. I wanted his strength and love and protection to fill every fiber of my being, to fill up the emptiness that lingered in the days since my memories had returned. We were finally right. I kissed him deeper still.
"Zoe."
The mere sound of him saying my name made my heart swell to near bursting. He pressed his lips against mine, giving me a slow, savoring kiss so intoxicating I thought I might die from withdrawal if he ever stopped. Jake's warm hand found its way under the hem of my t-shirt, his fingers light as they trailed up my back. His body was hot, but mine was near burning. I needed air, needed to be rid of the confines of my clothes. I pulled my shirt over my head, flinging it into the corner of the tent.
"That was easier than I thought,"
he muttered, and I could feel the heat of his gaze as it raked over my body. "Easy? So you planned this?" Jake shrugged, and I leaned into him, my lips brushing against his ear as I said, "You'd better be careful, or I'll have to punish you."
"Punish me?"
I could picture his broad grin curving his lips into a delectable smile.
"You don't have it in you."
"No? Well, a lot's changed in the last month, and I have you right where I want you." Jake leaned his head back as much as his pillow would allow and let out a deep laugh. His chest rumbled, and I could feel the column of his throat move up and down as I pressed my lips against it. "That was a bad move," I informed him. I nestled my face in the crook of his neck, lightly dragging the tip of my tongue against the scruffy, sensitive skin beneath his jaw. He smelled of leather and tasted of salt. Groaning, Jake gripped my hips. I tried to stifle a laugh as I straightened. "See what happens when you don't take me seriously?" His hands splayed against my back, urging me back down to him. The moment his mouth, his tongue, found my collarbone and then the base of my throat, my eyes closed, and I let out a strangled whimper. He kissed an invisible line down to each of my breasts, each graze of his lips leaving behind an excruciatingly blissful throb that spiraled downward, making me desperate to cry out. His grip on my torso tightened, and he rolled me over onto my back. I lost myself in a laugh of pure elation, into an overwhelming desire for more. I craved it, needed it. I wasn't sure I could live another moment without it, without him. Fleetingly, I thought of the others, of the quietness that surrounded us. But then I realized my pants were gone, replaced by his hot, solid body on top of mine, by his insistent hands, by his devouring lips, and all else was completely forgotten. After taking Shadow for a long stroll around the ranch, trying to come to terms with our decision to stay so close to home, I opened the pasture gate and led him through to graze with the other content horses. Unhooking his halter, I draped it over my shoulder. "Thanks for being such a good boy." I said softly and brushed his scraggly black forelock from his eyes. I would have trimmed it for him, but according to Danny, he preferred that I didn't. I gave Shadow's nose a gentle stroke with the back of my curled finger and patted the side of his neck before pushing him away. He ambled toward Arrow and Brutus, gave them a little nicker, and lowered his head to the ground for a late morning snack. It was our last day at Ryder's Ranch, and I figured the horses might as well enjoy their final meal in the lush pasture before we headed for our new home in Petaluma. We'd never seen the farm, and aside from knowing it was big enough for all of us, we didn't really know what to expect. Leaving the horses to their grazing, I walked back to the gate and closed it behind me. Squeaking hinges and a hollow bang startled me, and I craned my neck in time to see Sarah storm out of the ranch house, wobble down the steps, and lumber around the side of the house and behind the shed as fast as her legs would carry her. I waited for Biggs to run out after her, but instead it was Mace who came to the screen door. He filled the wooden frame completely and peeked his head outside, a mixture of trepidation and fear twisting his features as he scanned the yard around the house. When he saw me standing in front of the pasture gate a couple dozen yards away, he shrugged. Muffled sobbing and screaming reclaimed my attention, and I looked back over at the shed. Sarah walked a few steps away from it, her arms flailing emphatically, and she turned and disappeared behind the shed once more. I gave Mace what I hoped was a reassuring nod, then sprinted toward Sarah, more than a little concerned. As I drew closer, I could barely make out what she was shrieking. "Not even real! It's not even real!" Coming up alongside the shed, I stopped, horrified by the images that were filling my head, by the feelings that were fogging my mind. Sarah, scrawny and homeless with tattered clothes and more wild than usual hair, walked into a cramped, nondescript building where a man in a white lab coat stood with a clipboard in hand. Holding it out to her, the man pointed to the top paper. Sarah nodded, biting her lower lip as her eyes scoured the document. With a heavy exhale, she signed the bottom of the sheet, and the man smiled. Like her memories were resurfacing from a long-buried past, another image emerged. Sarah woke up in a hospital bed, IVs in her arms, tubes in her mouth, and electrodes attached to her head. Stepping around the corner of the shed, my mind spinning, I watched her. She was completely oblivious to my presence until she turned around again, stopping after taking a few awkward steps in my direction. Her eyes narrowed, then widened, and I could feel her inner battle, see her different selves fighting for space in her mind. It was like I was observing someone with multiple personality disorder carrying out several conversations with herself. 2 images of Sarah flickered to life in my mind's eye, 2 different versions of her, screaming at each other about who was real, who was right, who should be in charge of her. Sarah, strong and formidable, stood in the library of a grand home, what I'd thought was her grand home. She looked like a completely different person, a determined, almost angry glare pinching her features. Her curly brown hair was pulled back into a tight knot atop her head. Her clothes were black and form-fitting, and a handgun was gripped in her fingers. There were no family photos, I said, remembering the walls adorned with original artwork, but nothing personal, no portraits of her wealthy parents or candid images from her childhood. We'd never even found her parents. Sarah watched as men in fatigues removed a handful of bloodied bodies from the house, and a team of people hustled around her, removing photos and certificates from the walls, scouring through the hundreds of books lining the shelves, and tossing trophies into oversized garbage bags. Sarah started pacing again. "I don't understand." She let out a whimper.
I don't understand. It's all a goddamn lie. What am I supposed to do? What am I... When she glanced up again, it was like she was noticing me for the first time. She stopped in her tracks, tears pouring down her face as she wrapped her arms around her belly. I don't know what's wrong with me, Zoe. She wailed and fell to her knees. Oh my God, Sarah, be careful, I said, closing the distance between us and kneeling beside her. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders, trying to steady her shaking body. What the hell happened? Completely despondent and unable to formulate a single coherent word, Sarah continued to sob. Unsure what I should do, I pulled her tighter against me, my love for my friend clouding the fear I should have been feeling in seeing her true past, and feeling the burning hatred she intermittently felt for me. Purposefully, I watched a storm of jumbled images flash through her mind, images that made the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stand on end. Sarah was walking beside a man in fatigues, her clothes changed into jeans and a cardigan, her hair down and bouncing with each leisurely step, and a softer expression on her face and a shimmer of innocence in her eyes. I balked and stared down at my wailing, quivering friend. A torrent of emotions assaulted us both. Resentment, terror, determination, eagerness mixed with affection, gratitude, guilt, and uncertainty. Sarah? I said, recalling the night I'd dug around in her mind and had found nothing like the two lives I could now see commingling as one. Sarah and I were in her bedroom back in St. Louis, jumping up and down and giggling so much that we could barely breathe. Biggs was there, standing in the doorway, and upon simply seeing him, adoration filled her entire being. Sarah, wearing her black pants and combat boots, was kneeling on the ground. A murderous look hardened her features as she dragged a blade across an old man's throat. His eyes were wide with terror before his face, twisted in pain, slackened as he bled out in Sarah's arms. Her expression was blank, except for the victorious glint in her eyes. I swallowed the dread nestled thick in my throat. Sarah and Jordan walked in through the front door of my house in Salem, both smiling at me. Sarah proffered her hand in greeting, like she was a completely different person than the woman holding the knife. The truth was glaring me in the face, suffocating, and I resisted the urge to scream. I was sitting on my bed back at Fort Knox, Sarah brushing my hair. Sarah was watching over me while I slept, crying with concern as I lay in the hospital bed. Sarah was sitting at my kitchen table back in Salem, eating my food in my house, watching TV in my house, even when Jordan was out of town or at work. I struggled to reconcile the two versions of the woman in my arms. Trained, dangerous Sarah and bubbly, naive Sarah, who I'd grown to love almost like a sister. Having known it was possible, even likely, that she wasn't who she thought she was, didn't make the realization any easier as I watched each memory of our experiences together fuse with those of a Sarah I didn't recognize, a Sarah I didn't trust, a Sarah who was frightening, a Sarah who was trained to kill me. I'm so sorry, she sobbed, clutching onto me desperately. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't understand. She let out an agonizing cry and clutched her stomach. Oh my God! She struggled for breath. The babies! Something's wrong with the babies! Shit! I hissed. As she knelt beside me, gasping in excruciating pain, I let the impending truth of her betrayal fall by the wayside, and my instincts took over. Come on, Sarah, we've got to get you inside. She screamed again as I tried to lift her.
I can't move, Zoe. I can't. Another piercing scream echoed through the late morning, and I hoped that by the time I could get her to her feet, the others would be there, ready to help. Hold on, Sarah. We've got to get you inside. I can't, she breathed. It hurts so bad. She let out another blood-curdling scream. Squeezing her shoulders, I stared into her eyes. Sarah, you can't have your babies in the dirt. You would never forgive me. We have to get you up. Biggs and Harper barreled around the corner of the shed, horror filling Biggs' eyes. They were still dressed in their gear from going into town to scavenge, but their jackets and gun holsters didn't inhibit them, especially not Biggs. He fell to his knees on Sarah's other side. Babe? He gasped. Are you all right? Is it the babies? Sarah let out another wail in answer, and Harper helped Biggs lift her up to take her into the house. Sarah, you have to relax, Harper said. It's just like we practiced. I can't relax, she snarled. Deep inhale, babe. Please, Biggs begged, smoothing her hair back from her face. She did as she was told, but the pain from the contractions made it difficult for her to concentrate for long. Zoe, we'll need the blankets and towels from the trunk in the cart, and I need my medical bag. Hurry, we don't have long. Harper's voice was controlled as he and Biggs made their way toward the house with Sarah propped between them. I nodded, staring into Sarah's frightened eyes, before turning to run toward the barn. Zoe, Harper called. Get Chris, too. We're going to need her. Okay, I said and picked up the pace. What can I do? Danny asked as I sprinted past her and Annie. Get Chris, and we'll need water and soap for anyone doing any handling. Danny nodded and hustled away, leaving me to gather Harper's medical bag and the towels and blankets. When I finally arrived back at the ranch house, out of breath, Chris and Biggs were helping Sarah settle on the makeshift delivery bed consisting of carefully arranged couch cushions on a small kitchen table. Danny straightened as she finished laying the sheet over it, and I nearly flung myself at her in gratitude. Her work at the ranch years ago, combined with her more recent temporary use of it as a safe haven mere months ago, provided her a familiarity with the place the rest of us lacked. Danny glanced from me to Sarah and back, her face scrunched in sympathy. I had to fight the urge to run to her, to cry into her arms and tell her what I'd seen, that I was finally certain Sarah was a monitor. But Sarah's screaming diverted my attention, sobering my thoughts and bringing me back to the urgent task at hand. Becca ran inside, the screen door slamming behind her and a wide-eyed look on her face. Here are more pillows, she said. I pointed to Danny, who grabbed the pillows, layering them behind Sarah's head to prop her up a bit more. Sarah offered Danny a brief, tight smile of thanks, and my stomach nodded. As harmless as Sarah appeared to be in the midst of giving birth, I couldn't ignore the unease I felt at seeing my best friend standing so close to someone so dangerous. Sarah's eyes met mine, and I saw the roaring emotions and pain darkening them. Zoe, Harper said, making me jump. I shook my head and stepped closer, nearly stumbling on the tangle of clothes and gear that he and Biggs had shed in the chaos of moving Sarah. I handed Harper his medical bag and started gathering up the pile of gear from the floor and dumping it onto the seat of the antique armchair that had been pushed into one corner. Thanks, baby girl, Harper said, distracted as he opened his bag. Biggs, get her breathing leveled out or she's going to hyperventilate. Biggs and Chris were murmuring reassurances and instructions to Sarah, while Becca, Danny, and I stood by, dumbfounded and waiting for another command. Becca glanced at me. I'll be outside with Carlos, she whispered. Let us know if you need anything else. The way she singled me out and squeezed my arm reassuringly made me wonder if somehow she knew my insides were riddled with fear and sadness, or if maybe she'd had a vision of what had happened to Sarah, that she knew a war had broken out in Sarah's mind, a war Sarah was losing. I nodded and flashed Becca a grateful smile before moving closer to Harper. Sarah shrieked in pain, her screams coming one after the other. "Can you give her something for the pain?" Biggs asked, panicked. Harper shook his head. "There's no way it'll kick in fast enough. It all happened too fast." "What now, H?" I asked, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "The babies are coming," he said, pulling on a clean pair of gloves. "Wash your hands and put on a pair." He tossed the box of gloves to me. "Because you're going to help me deliver these poor kids. Otherwise, they might be deaf by the time they get here." He winked at me, a Harper gesture of reassurance, but I could feel his fear building as he readied himself for the delivery. Even though he hoped Sarah's twins would be okay, he knew that her situation was so far beyond normal that there were no certainties. But then, there never were in childbirth. Harper scrutinized me with his shrewd green eyes. "Stop digging, baby girl. Come on." Steadying my nerves, I did as Harper said. I took a step closer to Sarah, and once again her eyes flitted to mine. Her gaze was filled with pain and fear and hatred that she tried to quell. Her face was ruddy, her skin covered in a sheen of sweat. Wisps of hair were matted to the sides of her face, and her eyes squinted shut as she wailed. Chris stood on one side of Sarah, Biggs on the other, each squeezing one of her hands while she faded in and out of bouts of pain. They were doing their best to soothe her, to shift her mood and mute her overwhelming pain, but their efforts only dulled it slightly. I did what I could to help Harper, being another set of hands when he needed it, and holding Sarah's legs down when she started to move around. After a few more minutes, Sarah's pain was almost more than I could bear. It resonated inside of me, bringing the sting of tears to my eyes. And then Sarah let out another agonized grunt, and Harper had a screaming baby in his arms. He looked up at me, smiling. "It's a boy," I said, an uncontainable smile engulfing my face. "A healthy boy," Harper said more loudly. There was relieved laughter and whispers as Harper cut the umbilical cord and moved to hand Sarah her baby boy. She shook her head. "No, She began screaming in pain again, her body tensing. Quickly, Harper handed me the baby, refocusing his attention on Sarah. "Here comes the other." She screamed again, her eyes shut tightly as she tried to clench away the pain. "I know it's hard, Sarah, but try to relax. This one should be quick." There was more screaming and Sarah cursing at Harper, but as Harper predicted, the other baby arrived within minutes. "It's a girl," I said. "You have a baby boy and a baby girl, Sarah." I tried to hand her the amazingly precious little boy who had begun to fuss in my arms, but again, Sarah pushed him away. Tears were streaming from her eyes as she tried to catch her breath. Uncertain what to do, I handed the baby to Chris instead, while Harper passed the baby girl to Biggs. He accepted the infant, but his gaze was fixed on Sarah, confusion and pain twisting his expression, nearly breaking my heart. When he tried to hand Sarah her baby girl, she pushed Biggs away. "No!" she snapped. "Get them away from me!" Biggs stood there, stunned. "I said take them away!" The confusion, disgust, and shame she was feeling greatly outweighed her love and adoration for her new family. The room quieted, everyone's eyes on Sarah. "Just get out!" she yelled, and my heart nearly stopped, fear replacing my concern for her. After exchanging glances with one another, Chris and Biggs filed hesitantly out of the room, a baby cradled in each of their arms. Danny looked up at me, worry filling her eyes, as she, too, followed them out of the room, leaving Harper and me alone with Sarah. I glanced over at her. Her hands were covering her face, and her body was convulsing as she sobbed.
"Why don't you give us a minute, baby girl?"
Harper whispered. "No," Sarah said, her head snapping up. "I want to talk to Zoe. Alone. Please." She sounded as conflicted as I knew she felt. Harper took a step towards Sarah.
"We need to clean you up and—"
"Later," she said. "I need to talk to Zoe." She must have noticed my uncertainty. Her eyes flicked from me to Harper and back. "I just had twins. I'm not going to bite you." I let out a dry laugh as Harper squeezed my arm reassuringly and walked out. Part of me wanted to call him back, but I didn't. I needed to talk to Sarah about what was happening to her, about the memories I'd seen. I needed to know how far gone she was before I told Jason, before he interrogated her, or worse. Once I could hear Harper outside, I took a step towards Sarah. She took a deep breath and shook her head, more tears escaping down her cheeks. "I don't know what's going on," she croaked. "I feel like I'm losing my mind." I stood a few feet from her, unable to relax no matter how adamantly I tried to convince myself that she could never bring herself to kill me. "I know you want to hurt me. I've seen—" "But I don't," she said desperately. "At least, part of me doesn't." I could feel Sarah battling with her own emotions, using her children, her family, to ignore her building need to put a bullet in my head, to spill my blood. "I know what I'm supposed to do. Trying to deny my mission is like trying not to breathe." There was a sharpness to her voice I'd never heard before. Regardless of Sarah's determination to ignore the dangerous part of herself, she was failing, and we both knew it. "You're my best friend," she said like she was trying to convince herself it was true. Despite her calmness, she was only holding on by a thread. When Sarah looked up at me again, her brown eyes were bloodshot and filled with more unshed tears, but her mouth was tensed, and anger pulsed inside her. "This is your fault," she bit out. "Your whole family's. Your mom's. I wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for you." Her tone was scathing. Almost immediately, Sarah clamped her hand over her mouth. "I'm so sorry, Zoe. I didn't mean that. I know it's not your fault. She stopped herself and shook her head. "I don't know anything anymore." She was right. It was my fault that she'd become a tool in the General's great transformation. And I thought for the first time that I might actually grow to hate my mom. "I'm a murderer," she whispered. "You're a mom now, too, Sarah," I said, knowing that if she hadn't been, I would probably already be dead. "I don't think he planned on that part. Giving birth changed you. I can feel it." Sarah nodded. "Maybe, but my need to kill you isn't gone." Her body began to shake as she broke out in violent sobs again, and she tried to stifle her cries in the crook of her arm. "What am I going to do?" Holding my breath to choke the emotion building up inside me, I blinked rapidly. "You need to leave, Zoe," she said. Her hands clenched into fists. I could feel her mind swirling with hatred, her animosity and need for blood, my blood, building to a crescendo. I took a step backward. "I have to tell Jason. Sarah nodded. "Just get Biggs first. Please." Sobbing, I turned to leave, knowing this was the last time I was going to see my friend with any semblance of the Sarah I knew and loved. That Sarah was losing. She tried to stifle her crying as I walked away, and I had to fight the urge to fall to my knees. Her anguish, as well as mine, was so crushing that I tried to convince myself I didn't have to tell Jason, that she wouldn't act on it. But I knew deep down that eventually she would attempt to complete her mission, and when she did, I would be dead. Sarah couldn't be trusted, no matter how badly I wished things were different. I stepped into the sunshine and immediately headed toward the stable where Jason and Jake stood with Harper. The moment my gaze met Jake's, tears blurred my vision once more, and I struggled to breathe. Another sob escaped from my throat as I stepped into Jake's arms, and I nearly crumpled in his hold. "Where's Biggs?" I choked out. "Sarah wanted—" A muffled gunshot came from inside the ranch house. Devoid of thought and driven by my gut reaction, I spun, stumbling momentarily, and ran toward the house, wiping the tears from my eyes so I could see. I called out for Sarah, oblivious to any other cries or shouts around me as I flung open the screen door and flew into the house. As my worst fear was confirmed, I fell to my knees in the entry. Sarah's body was crumpled on the floor by the antique chair in the corner. Screaming her name, I scrambled over to her and pulled her lifeless body into my arms. "Sarah!" I breathed, guilt and sadness making it too difficult to speak. As I readjusted my hold on her, my fingers splayed across a warm, wet opening in the back of her head, and I could only feel wetness and clumped hair against my hand. Screaming, this time in horror, I let go, and her body fell limply back to the floor. Biggs and Harper were suddenly beside me, Harper pulling me away from Sarah's body and shoving me into someone else's arms, into Danny's. I grabbed onto her, clasping her as tightly as I could, never wanting to let go. I refused to accept what was happening, unsure I ever could. "I'm here, Zoe," Danny said. "I'm here. It'll be okay." I was shaking my head before I realized what I was saying. "No, it won't. It's my fault." Chapter 29. Jake, May 25th, 1 AE, Bodega Bay, California. Jake walked toward the barn that seemed to glow in the dimming light, 2 bottles of warm formula in his hands. He couldn't believe how much had happened in the last few hours. There were 2 infant additions to the group. Sarah was dead, and Biggs was so despondent he'd become a completely different person. And for reasons Jake didn't entirely understand, Zoe had been inconsolable. Although Sarah had been Zoe's close friend, there was something else. Something in the way that Jason looked at her, in the way that Danny consoled her, in the way that Gabe and Becca hovered nearby, that made him think Sarah's death was more than it seemed.
"No, we can't tell him the truth, Zoe."
Jake could barely hear Danny's voice over the crickets and evening breeze.
"We can't tell any of them the truth, not until we know who the other monitor is."
Jake stopped in the doorway, curious but not wanting to intrude on Danny and Zoe's whispered conversation. Danny peered over at him, her eyes widening with surprise. "He already knows, sort of," Zoe said, shrugging Danny's concern away before her eyes quickly drifted back down to the baby girl in her arms. For an instant, Danny seemed worried, but then she finally gave Jake a weak smile. Like Zoe, she gazed back down at the baby boy she was holding. Remembering the bottles in his hands, Jake strode over to the picnic table where the 2 women were sitting and crouched between them. "Here,"
he said softly and handed them each a bottle.
Chris said you'd need these.
Danny accepted one before her gaze shifted to Zoe, expectant. He won't even look at them, Zoe said, her voice hoarse and distant. She continued to rock the infant cradled in the crook of her arm.
So, Jake brought the baby's bottles. I don't know about that little princess, but this monster's getting hungry.
As if on cue, the baby girl began to fuss. Absently, Zoe reached for the bottle Jake was holding out to her. They need names. Jake swallowed thickly.
Big said he wanted to talk to Sarah about naming them after his mother and father.
He offered, finally getting Zoe's attention. Her bloodshot eyes met his. Really? Jake nodded.
Ellie and Everett.
Her eyes began to shimmer, and she returned her attention to the tiny little girl. Sarah should be here, feeding them, naming them.
It's not your fault, Zoe. Sarah wasn't herself. She wasn't Sarah.
As much as Jake wanted to know what exactly had happened, to know how much truth was intertwined with the story he'd put together in his mind, he couldn't bring himself to ask, not when Zoe was so distraught. Zoe shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. But she was, don't you see? She said to Danny. She killed herself so she wouldn't hurt me. It's my fault.
No,
Danny said, her tone firm.
it's not.
Zoe craned her neck to look back at her friend.
It's not your fault, Zoe. It's Dr. Wesley's fault. It's the General's fault.
Zoe didn't say anything. Instead, she peered down at the infant in Danny's arms. Everett and Ellie. I hope that's what he picks.
Harper's talking to him now,
Jake said as he stood.
Hopefully he'll come around soon.
Is Biggs still keeping to the living room?
Danny asked as she gazed up at him. Jake nodded.
He's not ready to leave yet.
And what exactly is Harper going to say to him? Zoe asked bitterly. That it was postpartum depression? That Sarah was so depressed she took her own life? She shook her head. It's a lie.
It's the only option we have right now, Zoe, unless we want to put everyone else in danger.
You mean put me and Jason in danger? Zoe corrected. Danny took a deep, steadying breath.
And what makes you think that no one else will be caught up in this shitstorm? We can't risk telling Biggs, for everyone's sake.
She glanced down at Everett.
For their sake.
Approaching footsteps brought their attention to the barn door. Harper paused in the doorway before striding inside. How is he? Zoe asked. Harper shook his head.
He's angry,
he said simply, and sat down on the opposite side of the picnic table.
He doesn't understand that this happens sometimes, that it can be too much.
Jake could tell by the despondency in Harper's voice, the sadness, that he truly believed that was what had happened.
We should give him more time,
Danny said. Harper rested his elbows on the table and rubbed his hands over his face.
Jason and Kai are digging a grave. We'll bury her tonight and give Biggs some time to process before we move on.
Zoe held the bottle to Ellie's mouth as the infant began to gurgle and fuss more loudly. Does he want to see them yet? Harper gazed down at the two swaddled newborns, then up at Zoe.
No, not yet. He's not thinking clearly right now, baby girl.
He blames them, she finished for him.
They have us until he comes around. They'll be fine.
Zoe nodded, but she didn't seem to be listening, nor did she seem to notice as a tear rolled down her cheek. Jake hated that this would become just one more unsettling memory to add to those that already haunted her. Chapter 30. Danny. May 26, 1 AE, Petaluma, California.
Should be just up ahead,
Jason said to me, pointing through a break in the trees lining the left side of the country road. We were on the floor of a shallow valley surrounded by a gently rolling sea of emerald. Grasses, low shrubs, and a few clusters of wild oaks here and there, the largest of which spread out beyond a several-acre field beside the road. Jason glanced down at the map he'd folded to show this specific part of Sonoma County and added,
just beyond that patch of woods.
He stopped his chestnut horse, and Wings drew to a halt beside the gelding without me having to ask. Turning in his saddle, Jason scanned the rest of our somber group, spread out in a loose column behind us. It jarred me every time I looked at the wagon and didn't see Sarah sitting on its high bench seat.
Let's hold up here,
Jason called out.
Let Danny, Zoe, and Kai do their thing.
Zoe and Kai guided their horses up to the head of the caravan, and the three of us took turns doing our thing. Thankfully, neither Zoe nor Kai found anything of note in their mental examination of the valley. We only continued our trek to the appointed farm once my animal scouts had scanned the area around each of the farm buildings, reporting that there were no signs of two legs and that, according to a Drake, there had been none since his hen's ducklings had hatched. He showed me an image of baby ducks that had to be at least a couple weeks old. Several hundred yards later, there was a longer gap in the windbreak of trees lining the road, and I caught a glimpse of several large structures. They were the first buildings we'd seen since entering the secluded little valley, and each had weathered wooden siding and orangish roof shingles that, even from a distance, looked relatively new. That must be it, I said to nobody in particular, and a sudden thrill of excitement made me bounce a little in my saddle. Jason was glancing at me sideways, a small smile playing on his lips. I forced myself to be still and shrugged, feeling a little ashamed to be showing so much giddiness so soon after Sarah, after the chaos the group had been through the previous day. But the shame didn't decrease my giddiness. If anything, it only fanned it higher. This place, this cluster of farm buildings surrounded by fenced-in pastures and patches of oak trees and land, just begging to be converted into vegetable gardens and fields of grains, this was our chance for a fresh start. This was our chance to settle down someplace new to all of us, leaving behind the horrors and sadness and disturbing memories of everything we'd experienced beyond these hills. Wings picked up on my excitement and sped up, first to a fast walk, then to a trot, until she was cantering up the road. I laughed, unable to hold in the joy of running with Wings, a feeling I'd once allowed myself to feel through her, but now had to settle for experiencing from the saddle. I caught flashes of a large white building through the trees, glimpses of what I assumed was a farmhouse. When Wings and I reached the gravel driveway flanked by two fenced-in pastures, my assumption was confirmed, and my mouth fell open. The house was huge and gorgeous and belonged in a museum. As Wings drew to a stop in front of a wrought iron gate set between two wide stone piers, I stared at the house at the end of the drive and waited for the others to catch up. Maybe I should have expected our new home to be this impressive. Maybe I should have assumed that the new Bodega Town Council would direct us toward the farm most able to hold us all in relative comfort. Maybe I should have let myself believe that, for once, something good would be coming our way. But I hadn't, and that alone made the sight so much more wondrous. 50 yards ahead, the gravel driveway gave way to a wide, two-story Victorian farmhouse that gleamed like a beacon, shouting, "Welcome home! You're finally home!" It was painted a yellow so pale it could easily be mistaken as white,
with white window trim as well as white columns and a white banister wrapping around the front and sides, separating a wraparound porch from the lawn below. Whitewashed stairs led up to the porch, and a dark-stained, screened-off front door to the right of which were a couple of large wooden rocking chairs. The patch of dense woods we'd seen from the road crept up on the left side of the house. An old wooden cottage sat across from it, and beyond that I could see a cluster of farm buildings surrounding a wide gravel roundabout. The whole scene was almost laughably idyllic. Crams would have loved this place, I thought, and for the first time in a long time, thinking of her didn't bring more sadness than fond remembrance. At the sound of hooves and cartwheels on pavement, I looked over my shoulder to find Jason still hanging back in the lead of the caravan. He was watching me, smiling and shaking his head, as his horse, and behind him the rest of our animals and people, slowly closed the distance between us. I placed my hands on my hips and raised my eyebrows, feigning offense. "What?"
I just love watching you ride. Really ride. That's all,"
Jason said as his horse came to a halt on the left side of Wings. He reached for my hand and lifted it up to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss against the smooth wooden ring on my third finger. Happiness flooded me, and I looked away, focusing on the gate, on the fields on either side of the driveway, on the gravel itself, on anything but Jason. It felt wrong to be happy, and self-loathing quickly replaced my joy. Carlos, sitting atop Arrow, rode up to sit on my right side. The wagon, driven by Grayson, came to a halt on the gravel at the base of the driveway, the cart stopping behind it, and the rest of the horses, riderless and ridden, milling in the road. "What's the holdup?" Chris asked as she guided Cookie into squeeze between Carlos and the fence. "Oh, a gate. Great." Jason glanced over his shoulder.
"Mace, we need your strength up here."
There was a loud thump, quickly followed by the crunching of gravel under boots as Mace jogged up to the front of the caravan, stopping behind our mounts.
"What do you need me to do?"
Jason pointed to the center of the gate.
"Can you force it open?"
After an unconcerned shrug, Mace made his way around Jason's horse to the gate, stopping in the dead center. He wrapped his hands around the second bar from the middle on either side, took a deep breath, and pushed. Groaning, the gate doors slowly moved inward, a few inches, then a foot. I held my breath, waiting. There was a metal thwang, and Mace stumbled forward as the gates opened with no further resistance.
"Thank you, Mace,"
Jason said with a nod. He nudged his horse forward, leading our people up the driveway. Looking back at me, he flashed one of his increasingly frequent, though no less devastating, smiles, and uttered the same words I'd been thinking since the farmhouse first came into view.
"Welcome home."
Annie screamed, but it wasn't the squeal of joy we were all so used to hearing from her. It was a scream of outrage, of fear, of danger. I froze in the middle of slipping Wing's saddle off and met Jason's eyes as he unsaddled his own horse. Without a word, I dropped the saddle on the gravel, turned on my heel, and sprinted in the direction of Annie's mine signature. It was just beyond the opposite side of the farmhouse. I didn't think I'd ever run so fast in my entire life. Again, Annie screamed. Jack raced past me as I sped across the overgrown lawn in front of the house and down the gentle slope on the other side. I pumped my arms harder, forced my legs to move even faster. As a large pond came into view, half surrounded by wild oaks, I finally caught sight of Annie. Vanessa was struggling with her in the water. It looked like the small woman was trying to hold Annie under the water, but couldn't quite get a good enough grip on her. "Vanessa!" I shouted. "Stop!" The insane young woman paused and looked up at me just long enough for Annie to lash out. Her little fingernails dragged down Vanessa's neck, doing nearly as much damage as the small animal's claws would have done, and Vanessa shrieked. but she also released Annie. The little girl floundered away, crawling toward the pond's edge. Jack leaped into the water only a few seconds before me, snarling and snapping at Vanessa, but not actually striking. I aimed for Annie, yanking her up and out of the water and carrying her the rest of the way toward the edge of the pond. She clung to me, sniffling and shaking and making pathetic whining noises. I didn't bother trying to disengage her surprisingly strong little arms from around my neck or her legs from around my waist, because Jason and Carlos were only a few strides from the pond, and pretty much everyone else wasn't far behind them. Jason and Carlos had no trouble overpowering Vanessa. Jason dragged her up to the grass with Carlos right behind him, turned to mutter something to Carlos, then thrust Vanessa toward her younger brother. Reeling in his carefully restrained anger, Jason approached the spot where Annie and I were huddled in the unkempt grass, soaking wet and shaking and stinking of pond water. He knelt on the ground and wrapped his arms around both of us.
Are you okay?
I nodded, still breathing hard from the mad dash across the farm.
But I had to,
Vanessa shrieked, drawing both Jason's and my attention. Jason pulled away just enough that he could watch Carlos attempt to reason with his not-so-harmless sister.
You had to what, Nessa?
Carlos was crouched in front of Vanessa, who was sitting with her legs curled under her and rubbing her hands up and down her arms.
Give her a bath. I had to wash her, don't you see? I had to.
Carlos shook his head, the gesture giving off a sense of hopelessness.
No, I don't see. Why would you think?
I don't think. I know! She shrieked. Standing up on her knees, she reached for Carlos, claw-like fingers latching onto his sleeves.
Mom told me I'd lose her if I didn't do it. She doesn't love me anymore. I'm losing her, and Mom said I had to act more like her.
She threw her arm in the general direction of Jason, Annie, and me.
So Annie would love me like she's starting to love her. I had to.
Chris approached the pair of siblings cautiously, holding out her hands. Shh, she murmured when Vanessa turned wide, wild eyes on her. Hush now, hun. Stopping behind Vanessa, she reached down and took hold of the smaller woman's arm to pull her to her feet.
Come on, let's get you dried off and settled in.
After a silent exchange and a nod, Chris and Carlos each held onto one of Vanessa's arms while they led her back across the lawn toward the farm buildings. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath, hugged Annie tighter, and leaned to my cheek on Jason's shoulder. What are we going to do with her? I asked softly. With a heavy exhale, Jason shrugged. I pulled away just enough that I could see his face. Do you think that Colonel Marshall might have been right? That we'll have to, put her down? I said, mouthing the last part.
No.
There was a surprising amount of conviction in Jason's eyes. How can we be sure she won't try something like this again? She could have drowned Annie. Jason hesitated, then said,
We'll keep her locked up in a stable stall, like we did back at the ranch.
Forever? I said, my brow furrowed. But she'll be miserable. Again, Jason shrugged.
As miserable as Carlos would be if he lost her again?
He shook his head resolutely.
The kid's been through enough. I'm not putting him through that.
I sighed and pulled away further, uncrossing my legs in preparation to rise. I suppose you're right. About an hour later, after Annie and I had washed off in the creek that fed the pond and were dressed in cleaner, drier clothes, I walked the little girl back toward the farmhouse. We were just approaching the front steps leading up to the porch, me eager to get a peek inside, when Kai opened the front door.
Let her air out a bit first, okay?
He said through the screen door. Annie stepped onto the first stair and gave my hand a tug, but I didn't budge. Bodies? I asked. Kai nodded.
Looks like a married couple.
I grimaced. How bad is it?
Just a ruined mattress. Jason and Mace are taking it out back to burn with the bodies.
He lifted his shoulders, offering me a slight smile.
But the good news is, they've been dead long enough that the smell's faded a bit. Should have the place aired out enough to be livable by tomorrow, if we keep every single door and window open.
I gave him a half-hearted thumbs up. Awesome.
Don't worry, Dee. It'll be worth the wait. This place is pretty damn sweet.
Awesome, I said, more genuine this time. Kai's focus shifted to Annie.
I've got something for you, kiddo,
he said as he pushed the screen door open and walked out onto the porch, one hand held behind his back. I couldn't stifle the tiny twinge of fear caused by not knowing what was in that concealed hand. Stop it, I told myself, forcing a smile. We don't know anything for sure, and besides, he has no reason to hurt Annie or me. But after Sarah, I couldn't not think about it. Giggling, Annie tugged on my hand again, and this time I let her go. What? She asked as she ran up the stairs. Present? We still hadn't moved beyond one-word sentences most of the time, but at least her spoken vocabulary was growing more varied. Kai grinned down at the little girl practically bouncing with excitement right in front of him.
Does Mr. Potato Head mean anything to you?
Annie shook her head.
Well, kid, you're in for a surprise.
I laughed softly as I watched Kai crouch down to Annie's level and present her with the way too big to be a potato toy, and Annie examined the thing with serious intensity. Can you keep an eye on her for a bit? I asked Kai. I want to check on Carlos and Vanessa. Kai nodded.
Harper's with them in the barn, cleaning up the damage caused by this little monster.
He ruffled Annie's wet blonde hair. Annie swatted his hand away absent-mindedly, frowning as she figured out how to open the latch on Mr. Potato Head's rear end to get the goodies rattling around inside. When Kai noticed me lingering, he made a shooing motion.
Go. I got this.
Smiling my gratitude, I turned away from the porch steps and headed toward the cluster of farm buildings surrounding the roundabout. I'd yet to explore anything, only having come back to the roundabout, where we'd left the horses and all the Annie-Vanessa hubbub, to retrieve soaps, towels, and clean clothes for Annie and myself before washing up in the creek. The horses were all gone. A quick telepathic scan told me they were in the pasture on the far side of the driveway, along with the goats. The cart and wagon had been parked haphazardly between the cottage and a large, well-kept old barn. There was also a stable on the opposite side of the roundabout from the barn, and a long building, whose function I wasn't quite sure of, between the two. Making a mental note to explore everything thoroughly later, I hurried toward the barn. Both of its double doors had been slid open, likely to let in as much daylight from the bright spring sunshine as possible, but to my eyes the interior looked completely dark, aside from dozens of tiny lights glowing like stars near the ceiling. As I neared the doorway, I stared up at the crisscrossing strings of twinkly lights in confusion. Carlos had to be powering them, which made sense. What didn't make sense was why they were there in the first place. Only when I stepped inside and lowered my eyes did I begin to understand. A handful of tables, maybe a dozen, were set up deeper in the barn, draped with pale tablecloths and set with centerpieces of withered flowers in shades of yellows, oranges, and browns. It took me a few seconds to realize that the farm must have rented out the barn as a wedding venue to make some extra money, and from the looks of it, there'd been a wedding right before the outbreak, and they'd never had a chance to clean up afterward. Or the wedding never happened. The sight was eerie, a haunting echo of the way the world used to be. For some reason, those tables and chairs, covered in a layer of dust and still set up for a celebration that may never have happened, a celebration whose attendants may very well all have died in the last 6 months, were far more unsettling than the idea of the dead couple being evicted from their farmhouse just a short ways behind me. I heard a whistle and snapped my head to the right, my heart beating double time.
Didn't want to startle you,
Harper said with a casual wave. He, Vanessa, and Chris were sitting at the rightmost table, Harper's chair turned to face Vanessa, and Chris's right behind her. Carlos was leaning against the wall beyond the table. With a smile, Harper returned his attention to Vanessa, wiping a cotton swab over the scratches on her neck. I was about to join them when I heard approaching footsteps crunching in the gravel behind me.
"There you are,"
Zoe said as I turned around. She had a swaddled infant in either arm and looked the picture of the quintessential exhausted new mom, except for the part where she wasn't a new mom, or a mom at all.
"Here."
She practically groaned in relief as she unloaded one of the slumbering babies into my arms.
"I need a break from double duty."
Okay, I said, accepting the warm little bundle. Which one is this?
"Ellie, pink blanket,"
Zoe said. She readjusted Everett in her arms and, turning, started walking toward the corner of the barn, away from the driveway and farmhouse. I watched her walk away for a few steps, then looked down at the tiny little person I was suddenly holding.
"Dee,"
Zoe said.
"Are you coming?"
Only when I looked up again did I realize she'd stopped and was watching me, apparently waiting for me to accompany her. I caught up with her, moving slowly so I wouldn't wake the newborn, and we rounded the corner of the barn in silence.
"So, I've been thinking,"
she said.
"I really think we should tell Biggs the truth."
Zoe, she skewered me with guilt-filled eyes.
"It can't be a monitor, right? So what's the harm in—"
"Danny!" Annie shrieked as she ran around the corner of the barn just a short ways ahead. "Look!" She came to a skidding halt in front of me and held up Mr. Potato Head. The poor guy had arms for eyes, an ear for a mouth, and sunglasses and a mustache growing out of the right side of his body, just as Ellie stirred in my arms and started to emit a stuttering wail. "Fabulous," I muttered.
Chapter 31. Zoe, May 28th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. It was first thing in the morning, and I'd already been awake for a few hours, tending to the needs of my demanding charges. I was in the kitchen, Annie and Sam eating their morning cereal while I made my third cup of coffee. "Hey," Jake said as he walked into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around me. "Howdy." I poured a generous cup of coffee for me, a little bit in a spare mug for Jake, and then more in mine, deciding I needed it more than he did. I'd learned to take advantage of every free moment I had without the twins, which meant eating, drinking coffee, and sleeping, as much as I could, were fair game. Annie smiled at Jake, but soon a full-fledged grin engulfed her face.
"Babies!"
"Babies?"
Jake said.
After taking a much-needed sip of coffee, I turned around to find Camille walking away, leaving Jake with Everett in his arms. Sam stifled a laugh, while Annie burst out in a bout of giggles that woke the infant Jake held awkwardly against his chest. Fussing and screaming ensued. Amused, I watched Jake as he stared down at Everett like he was wondering what the hell to do with something so tiny and loud. Shifting Everett, Jake held him out away from his body. "Something's wrong with him." I laughed. "Something's always wrong. He's a baby." Jake stared at Everett a moment longer before tucking him into the crook of his arm. He glanced up at me, and I quickly looked away, pretending I was focused more on cleaning up my coffee mess than on Jake's discomfort. Everett's face reddened, and his screams grew louder by the moment. "Maybe he's too hot," Jake said, and he began to unwrap Everett's blanket from around him. "Yeah, he doesn't like it when you remove his blanket," I said as I put the coffee grounds back in the cupboard. "I think it's a comfort thing." Jake raised Everett up to his chest and began to pat his back. "He doesn't like that either. It makes him gassy." Jake frowned. "Well, what does he like?"
Annie and Sam were laughing at him again, no longer making any attempt to stifle their amusement.
You two think this is funny?
Jake said with feigned irritation. When their laughter only grew more boisterous, Jake smiled.
Sabotage,
he grumbled. Taking pity on him, I set my coffee mug on the counter and took a step closer. Here, I'll take him, I said. With gratitude emanating from him, Jake unloaded the infant into my arms. Like usual, I began rocking Everett in a steady swing, instantly taking his screams down to fussy gurgles and grunts. You know, even though that was probably the most awkward interaction I've ever witnessed, it might have been the most precious thing I've ever seen, too.
Really?
Jake said dryly. I nodded and went back to the counter, simultaneously rocking Everett while I grabbed Jake's cup of coffee. Here you go, I said, handing it to him. Collecting my own mug, I held it up to Jake's. Bottoms up, I chirped. All I needed was a few moments to let the caffeine kick in, and I'd be ready for another day of nannyhood. Sitting in one of the rocking chairs on the farmhouse porch and holding a swaddled, contented Ellie, I basked in the early afternoon sunshine, trying not to fall asleep myself. Abruptly, the front door was flung open, and Annie scurried out. Sam exited the farmhouse directly after her with a slam of the screen door. Ellie started, but thankfully she didn't start crying. When Sam noticed us tuck away in the corner, his eyes widened. Sorry, Zoe. I didn't know you were out here. I nodded down at Ellie. All the noise and voices inside were making her anxious. Sam walked over, staring down at the baby. Becca said they're important. My eyebrows rose. Did she? He nodded, and I knew Becca must have been alluding to more than the sentiment we all had for the babies already. I'm not sure why, but that's what she said. Sam gently brushed a wisp of silky soft hair from Ellie's forehead, an image of his baby sister flashing through his mind. Then he turned and headed back to the porch steps. Where are you two off to? I asked as I resumed my rocking. We're gonna play, Annie sang as she began jumping up and down, clapping her hands. I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. I wish I could play, I said, but I have Ellie duty. Annie's face scrunched up, and she stopped jumping. You look too tired to play. The smile fell from my face. Gee, thanks, Annie. You should take a nap, Sam called behind him as he jogged after Annie, who'd done a Tasmanian devil spin and sprinted toward the barn. I was tired, but there was little I could do about it. I was still in a constant state of emotional exhaustion, but not physical exhaustion, which was what I missed. It had been 3 days, and Biggs was already doing better, his mind no longer the toxic mess it had been the first couple of days. But despite his improved mental state, it was still up to Auntie Zoe to tend to most of the twins' needs, and they didn't care if I was eating, had my hands in mud, or had just fallen asleep. Regardless, though, Biggs, Ellie, Everett, and I had found a temporary, affable routine that helped a little bit with my sanity. All it took were a few days of sink-or-swim, trial-and-error situations, and I was settling into my new job title surprisingly well. I understood the twins more, their quirks, their personalities, making it easier to be preemptive with their bottles and their naps and the noises they liked, disliked, and absolutely hated. Ellie was the more even-tempered of the two, but whenever she did become fussy, rapidly blinking my eyes and talking to her like she was the cutest little baby in the world and I was going to eat her up, seemed to forego complete tears and blood-curdling screams. Everett, on the other hand, was grumpy, a definite crier. He didn't like to be left alone, and he didn't like it when Tavis entered the same room as him. Everett also didn't like his diaper changed, or the sound of his sisters crying, or his bottle being too hot or too cold. He didn't like much of anything. So as long as I remembered all of that, and rocked them both while they were awake, they were content. Mostly. Sometimes. Ellie cooed, and I looked down at her.
Her wide blue eyes brightened with the golden glow of the sunset as she watched me, slobbering and mauling her incredibly soft, tiny hand. "We should make a date of this, you and I said, wiping a string of drool from her cheek. "You like sunsets just like your auntie, don't you?" Ellie's only response was a grunt and a spastic kick of her feet. Hearing approaching footsteps from inside the house, I looked at the screen door just as it opened. Biggs stepped outside onto the whitewashed porch with a small smile on his drawn face as he peered down at Everett, who was nestled in his arms.
"Hey, Warden,"
he said to me as he lowered himself into the rocking chair beside mine. "Not the Warden thing again," I grumbled. Biggs shrugged.
"Hey, it's not my nickname for you. It's your brother's. I asked him where you were, and he said the Warden was outside. Did you really kick him out of the dining room earlier?"
"Of course I did. I was in there with Ellie minding my own business, and Jason and Harper sauntered in and asked me to draw up a diagram for them."
"What's wrong with that?"
Biggs resituated Everett against his chest. "Nothing until they started bickering about projects that need to be done and who needs to do what, and then they woke up the baby."
"Oh."
"I asked them to leave. Nicely," I added. Biggs lifted his eyebrows and tilted his head a little to the left.
"Yeah?"
I rolled my eyes. "Mostly." Biggs smirked and leaned closer to gaze down at Ellie, whose eyes shifted to his lazily before she yawned, making me yawn in turn.
"How's her sneezing today?"
"She's doing just fine," I said. "We soaked up some vitamin D this morning while I was drawing the farm layout for Grayson. If she's anything like her Auntie Zoe, she'll be better in no time. Sunshine will fix anything." I offered Biggs a reassuring smile. I was so relieved by the fatherly love he now felt for the twins. I was a good enough stand-in for a few days while he got his shit together, but the twins needed their father. He'd finally realized that they were all he had left of Sarah, and Sarah would have expected him to step up and love them the way they deserved to be loved.
"Thank you,"
he said quietly, staring out at the farm. Sam and Annie were playing with Jack and Cooper on the overgrown lawn beside the house.
"I know you didn't ask for this role, and I honestly don't know what would have happened to my children if you hadn't stepped in."
Biggs shook his head.
"I'm so ashamed of myself for acting the way I did. I can't believe I blamed them."
Hearing his self-deprecating speech made me nauseous with guilt. He still had no idea what had really happened. He had no idea that all of this was my fault. Mine and Jason's. "You were a wreck, Biggs. I don't blame you," I said. "I loved Sarah too, and I wanted to help. I want to help you in any way that I can." I owed him that much. Staring down at Ellie, I gave her a big smile and said, "Everything takes time, but we're getting there. We'll be just fine." Ellie's eyelids began to close, and as I tucked her blanket more tightly around her, I yawned again.
"You should go get some rest,"
Biggs said.
"I'll take him for a bit."
I shook the sleepiness from my mind as I covered another yawn with my hand. "I'm not sure why I'm suddenly so tired." My stomach growled. "Oh, and hungry." I looked at him. "When was the last time anyone ate?" Biggs shrugged again, distracted as he bent down and scooped Ellie from my arms. Taking my cue, I rose from the rocking chair, stretched, and then groaned, thinking how wonderful it sounded to crawl into bed for a couple hours. But then my stomach growled again. "I guess I'm going to make some lunch before I get any sleep." Biggs nodded.
"It's up to you. You get a free pass for the afternoon."
"Thanks, Biggs." Opening the screen, I padded into the house, hearing scraping and banging in most of the rooms as everyone was getting settled. At least we were finally moved into the farmhouse and had a proper space to take care of the twins. Walking into the enormous, bright kitchen, I stopped short. Other than the coffee I'd made sure to unpack and a few boxes of cereal, our food was still in boxes on the moss-green granite island in the center of the room. Without Sarah, it looked like any sort of cooking or culinary organization had completely ceased. Where the hell is Becca? She'd become Sarah's helper over the months, and I'd expected to find her in the kitchen, organizing and cooking in Sarah's place, but she wasn't there. And now that I thought about it, I realized I hadn't seen her all day. If the farm truly was our new home, we needed to settle in. And if we were going to do that, we needed to reestablish a routine. With so many of us, we needed some sort of schedule. Otherwise, we'd be so lost in our myriad of to-dos that nothing would ever get done. We needed group meal times and togetherness. And for that, we needed a cook. While I was a miserable excuse for one, I was a better choice than some of the others. Hoping Becca would be willing to help me, I decided I would seek her out and beg for her help. Searching the ranch, I found everyone busy, in the midst of some chore or another. Mace was chopping firewood near the outdoor brick oven on the lawn area, while Camille stacked the pieces in the storage space beneath it. But there was no sign of Becca. I passed by an old shed where Jake was wrenching on something and poked my head inside. He glanced up at me.
Hey.
I offered him a tired smile. You hungry?
Always,
he said. I leaned forward, and after he met me halfway, I gave him a peck on the lips. I'll find your sister and make us all something to eat.
Sounds good.
He turned his attention back to the machine sitting on the table, and I continued on in my search for Becca. I made my way through the stable and then into the storage barn where I stumbled across Danny as she mucked out the goat pen. I couldn't help but smile at the sight of her curls escaping from her braid and the dirt smudged on her cheeks. Hey, Zoe, she said, a grunt immediately following as she shoveled old food and manure and wet hay from the ground. You look like crap. I smiled at her. Aw, you're so sweet. Danny barked a laugh. How are the twins? Are they finally asleep? I tilted my head to the side. Nope, but I left them with Biggs. I suddenly remembered how low we were getting on formula. Oh, I gotta remember to tell H to get more formula next time you guys head into town. We should be fine until then, I think. My thoughts began to wander. Danny stopped shoveling and straightened. Brushing a wisp of hair from her face, she leaned against the shovel she'd wedged into the dirt. Everything will be fine, Zoe. You're doing a great job. She offered me a reassuring smile. Yeah. I glanced around at all the clean animal pens. Looks like you're making headway. Sorry I haven't been much help. I'm actually surprised you've been able to do so much with Annie running around like the crazy little banshee she is. Sam's a lifesaver, Danny said with an exhausted sigh. I was really proud of her for adapting to the survivor lifestyle as well as she had. I barely remembered the girly, dolled-up Danny I'd known growing up. Our little farm seemed to be giving her a sense of purpose, which I could understand, and I could tell by the revived glint in her eyes that she was happy here. Have you eaten at all? I asked, wondering how long she'd been working without a break. No, not really. I sort of forgot. I shook my head. Tisk, tisk, it's nearly noon. Danny's eyes narrowed, and she cocked her head to the side. Have you eaten? With a laugh that sounded almost like a sob, I rested my fists on my hips. Touché, Dee, touché. I shook my head. I'm actually planning on whipping something up for everyone right now. You seen Becca at all? Nope. But then again, I've sort of been in my own world all morning. Animal chatting? Danny only gave me a guilty smile and wrinkled her nose. But no drifting, I promise. I nodded. You're doing good, Dee. I gave her a small, approving smile and turned to go. I'll let you know when it's ready. Oh. I stopped mid-step and turned around again. Harper set the infirmary up in the master bedroom, so you and Jason get the smaller room downstairs. Is that okay? Is that the one with the ginormous walk-in closet? I nodded. You worried you won't have room for the duffel bag containing the only clothes you own? She gave me a sassy smirk. No, although it's past time for a little shopping spree. Her eyes widened. Anyway, I was thinking since Carlos is sleeping in the stable with Vanessa, Annie can stay with me and Jason. I can make the closet into a little room for her. Sounds good. I gave her a quick goodbye wave. I'll leave you to it. Thanks, so, she called, and I headed back to the farmhouse. Jogging up the porch steps, I nearly ran into Biggs as he hustled out the front door. Without the babies. I thought it was dad time with the twins, I said. Biggs shrugged. Jake needs my help. Harper and Chris took them into the house. I shook my head as he walked toward the shed. Bullet dodger, I grumbled. Entering through the front door as quietly as I could so as not to disturb any sleeping babies, I walked down the hall to the living room and peeked my head inside. I grinned. Chris was cooing at Everett, who gurgled and hiccuped in her arms as she rocked him. Harper was smiling down at Ellie, who was cradled in his lap. With Harper's dancing eyebrows and 2 wide smiles, he was making the goofiest faces at her I'd ever seen on anyone. "Have either of you seen Becca?" I whispered. Chris glanced up at me and shook her head, a self-satisfied smile brightening her relaxed features. She was completely content. Not since she moved her stuff up into her room. Harper finally looked at me and shook his head. He was trying his damnedest to keep little Ellie in love with him like all the other ladies, but exhaustion filled his eyes, and I had to stifle a laugh. "She ensnared by your charm yet, H?" He gave me a small, cocky smile. "We're getting there." "Good." I nodded in the direction of the kitchen. "I'm going to make us something to eat. I'll let you know when it's ready." Chris and Harper nodded in tandem and turned their attention back to their charges. Assuming Becca was still in her room, I headed back toward the front of the house and up the narrow staircase. The mahogany banister was cool beneath my hand as I ascended, and having grown up with a woodworker for a father, I could appreciate the carpentry that had gone into a house like this. The spindle baluster uprights and Grecian-esque crown molding that came into view as I reached the top of the stairs were just a few of the touches that gave the Grand Victorian so much character. The oak wood floors were polished, and I could see the pale pink and coffee-colored area rugs scattered purposefully throughout the second floor through the railing as I approached the landing. Black and white scenic photos of the property hung from the neutral-colored walls. Delicate lace and cream-colored curtains adorned the tall, skinny windows, letting in the early afternoon sunlight, and the minimal blonde wood furniture matched the floors, each piece strategically placed. It was hard to believe dead bodies had been in the house less than a day before we'd settled in, and I was grateful I didn't know which room had been their final resting place. I headed down the hall toward the room I thought now belonged to Becca and the other regens. I passed what I assumed was Chris's room, given the shotgun propped against the closet door on the far side and the pack that had been left on the bed, and stopped outside the door to Becca's room. I knocked lightly and waited for an answer. Other than the sudden outburst of crying babies downstairs and the old house settling in the growing heat, I didn't hear anything on the other side of the door. I knocked again. "I'll be out in a minute," Becca finally rasped from inside, a coughing fit immediately following. "Becca, are you okay?" Hearing sniffles and another cough, I began to worry. Without hesitation, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room was mostly dark, the striped beige and chocolate-colored paper lining the walls only visible in the wash of sunlight that filtered in through the parted curtains. Becca sat on the edge of one of the twin beds, a sea of bloodied tissues on the floor and around her impression on the mattress. "Becca?" My heart thudded, and I felt the color drain from my face as I rushed over to her. "What's wrong?" I searched her face for answers, her body for some indication of what was wrong, but I didn't know what to look for. Her shoulders were slouched, and her feet were dangling haplessly over the side of the bed. "Becca, what's wrong? Do you want me to get Harper?" Slowly, she shook her head. "He can't help me." I didn't like the sound of that. I scanned her body again. At some point over the past few weeks, she'd grown thinner, and her eyes were rimmed with dark circles. "Becca," I breathed. "What's going on?" I crouched on the floor beside her bed. When she didn't say anything, I reached for her hand, desperate for her to confide in me. "Please." Tell me. She cleared her throat, and I lifted my gaze to her heavy-lidded gray eyes as she looked down at me. I'm dying. My breath hitched, and I nearly choked. You're what? First Sarah and now Becca? I didn't think I could handle losing her, too. I didn't think I could handle losing anyone else. Becca's gaze seemed unfocused and distant. The regen process does not come without repercussions. She stared down at the bloodied tissue in her hand. My organs are shutting down. It is only a matter of time. What? I nearly screeched as I squeezed her hand. No! You finally belong with us. Why? You can't bring people back from the dead and expect them to go about life as though nothing has changed. It's not natural, and my body is failing. I shook my head and rose to my feet. The space in the room wasn't nearly enough as I paced back and forth, my mind racing and my heart breaking. And you know this because you've seen it? Yes, she said easily, but I struggled to accept things as easily as she did. Then you must know of a cure, I said. If you've seen this, if you understand, then you must see a way out, an alternative. I straightened, realizing Jake had no clue. You never said anything. How can she do this to him again? I suddenly felt desperate, angry, but desperate. Jake. In an unexpected display of emotion, Becca narrowed her eyes, apparently comprehending the directions my thoughts were going. And why would I tell him? There is nothing he can do for me. He would just worry. Of course he would worry. Becca, you're dying. I froze mid-step. I suddenly felt a flare of hope. A transfusion. Jake could give you a blood transfusion. It'll be the first thing he thinks of. I know it will. Becca shook her head. That won't work. The process by which we're created. Becca, we should at least... Trust me, she said, her patience clearly thinning. And Mace and Camille. Danny would be devastated. We all would be devastated. We've already lost so many. I stepped in front of her, searching her eyes for reassurance. Please tell me there's a way to help you, to save you. Her eyes softened and she offered me a weak smile. Mace and Camille are okay, she said so certainly I almost believed her. They've both had so much electrotherapy that they should be fine. For a while. Shaking my head, I tried to steady my voice and my breathing as I sat down beside her on the white down comforter. Electrotherapy? Like what happened to Danny? Or like what Carlos was doing to me? Yes, both. But what Carlos was doing to you was only a fraction of the intensity that is needed to prolong our lives. It is similar to part of the process that creates us in the first place, and it seems to act as a sort of reset. Becca stared out the open bedroom door. I have mentioned my degeneration to Mace and Camille, and they have no symptoms, not like me, and they will not for some time. I gaped at her, completely speechless. Unable to take her silent contemplation, I stood and strode to one of the windows, peering out at our fresh start that seemed to be slipping away before it really even began. Like so many times in the past month, I felt useless. Please, Becca, please tell me there's a way. And just as I said the words, I turned to face her. Carlos, we cannot risk him burning his ability out, she said. You need him too much, and he is so young. I will not ask him. I straightened, a jolt of anger shooting through me. It's not your call, I said. It's Carlos's. I don't want anything to happen to him either, but he's been practicing on Mace and Camille. He's getting stronger. You don't know that he can't handle it. Unless you do because you saw something. Becca shook her head. And you would risk him burning out. For me. Do you not see? Becca began coughing again, this time lying back and curling into the fetal position, her features twisted in pain.
Ash shouldn't speak. It only makes it worse. Hold on, Becca. I'm going to find Harper. We'll figure something out. And before I knew it, I was running down the hallway toward the stairs. Gabe was the one who knew about this stuff, but he was with Sanchez back in New Bodega. Harper was a doctor, but not a regen specialist, so I could only hope we would find a solution before it was too late. I rushed into the living room, where Harper and Chris were still sitting sleepily beside one another on the couch. H, I said, trying to get his attention without waking the twins. H! Finally, Chris's eyes opened, and upon seeing the look of what I assumed was horror on my face, she nudged Harper from his nodding state. He immediately straightened, his eyes focused and alert on mine. What is it, baby girl? It's Becca, I croaked. She's sick and I need your help. As I took the babies from their arms, I explained what I knew in a rush of words I wasn't sure they fully understood, but they didn't waste any time. While Chris ran out to grab Carlos and Jake, Harper and I went upstairs. Becca's coughing had momentarily subsided, but I could see the fear in Harper's eyes as he stood beside her bed, staring down at the blood-stained tissues surrounding her. When Chris, Jake, and Carlos appeared in the doorway, I stepped aside, allowing them room to enter. The fear reflected in Jake's eyes, the grief, was nothing compared to the overwhelming sense of desperation that riddled every fiber of him. Worried I wouldn't be able to control my own emotions, not to mention everyone else's, I left the 5 of them alone and went out to the hallway to wait, a twin in each arm. Aside from the bitterness I'd felt toward Becca during our initial meeting back in Canyon City, she'd become my friend. She'd been like a kindred spirit when I'd lost my memory, a sister of sorts. Jake might never recover from losing her again, and I couldn't bear the thought of it either. But it wasn't my choice, and it wasn't my life that would be in danger by trying to help her. It was a decision Becca and Carlos needed to make together. I just hoped it was the one I wished it would be. After I paced for what felt like a half hour, Carlos walked out of the room. His eyes met mine instantly, and I wondered if that was a good or bad sign. He stopped in front of me, and I held my breath, waiting. "Of course I'll do it," he said on an exhale, and I let out an uneven sigh. Harper and Chris filed out after, reclaiming the babies from me. I steadied myself and moved to the doorway of Becca's room. The tension in my chest eased, and tears pricked my eyes at the sight of Becca wrapped in Jake's arms.
Chapter 32, Danny, May 28th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. "Hey, Carlos," I said as I walked into the stable. I could see him through the open doorway of the first stall, Vanessa's room for the foreseeable future. He was seated on a wooden chair, his sister sitting on a sisal rug at his feet as he combed through her rat's nest of hair, or rather attempted to comb through it. Carlos cringed more than his sister did as each stroke caught in the myriad of snarls, jerking her head back despite his obvious attempt to be gentle. Vanessa hardly seemed to notice, instead continuing to whisper to the empty space beside her. I smiled at Carlos. "Can I borrow you for a bit?" I bit my lip, feeling guilty about stealing him away from Vanessa. His presence had an even more calming effect, if not a saning effect, on her than Chris's ability, though Chris claimed she was making progress in working through the tangled synapses of Vanessa's mind. Tossing the comb on a folding card table that was one of Vanessa's 3 pieces of furniture, the chair Carlos was sitting in, the card table, and a cot Jason and I had found while exploring some of the barn's hidden recesses, Carlos sighed. "Yeah, not like this is doing any good anyway." "You could just cut it all off," I said with a shrug. "I'd offer to help, but I think she might bite me if I came near enough." Vanessa snorted and hissed, "Yes," drawing out the sibilant word until she ended it with a harsh cackle. "Nessa!" Carlos moved out of the chair and crouched in front of his sister so he could look her in the eyes.
If you don't have anything nice to say.
His tone was one a parent might use on an unruly child. Rolling her eyes, Vanessa returned her attention to the air beside her.
I know, Rosie, you're right. She's trying to steal him, too. First Annie, now my little brother.
There was a long moment where she said nothing, and then she giggled.
Like she wants to be me.
It was clear that Carlos and I were missing out on an integral part of the conversation.
Nessa,
Carlos said, reaching out to touch his sister's shoulder. She brushed his hand away, flicking an irritated glance at him. Again, Carlos sighed.
I love you, he whispered before he stood. I'll be back in a bit, okay?
But Vanessa didn't respond. She was too busy conversing with Rosie. Poor Carlos, I thought. I cleared my throat as he approached, backing out of the doorway so he could exit the stall.
What do you need me to do?
He asked once the padlock keeping his sister locked safely in the stall was securely in place. He turned, looking at me, his eyes shining with frustration and an immeasurable amount of loss. Carlos, I shook my head. It's okay. Stay with her. I can find some other way to...
Don't,
he said.
Please.
His face hardened, but his eyes still shimmered with all of the pain he was holding inside.
Don't pity me. I'm just lucky to have her back.
He laughed cynically.
Even like this.
And I knew he was thinking of Kai and Ben. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Again, I shook my head, finding it impossible to shake off all of my pity for him. I looked up at him. I think it's really amazing what you're doing, taking such good care of her. Reaching for his hand, I gave it a squeeze. I'm so proud of you, and I'm sure your whole family would be too. I nodded toward the stall, would be proud of you. Carlos stared at me for a few seconds, then looked back at the stall door, more away from me than actually at the door, rubbed his hand over the several weeks of hair growing on his shaved head, and made a rough coughing noise. He sniffed once, twice, a third time, and wiped his hand over his face before returning his gaze to me.
You, needed me for something?
He said, his voice a little hoarse. Oh, right, yeah. I smiled and pointed out the stable door to the water tank a short ways up the hill behind the farmhouse. It's empty. I need you to do your mojo and get the pump going so I can finish setting up the chicken coop. Eager, I rubbed my hands together and started bouncing on the balls of my feet. I sensed a bunch of hens and a few roosters nearby. I'm going to bring them in once the coop's ready, and all that's left to do now is fill the watering thingies.
Got it.
With one final glance back at the stall door, Carlos strode outside, me at his side. I had to take 3 steps for every 2 of his. He stared out toward the raised water tank.
I just filled that thing this morning.
He looked at me askance.
How'd we go through it so fast?
I shrugged. Just finishing getting the farm set up, I guess. I had to fill the troughs in all 3 pens and in the pasture, the water buckets in the goat house, and all the stable stalls. I glanced at Carlos. Except for your sisters. And Mace and Camille converted part of the old barn into a wash house. For clothes, not people. I cocked my head to the side. Though that's not a bad idea. But anyway, Mace and Camille have been doing an epic load of laundry, and by the time I got around to the chickens, the tank was dry.
Got it.
Carlos repeated as we trudged uphill through overgrown grass and bobbing spheres of mostly white clover flowers and a few violet-tinged red clover flowers. Without thinking, I picked one of the red clover spheres with a longer stem and started plucking off the tiny flowers to suck the nectar out. As far as I was concerned, it was never a bad time for something sweet. I held out the flowers to Carlos. Want some? He shook his head. I shrugged. Did you know that when these get moldy, they act as a blood thinner? Carlos shot me a sideways glance that said, Why the hell would I know that? more clearly than words could have.
That another one of the traditional medicine things your grandma taught you?
I nodded slowly. You know, I always thought she was so silly with all that stuff, but now I wish I'd paid more attention, remembered more of what she taught me. I think next time we make a trip to New Bodega, I'll stop by Graham's house and pick up her recipe book and some of her herbalism stuff.
Stuff?
Yeah, you know, like a mortar and pestle, measuring cups, that kind of thing. I tossed the stripped clover stem onto the ground. Could be useful, I said, thinking about Harper and his increasing hesitancy to give us antibiotics every time one of us injured ourselves enough to risk infection. According to him, the antibiotics might do more harm than good at this point.
Seems like a good plan, Carlos said. And hey, maybe there's some herbalism thing that can help with the regens.
Help with the regens?
Yeah, you know, the degeneration thing that's making Becca sick.
I stared at him as we continued uphill. Becca's sick? Carlos met my eyes, disbelief in his.
Zoe didn't tell you about what happened earlier?
I haven't seen her since this morning, when she was looking for Becca, I said, waving my hand in a keep-going gesture. So what's going on? What hasn't she told me?
That the regens, they're dying.
My stomach lurched. Stopping mid-step, I grabbed his arm and pulled him around to face me. What? What he explained next horrified me. I felt like he'd punched me in the gut, then pulled the ground out from under me. If Becca was right, and the regens were constantly on the cusp of degenerating back to their natural state, dead, then Camille and Mace were constantly in danger from what had been done to them at the colony. They could die any day, unless Carlos, or someone like Carlos, was around to recharge their biological batteries every now and again. Are you sure you're up for that? I asked, eyes wide with the horror his words had ignited. I mean, maintaining Camille and Mace's health with daily doses of electrotherapy is one thing, but how much power is it going to take to revitalize Becca? Is it even possible? Carlos raised his shoulders.
Dunno. There's only one way to find out.
He continued walking, and I had to jog a few steps to catch up to him. Well, at least you won't have to do this much longer, I said, gesturing toward the water tank and tiny pump house several dozen yards ahead. So you'll be able to save up all your juice for keeping them from devolving or degenerating or whatever you're calling it. When Carlos's brow furrowed, I explained. Jason's working on that old windmill down by the storage barn. He's pretty sure it's usable, so once he gets it working, we'll be able to use that instead. Should be a day or 2, or 3, but hopefully not more than that. Carlos shrugged.
I'll do what needs to be done. Becca was stupid to wait this long to tell us. She's really sick. And even though I did a pretty intensive electrotherapy session with her earlier.
He shook his head.
I don't know if it'll work. She was just so stupid to...
You never know what she saw, I said as we reached the squat little pump house beside the water tank. You know how she is. It could be that telling us would have meant we'd all die horrible deaths or something like that. I leaned my hip against the edge of the roof of the pint-sized building while Carlos crouched before the short door to open it. Reaching inside, he touched the well pump's motor, and a few seconds later, it whirred to life. Touching whatever he was charging up was by no means necessary for Carlos, but it made the task a whole lot easier, and it prevented the faint electric tingle that charged the air whenever he used his ability from a distance. I studied his youthful, handsome face. He was so freaking adorable. If only he'd been a little less attractive, maybe his first few months after the outbreak wouldn't have been so bad for him. Except for everything that happened with his brother and sister. And Annie.
What?
He was watching me watch him, his shoulders hunched. Nothing. I looked away, shifting my attention to the farm laid out below us. The barns and stable were set up in a U formation, with the gravel roundabout filling the empty space between them. The grand old farmhouse, its adorable little companion cottage, and the brick oven and flagstone patio took up the remaining side of the roundabout, and beyond them lay a large garden, a greenhouse, the root cellar, the orchards, and a creek feeding into the pond. It was our own little slice of homesteader heaven. "Have you had a chance to explore this place much?" I asked Carlos. He shook his head.
"Been spending most of my time with Nessa and doing this, and now helping the regens."
"You should take a break, walk around. Maybe stop by the windmill and see if Jason needs any help. Oh, and there are beehives over by the garden shed too, just past the greenhouse. Those are pretty neat." I squinted, hoping to catch a glimpse of my other half between the end of the stable and the storage barn where the windmill stood, but I couldn't see him. I sighed and focused instead on the garden. "Or you could find Grayson, help him with his surveying and whatnot," I suggested, thinking of our resident farming expert. Carlos pulled out of the little mini shed. He stood, took a step backward, and tripped. I reached for him instinctively, and the moment my fingers closed around his wrist, I couldn't make them let go because I was suddenly on fire with electricity. Wrenching himself free, Carlos stumbled backward. My knees gave out, and I held myself up on hands and knees as I gasped for air.
"Jesus! Fuck, Danny! Are you okay?"
Somehow I managed to wave at him with one hand. Yeah, I'm good. Except for one thing. I couldn't feel a single mind. Electricity had knocked my ability out. Again. As promised by the council, a pair of new bodegaers made a delivery in the late afternoon. They'd spared some of their precious fuel supply to power up a hybrid SUV, bringing us not only 3 coolers filled with fresh seafood, rock cod, crab, shrimp, and abalone, as well as several types of seaweed, but also a solar-powered generator and a several-week supply of dry goods. The generator was meant to power the chest freezer in the farmhouse's enormous pantry, so we could store the seafood longer and put more time between deliveries. After the two of them left, Kai, Camille, and Becca built up the fire in the huge brick oven behind the farmhouse and started making dinner with the new supplies. The rest of us returned to our work around the farm. Harper putting the final touches on his infirmary in the ground floor master bedroom, Tavis and Sam storing our spare weapons and ammo in the laundry room turned armory, Carlos and Mace joining Jason to help with the windmill, Grayson appraising the fields across the road from the farm, Chris and Biggs scouting around the perimeter of the farm for the best path for a fence we could convert into a wall over time, and me mucking out the stables with Annie's help, which consisted more of the little girl rolling around on the floor of the stable aisle with Jack, while Zoe, once again on baby duty, was watching me from a bench in the aisle, one little baby bundle in her arms and the other in a carrier on the bench beside her.
"I'm not sure I'm cut out for this, Dee,"
she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I paused, turning just enough that I could see her through the stall door. "You volunteered to take care of them. You would have done the same thing in my place." She gave me a sidelong glance before she peered down at the baby she was holding. I assumed it was Ellie, given the pink blanket the infant was swaddled in. "I suppose," I continued shoveling. "So, I forgot to ask you about this earlier. I heard you screaming in your sleep again last night. Are those dreams about your mom still bothering you?"
"I don't know. Yeah."
Zoe was quiet for a moment, then she added,
"It's just all this stuff about her creating the virus and having this other family. It just seems so crazy, you know? I mean, my mom is the fucking doctor responsible for it all."
She leaned against one of the stable doors and let out a slow, deep breath.
"It's a lot to take in, I guess."
As though she were responding to a cue, our resident crazy squealed, the high-pitched noise trailing off with a girlish giggle, which Ellie didn't like at all. There was a brief wind-up period, filled with cute little noises, but soon she was wailing away and bringing Everett right along with her. "Uh-oh," Annie remarked wisely from the aisle floor. Jack, who'd been enjoying the belly rub of all belly rubs, rolled onto his feet and hackles rising, started to growl in Vanessa's direction. "Stop that," I told him, and he sat, quieting immediately, though not taking his eyes from the locked stall at the end. And all the while the babies cried like their lives depended on it. Damn it! Standing, Zoe crossed the aisle and entered the stall, thrusting the distraught infant at me. I held out my shovel. "What am I—" "Just for a sec, Dee, please," Zoe said, barely giving me time to set the shovel against the wall and peel off my work gloves before leaving me with Ellie and rushing out of the stall to pick up Everett. "Shh, shh, shh, baby boy. Please, Everett. Please go back to sleep." She walked around in circles with the baby, cooing and shushing and rocking him gently. "Shh, shh, shh." Unfortunately, Everett didn't seem to understand. Frowning, I looked down at Ellie. Remarkably, she'd stopped crying. She stared up at me with enormous blue eyes and started making bubbles with her mouth, and I couldn't help but smile. "Hey there, little girl. You're not so scary, are you?" I said as I walked through the open stall door leading out to the pasture to bask in the afternoon sunlight. "You're just a little snugglebug, huh?" Ellie blinked. "Yes, you are," I cooed. "You're just the cutest little princess there ever was." I heard Zoe's low, soft chuckle from behind me and froze, caught in the act of being a total softie. Slowly, I turned around. Zoe stood in the exterior stall door, Everett in her arms, soothed into silent sleep. She was shaking her head and clicking her tongue at me in disbelief. "First Annie, now Ellie. It's only a matter of time, Dee." Her rueful smile broadened. "A matter of time for what?" "Babies," she mouthed, her brow dancing excitedly as she sidled up next to me and nudged my arm with her elbow. I readjusted my hold on Ellie, shifting her head higher, and sighed. A matter of time? I wanted my own family with Jason someday, but not yet. Definitely not yet. Our world was just too unstable. Plus, we already had 2 infants, a little girl, and an adolescent boy to take care of on the farm. Any more kids might break us. "I can see the gleam in your eyes, Dee. I know you want to see what it would be like to have your own." Her teasing ceased, and suddenly her eyes turned pleading. "Just for a little while, at least?" I rolled my eyes, nearly snorting. I knew there was an ulterior motive in there somewhere. I flashed her my most innocent smile and batted my eyelashes. "Sure, if you want to muck out the stable that badly, I'll take the twins for a while. You can shovel and I'll watch the munchkins." Zoe's smile withered under the threat of yards of moldy hay and manure. She glanced down at Everett. "I think I've had my share of poop for a long time." "Ahem," someone said from the stable aisle behind Zoe. We both jumped a little, Zoe spinning while she did. Kai lounged against the stall's doorframe. "Dinner's ready. And Jason and Grayson want everyone up there so they can do one of their patented dinner team meeting things. They're waiting up at the tables now." I forced a scowl to hide a smile. He'd surprised us on purpose, I knew it. Did Jason finish the windmill? It had looked a lot more like a multi-day project than a one-afternooner, so I doubted it. Kai shrugged and started for the stable's back door. "I'll be up in a bit. Gotta track down the others," he said over his shoulder. "All righty. Jason summons, we come." I walked back into the stable to retrieve Annie and my dog, while Zoe started gathering the twins' things into a baby bag one-handed. I paused in the stable doorway to wait for her and Everett. Zoe waved a hand at me. "You guys go on up. I'll be right behind you." "Okie dokie." With Annie and Jack in tow and Ellie sleeping soundly in my arms, I emerged from the stable and headed straight for the 3 round tables we'd moved from the barn to the flagstone patio surrounding the behemoth of a brick oven. Jason, Carlos, Mace, and Grayson were sitting at one of the tables. Jason deep in conversation with Grayson while simultaneously taking notes. Camille was standing in front of the oven's arched mouth, using spatulas to flip what looked like some sort of biscuit or flatbread cooking in cast iron skillets. The rest of the group had yet to arrive. When we were about halfway between the stable and the patio, Carlos spotted my little entourage and nudged Jason, leaning in to murmur something, and Jason looked our way. He'd been writing in his notebook, but his pen stilled almost as soon as his eyes landed on me. The corners of his mouth curved upward the barest amount, and his expression, filled with yearning more than desire, seared through my heart. Beside him, Carlos was grinning from ear to ear. Jason said something to Grayson and, pushing back his chair, stood and started striding toward us. "Jason!" Annie squealed. She ran ahead, throwing herself into his waiting arms. He lifted her up by the armpits, spinning her around in a circle and earning a second prolonged squeal. When he finally set her down again, he was laughing, and Annie's face was flushed with excitement. "We scooped poop," she told him, pride emanating from her.
Did you?
He held onto one of her hands, leading her back the way she'd come.
You're turning into quite the farmer. We'll have to start calling you Farmer Annie soon.
Annie nodded enthusiastically, but Jason didn't see it because his eyes were locked on me.
I think Camille needs your help,
Jason said to the little girl, and she skipped away. When he reached me, Jason raised one hand to clasp the back of my neck and leaned in, brushing his lips against my cheek.
Well, hello there.
Hiding a smile, I pulled back and peered up into his jewel blue eyes. "What's put you in such a good mood?"
You?
Skeptical, I frowned. I smelled like horse manure and sweat, and I was fairly certain I had clown hair, so it definitely wasn't my present state that was inspiring such happiness. My eyes narrowed and I peeked around him at Carlos. "What did Carlos say to you?" Because whatever the teenager had said had to be the spark. Placing his palms on either side of my face, his fingers forming a gentle cage around my head, Jason leaned in again, this time brushing his lips against mine. He lingered, giving me the sweetest, most tender kiss possible. Pulling away, he smiled.
I believe it was. Check it out.
Check it out? That made you all uber happy? I pulled back and studied his face. Why?
If you'd seen you, with the baby and Annie and Jack, you'd be smiling too,
he said as his focus shifted to a spot behind me. He raised his voice.
How are the twins today?
I glanced over my shoulder to see Zoe approaching. Everett nestled peacefully in her arms.
See for yourself,
she said as she neared. She paused just long enough to say,
Consider it practice.
Barely containing a smile as she handed Everett to Jason, then continued on her way up to the tables. I rolled my eyes. Why she suddenly wanted to add more screaming babies to the mix was beyond me. Jason stared down at the baby that had suddenly appeared in his hands, then looked at me, eyebrows raised in curiosity.
What was that all about?
I smiled wryly. Let's just say she's not beyond using any means necessary to finagle some help with the babies. As it turns out, motherhood is hard. Having twins is harder, and raising someone else's twins is turning out to be the hardest of all. An hour later, we were all seated at the tables on the patio, empty bowls in front of us and only a few stray biscuits remaining in the baskets set in the center of each table. Zoe had retreated into the farmhouse with the twins to put them to bed as soon as Jason and I had handed them back over to her, and she'd yet to reemerge. Harper reached for another biscuit and glanced at Jason, who was sitting on my left.
So, what's the plan for tomorrow? Infirmary is good to go, or as good as it can be with the supplies we've got right now.
Jason brushed biscuit crumbs off his hands while he chewed his final bite. He nodded slowly as he swallowed.
We gotta head into town. Stock up on what we need to get this place running.
I'd like to come along,
Harper said before tearing off a quarter of the biscuit and popping it into his mouth. Again, Jason nodded, the motion slow and contemplative.
That works.
He shifted his eyes to me.
You up for a day trip?
I smiled but shook my head. For some reason I couldn't explain, I felt like if I left the farm I might never return. And beyond that, I wasn't the right person for the job, not while my ability was burned out. Much as I'd like to go with you, I think I'm more useful here with the animals. When Jason didn't respond, only blinked, I continued. Kai's just as good at scouting anyway. I looked at Kai, who raised a shoulder. And way better in a sticky situation. You 3 boys go. Scout stuff. Do manly things. Meeting Jason's eyes, I stared into their unfathomable depths until he shifted his attention to Kai and Harper. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Kai watching us with a strange intensity, but when I looked at him fully, whatever I'd seen was gone, and he wore his usual lazy smile.
Right, so here's the deal,
Jason said.
We've got 4 objectives tomorrow. Assess Petaluma for any present or future dangers to the farm. Load up on the seeds on this list.
He paused to tear a piece of paper out of the notebook he'd been writing in when he'd been talking to Grayson, handing it to Harper.
I know there are a few seed banks in town. They were big on sustainability and that grow-your-own-food shit here before. Good for us,
Harper commented.
That it is,
Jason said with a nod.
We'll also load up on medical supplies and search any bookstores, libraries, or anywhere else we can think of for books on.
He looked down at his open notebook.
Managing an orchard, gardening, sanitation, irrigation, food preservation, composting, beekeeping. I'm glad you're staying tomorrow,
Grayson said from across the table, and it took me a moment to realize he'd been speaking to me.
I know you have some knowledge about herbs and such, and I thought you might be interested in converting the vegetable garden, or at least part of it, into an herbal garden.
Oh, yeah, that would be great, actually. His timing was perfect, uncanny even, considering what Carlos and I had talked about briefly during our walk up to the well pump. Grayson smiled, excitement lighting his eyes. Jason gave my shoulder a squeeze and leaned in to press a kiss against my cheek.
Are you done? Because I am.
Harper and Kai reached for another biscuit at the same time, and as their fingers brushed, Harper jumped to his feet, knocking his chair backward, and pulled his pistol. He leveled it at Kai's chest. Kai did the same, only he aimed his gun at Jason. The rest of us froze. The back door to the farmhouse slammed open, and Zoe yelled, "Jason! Kai's one of them!"
Don't do it, man.
Harper's voice was a low warning.
You don't get it. I have to do it,
Kai said, right before he pulled the trigger. Crack! Jason's body jerked, and I screamed. Crack! Crack! Kai stumbled, knocking his chair backward. I didn't understand what the hell was happening. I pulled my own handgun, but I didn't have anywhere to aim it. Kai slumped on the ground, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides, his legs sprawled in front of him akimbo, and his chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for breath. Blood stained his lips, as well as the front of his t-shirt, turning fabric that had once been faded green almost entirely crimson. He was staring past me, at Jason. I glanced over my shoulder as horror knotted in my gut, a writhing, visceral feeling. Blood streaked down Jason's sleeve, and my stunned brain finally processed Zoe's words. Kai was one of them, a monitor. And something had triggered him, and he'd attempted to carry out his mission, to kill Jason. If Harper hadn't seen, if he hadn't been ready... I shook my head, unable to believe what was happening. Kai was a monitor. Kai tried to kill Jason. Kai. My friend.
I'm sorry, man.
Kai managed to say between gasping breaths.
I know, Kai. I know.
Jason said.
Fuck.
There was so much hurt and rage and desperation in his voice that it shredded my heart.
Do it.
Kai whispered.
Kill me.
He let out a ragged breath, and blood bubbled on his lips.
I won't stop. Damn it, Kai.
Jason shouted, finally losing the battle with his emotions.
God.
Oh, God. Zoe groaned and met my eyes. It was me. In the stable when I mentioned my mom. He was listening. Her eyes closed and tears broke free, glistening on her cheeks. I triggered him. She slumped lower in her chair, hanging her head in her hands. It was me. Zoe. I wanted to go to her. I yearned to go to her, just like I yearned to go to Kai. But I couldn't. Not yet.
All right. This is what's going to happen,
Jason said, raising his unsteady voice.
We're going to remain nice and calm while I explain how this extremely fucked up situation isn't what it looks like. Harper didn't just shoot Kai in cold blood.
He looked at Harper.
Please, see if there's anything you can do for him.
I watched as Harper made his way to Kai while the others exchanged nervous, confused glances. Beside me, Jason took a deep breath.
Here's the truth. My mother,
he practically spat the word,
is Anna Wesley, the general's pet doctor.
I watched the others' faces as he spoke, shock and horror widening their eyes, twisting their familiar features into masks of outrage and disgust.
The general keeps her on a leash by dangling the constant threat of death, mine and my sister's, in front of her. He placed monitors close to us, people with hidden commands to eliminate us if she ever tried to contact us.
He paused, letting his words sink in.
Well, she contacted us. Kai found out, and he just tried to kill me.
It's true. Kai wheezed, and I risked glancing down at him. He was staring at Jason, his eyes both empty and imploring. It's true. There was a long moment when nobody said anything. Crickets sang, frogs croaked, an owl hooted, but nobody said anything.
And if any of the rest of you are like him,
Jason said,
if any of you come after my sister or me, I will kill you.
His threat hung in the air until the others lowered their guns, and I did the same. My eyes drifted to Kai and Harper, and I finally got my first up-close look at Kai's wounds. My throat constricted, and my eyes burned with the need to shed more tears than I already was. Kai wasn't going to make it. I didn't think even a transfusion of Jake's blood could fix him. He was just too damaged. I felt a hand grasp mine, and I looked to my right to see Zoe standing beside me, her face a mask of grief that mirrored mine. I gave her hand a squeeze, then reached for Jason's with my left and threaded my fingers through his. But he didn't look at me, didn't tear his eyes away from Kai, his monitor, his best friend, who was dying. Kai coughed, drawing my attention to him. His lips curved into a sorry attempt at a smile that lasted about a second and was driven away by a grimace. When his features relaxed once more, he stared up at Jason.
Not your fault.
And then he exhaled for the final time.
Chapter 33. Zoe. May 28th, 1 AE. The Farm, California.
is our fault. It's all our fault. I breathed. Seeing Kai lying there, another friend bloody and lifeless, was too much. Sarah? I closed my eyes, the image of her lifeless body still fresh in my mind. And now Kai.
What about Sarah?
Biggs said. I spun around to find him standing behind me, shocked and confused, with a crying Everett in his arms.
I heard gunshots.
As he registered the horror on my face, my regret, his grip on Everett tightened, like he knew to steady himself for another blow. I lost what final shred of composure I had left, and my silent tears turned to violent sobs. Biggs, I wanted to tell you. His eyes darted around the group. Everyone was quiet, shocked and waiting.
Tell me what?
Fist clench and my heart pounding emphatically, I took a step toward him. Sarah was one of them, a monitor. I'm so sorry. I saw everything right before. His brow furrowed.
A what?
She was going to kill me. She was trying not to, right before she went into labor, but she couldn't. I took a shaky breath. She sent you away because she knew what she had to do. My chest felt so heavy, so tight, I struggled to breathe.
What the hell are you saying, Zoe?
I tried to swallow back my cowardice. He needed to know. Biggs deserved to know. Sarah killed herself to protect me. His eyes hardened with understanding. The burn of guilt only intensified as I watched his features twist with anger and felt his mounting sadness all over again. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, bracing myself for what might come next. As I exhaled, I opened my eyes and said, "It wasn't depression. Biggs glared at Harper.
You lied to me?
He didn't know, I croaked. No one did but me and Jason. Although that wasn't exactly true, there was no reason to share the blame. Our friends were dead because of us. For a fleeting moment, Biggs' features softened, and I knew he was thinking about Sarah, relieved she hadn't taken her life because of the babies, because she'd regretted having them. But then his eyes found mine, and I held my breath.
I blamed myself. I blamed them. And it was your fault. You allowed me to think.
I let out a choked sob and took another step closer. I wanted to tell you, Biggs. I let the tears fall freely, let his anguish fill me the way it was filling him. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
You could have,
he growled.
You could have, but you didn't.
And before I knew what was happening, Biggs was storming back toward the house, Everett's fussing turning to blood-curdling screams. Numb and clumsy, I ran after him. Biggs, please don't...
Leave me alone, Zoe.
He stomped up the stairs and flung open the screen door.
Stay away from my children.
I froze. Biggs, please. The screen slammed in my face. What's he going to do? When I heard him march up the stairs, when I felt his resolve and disgust and hatred for me, I knew. Sadness flooded through me. Flinging open the screen, I ran in after him. You can't leave. Please don't leave. We can help you. Biggs ignored me as he strode into his room, placed Everett in his crib, and pulled out his duffel. Please don't do this. Please don't leave. I want to help.
Get out.
He stopped and glared at me.
I said, get out.
My presence was only making him more despondent, more outraged. So I reluctantly straightened and backed out of his room. I wished he would listen. Wished he would stay. I am sorry, I warbled. I am so sorry. Biggs was going to leave, to take the twins, and there was nothing I could do to change his mind.
You'll never come near my children again.
He said so evenly I knew it was true, and I sobbed harder as he slammed the door in my face. June, 1 AE. Chapter 34, Danny. June 16th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. I can see why the dream freaked you out so much, Zoe said. She was kneeling beside me in the overgrown grass surrounding the mound of dark earth over Kai's still fresh grave. A simple wooden headstone with his name and dates marked the head of the grave. Jason was working on gathering the tools and materials needed to create a more permanent granite gravestone, but it would still be a while. A couple of blessedly quiet weeks had passed since Kai's death and Big's retreat to New Bodega with the twins. We felt the loss of all of them deeply, but we couldn't afford to dwell on what was gone. We had to focus on what we still had. We had to keep going. We were slipping into a routine of long hours and hard work that felt a little more natural every day. The farm wasn't quite a well-oiled machine, but it was getting there. Thinking about the nightmare that had left me clammy and breathing hard early this morning, a vivid replay of me shooting the child crazy a few months back, I nodded to Zoe. I mean, I know the little girl was a crazy and was pretty much about to rip your face off, but I groaned in frustration, reaching out to rearrange our daily offering of wildflowers over Kai's grave for the third time. She was barely older than Annie, and I killed her. Zoe took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. I could see that it was practically painful for her not to take over my meager efforts to create a visually pleasing pattern, but I appreciated that she restrained herself. I needed to do this, but I was grateful that she made time to visit Kai's grave with me every day.
Personally, I like having my face,
Zoe said.
You did what you had to do to protect me when I couldn't protect myself.
She grabbed my wrist and squeezed.
Thank you for doing that, Dee.
I bit my lip, then squeezed my eyelids shut and nodded once. You're welcome, Zoe. I don't know what I'd do if...
I know, Dee. Me too.
I opened my eyes and stared into hers. They were so startlingly blue, so wonderfully familiar. I love you, Zoe. I loved Jason with all of my heart, but in so many ways, Zoe really was the other half that fit perfectly with my soul. Zoe's arms were suddenly around me, and we were both stifling convulsive sobs. God, Dee, I couldn't do this without you. I really couldn't. I pulled away and wiped my cheeks, not the least bit embarrassed at my impromptu display of soppy affection. After all, what was the point of surviving the apocalypse if I couldn't tell my best friend how much I loved her every once in a while? My eyes drifted to Kai's temporary grave marker. We'd erected one for Ben, too, right beside Kai's, though we didn't actually have Ben's body. We had his memory. At least it was a way for the brothers to be together. They deserved that. Zoe grabbed my hands.
Dee.
I leaned away a little and eyed her.
Dee,
she repeated, practically bouncing on her knees. What? I shook my head, totally confused.
You just spoke in my head.
I continued to shake my head. My latest period of electricity-induced ability burnout had proved to be the longest yet, lasting well over 2 weeks. It had only just ended a few days ago, and it had been fluctuating unpredictably since it had come back online. Zoe squeezed my hands.
You said, at least it's a way for them to be together. They deserve that. But you said it in my head.
As I continued to shake my head, I realized that something inside me had changed. I could feel her mind. I felt an enormous, wondrous grin spread across my face. I could sense people again.
For the first time in months, I could speak to them telepathically. My ability was fixed. I was fixed. I searched the farm for one specific mind and found it within seconds. Guess what, Jason? I'm back.
Chapter 35. Jake. June 17th, 1 AE. Bodega Bay, California. After giving their names at the heavily guarded wall, Jake and Jason rode their horses into New Bodega, construction plans and shopping lists rolled up and strapped to their saddles.
They should have one of those serpentine belts somewhere, right?
Jason asked. Jake nodded, leaning down and patting Brutus's shoulder.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not they'd let me use one. Or 3.
We have plenty to barter with, I'm sure.
Jake shrugged as the thought occurred to him.
I guess if they don't have any 1/4-inch belts, I can look for a different size chain,
he said.
Although I'm not sure a chain would be as efficient.
I've got to stop in the hardware store, too. I need a few more clamps if I'm going to get that additional shed up before the first wave gets here from Tahoe. I just hope the shop has some.
Jake tried to imagine making room for another group of people on the farm.
When's that happening?
Jason squinted out at the harbor as it came into view.
A couple weeks. They're just passing through. When Danny checked in with Lance last night, he told her there's another farm a few miles past ours that's ready to be worked if there are willing, capable bodies. And Holly and Hunter said they have a few group members who are more than willing.
Jake stretched in his saddle.
That's good. It'll be nice to have another farm close by.
He scanned the mostly abandoned street. Fog still hung low, but Jake had grown used to living near the coast and knew it would burn off by midday. The clip-clopping sound of horse hooves on the pavement echoed in the morning fog as they rode toward the town center. Beyond the boathouse, Jake could barely make out the tents compiling the marketplace. The two of them meandered in silence, taking in their surroundings as they rode further down the winding road. Jason pointed to the bike rack hitching post in front of Town Hall.
Let's see what they have in the way of materials. Then we'll worry about the crab.
Jake nodded.
Danny's gonna love you for that.
A broad smile engulfed Jason's scarred face.
I know.
Jake chuckled as they secured their horses to the bike rack. After unstrapping his backpack, he turned toward the morning market and bustling merchants readying their tents and tables for the day. There was a fresh produce stand with eggs and veggies, a seafood tent, another displaying jewelry and gemstones, and others with leather bags and crocheted blankets, jams, and jellies. The tents and stands went on and on. After Jason patted his horse's withers and pulled his pack up onto his shoulder, he headed across the street to the hardware store.
I'll meet you in there,
Jake said, and walked beside Jason. He broke away, heading toward the hunting and fishing supply shop.
I need to get some more arrows for Zoe and the boys.
Jason nodded and continued on toward the store a few doors down. Jake entered the first shop in the row, greeting the older woman at the counter before he began to sort through what few options the shop owner had in the way of arrows. Zoe had been spending a lot of time practicing archery, meaning she was getting better and breaking less arrows, but she was still going through them pretty quickly. Although Jake hadn't told Zoe about it, Jason had agreed to teach him a thing or two about woodworking so he could make custom arrows for her. Eventually. He wanted it to be a surprise. "Sorry, it's not much," the woman said, her eyes not leaving the weathered paperback book in her hand. She pushed her reading glasses higher on the bridge of her nose. "I should have more stock in within the next few weeks, just waiting for the next big scavenging trip to the city." Jake made a non-committal noise before picking a set of arrows he thought would suffice and trading a quart of goat's milk for them.
Thank you,
he said, giving her a slight wave as he pushed open the door. "Have a good day." Jake headed out the door and toward the hardware store a couple doors down. When he stepped into the tiny shop, he expected to find Jason poring over the new chisel sets and the sharpeners that lined the shelves. But Jake didn't see Jason at all. The portly shopkeeper, with his long hair and even longer beard, was the only occupant. He strolled up to the counter from the workshop in the back. When he looked up, he flashed Jake a welcoming smile.
"Morning."
With a nod, Jake approached the counter.
"Morning. I'm looking for my friend Jason. I was supposed to meet him in here."
The shopkeeper shrugged.
"I've only had a few people in this morning. What's he look like?" "He's a big guy. Dark hair."
The man chuckled.
"I've lived here for years. Seen a lot of visitors by that description." "Perfect. You might know his family, actually, the Cartwrights."
Although the shopkeeper's expression never wavered, Jake could have sworn some of the color drained from the man's face. Jake took a step closer to the counter.
"Everything okay?"
The man seemed to blink himself back to the present and nodded.
"I did just open up. Your friend might have come up when the door was locked."
He busied himself behind the counter, and Jake got the distinct impression the man was avoiding his gaze.
"Did you know the family?"
Jake asked as he glanced around the shop, wondering if Tom had been a regular back in the day.
I did, actually."
He cleared his throat.
"I was a friend of their father's."
He stilled for a moment and met Jake's eyes.
"Honestly, I thought they were all dead."
Jake shook his head.
"Not all of them."
Jake stood there a moment, contemplating.
"All right, well, thanks anyway."
He turned to leave just as the door opened and Jason walked in.
"Morning,"
he said to the shopkeeper, who offered him a tight-lipped smile in return.
"Good morning."
Jason scanned the store.
"I need 3 12-inch hand screw clamps if you have any."
He laughed softly and shook his head.
"Zoe'd love the smell of this place."
Jake watched the shopkeeper, waiting for him to check his inventory, but he just stood there, watching Jason intently. Jason didn't seem to notice the man's scrutiny.
"Did you have those clamps?"
Jake prompted, and Jason turned his attention back to the counter.
"If you don't,"
Jason said,
"I'll take 3 of the closest thing you've got."
The shopkeeper gave him a curt nod.
"I've got 'em,"
he said. Just a moment. He headed into the attached workshop. When he returned, he set the clamps out on the counter.
"These will be great, thanks,"
Jason said. As the shopkeeper wrapped up the clamps, his eyes narrowed slightly on Jason, then on Jake.
"What are you boys building?"
he asked.
"A new shed."
Jason pulled his pack off his shoulder and set it up on the counter, preparing to barter with the shopkeeper. But the shopkeeper waved him away.
"It's on the house,"
he said, and slid the wrapped clamps over to Jason. Jason looked thoroughly confused.
"He knew your father,"
Jake explained when the shopkeeper said nothing. Jake watched the owner's placid expression. Jason's head tilted to the side.
"Really?"
He outstretched his hand.
"I'm Jason. I'm afraid I don't remember you."
The shopkeeper extended his hand as well.
"Charles, and don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to." "Zoe, can you get me the diagrams you're working on for the farm?"
Jason asked as he walked up the porch steps.
"I'm trying to figure out where we need to focus our attention."
Zoe nodded. "I guess I'll practice later." She winked at Jake as she set her bow and new set of arrows on the porch railing and headed inside for the diagrams she'd been sketching. It had been a few weeks since Biggs had left with the twins, and Jake was glad to see Zoe was finally getting some of her pep back and finding her groove again.
You planning on finishing the shed in one day?
Jake asked.
I know you like projects, but...
He smiled.
Just trying to keep everyone busy. Between you and me, I'm hoping the shed will be done in the next couple of days. If Harper and Tavis can have enough of the field dug up, we can...
The crunch of hooves on gravel came from the end of the long driveway. Jake turned his head to watch a gray horse and rider pass through the open gate. When he noticed the shaggy-faced, portly man from the hardware store, he frowned.
What's he doing here?
Jason asked, looking at Jake.
I don't know,
Jake said.
He was acting strange at the shop.
Really?
Jason eyed Jake.
I thought he seemed like a nice enough guy. You don't trust him?
Not completely, no.
Exhaling heavily and scratching the back of his head, Jason said,
And now he's here. Why is he here?
Jake didn't like the unease that settled inside him, but all he could do was shrug, and together he and Jason walked out toward the approaching horse. Warily, they watched Charles dismount. Jake heard the screen door swing closed behind him, but he didn't turn back. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on Charles. A hollow thunk shifted everyone's attention, and Jake turned around to see Zoe standing in the driveway behind him, a notebook sprawled on the ground at her feet, her eyes wider than he'd ever seen them, and her mouth gaping open. She was silent for a moment, until she finally blinked and took a reluctant step forward. "Dad?" The word was barely a whisper. Jake's brow furrowed, and when he turned back toward Charles, he no longer saw Charles. A taller man with a medium build and graying light brown hair stood in his place. Shaking his head, Jake stared at the man who seemed to have morphed into a completely different person, apparently into Zoe and Jason's dead father, Tom? Jake had never seen a picture of him, and the resemblance to either Zoe or Jason was minimal, but Jake had heard enough about Tom, both the relationship he'd had with his kids and the fact that he was supposedly dead, to give him pause. But the way Zoe's eyes brightened, the way they filled with a storm of emotion so turbulent that they began to shimmer, was all the proof he needed that this man was indeed Tom Cartwright. In stunned silence, Jason watched Tom, and neither he nor his father seemed able to move. Neither of them even seemed able to speak. But not Zoe. She moved toward the newcomer, stopping close enough to reach her hand out and touch his face. "You're alive. You're really standing here," she said. Her eyes scoured the length of his body, as if she thought she might be staring at a ghost. "I thought you were dead. Graham said you were dead."
Because that's what I wanted her to believe,
Tom said, his calm, smooth voice seeming to fit this version of himself more than it had fit his portly counterpart. "Why would you—" She shook her head. "You're alive," she said again, and with a sob wrapped her arms around him. Tom embraced his daughter, closing his eyes and letting her cry on his shoulder. "You're alive!" Her sobbed words were muffled by his well-worn checkered flannel shirt. Although Jake wanted to give Zoe privacy during her reunion with her apparent father, he was too wary of the man's ability to alter perception to leave her alone with him. Jake heard the screen door open and looked over his shoulder to see Danny emerge, Annie at her side. Hand in hand, they walked toward the commotion. Danny's features were scrunched in confusion, until Tom lifted his face away from Zoe's hair. Danny gawked. "Mr. Cartwright? Why?" Zoe asked, pulling away from her father and wiping the tears from her face. "Why would Grams think you were dead? Why would you want her to think that?" He gave her an apologetic shake of his head.
I couldn't risk Harrison finding out I was alive and using it somehow to hurt you kids. Or your mom. I'm so sorry, sweetheart.
But all this time, we thought you were dead. Zoe's features hardened. You knew about all of this, about Mom.
Yes, sweetheart, I knew.
A pained expression softened his features.
I've known all along. Not the details, but enough. I knew enough.
Zoe's eyes narrowed. Tom looked at Jason, whose expression was blank, then back at Zoe.
I wanted to tell both of you so many times, but I couldn't.
Gently, he touched Zoe's temple with his fingertips.
I can see that you know about the monitors, and that yours are gone.
He sighed and shook his head.
Now that you know the danger, I hope you'll understand.
Zoe's hands clenched into fists at her sides, and she took another step back. Her father let his hand fall down to hang at his side. Is there anything else? She said, her voice cold. Tom frowned.
Anything else?
Anything else we should know about? Now that we know about Mom and her role in all of this, and that you're alive, is there anything else? Her father started to shake his head. And please, don't lie. She closed her eyes, drawing in and then exhaling a steadying breath. We can't take any more lies. When she finally looked at him, he shook his head the barest amount.
Other than my ability, no, there's nothing else. Not that I can think of.
For the first time, Zoe seemed to notice Jason standing there, staring at their father. Jason, you were just staring at him. When I came out here, how could you not see it was Dad? Her brother looked at her, a hard, cold glint in his eyes.
He doesn't look like him.
You must have been able to see through the glamour because your ability's so much like his, Zoe,
Danny said from beside Jason. She gave Zoe's father a timid wave. Hey, Mr. Cartwright. He inclined his head.
Danny, it's good to see you're still alive and with the family.
She shrugged and gave him a weak smile. I'm sort of a hard person to get rid of, I guess. He chuckled softly.
I'm glad to hear it. Why didn't you tell Jason who you were this morning?
Jake asked, his arms folded over his chest.
Why ride here, pretending to be someone you're not?
The man's gaze leveled on Jake before it shifted back to his kids.
I wanted to make sure this place was safe, that you kids were safe and not here under some sort of manipulation.
When both Jason and Zoe remained quiet, he continued.
When I saw you this morning, Jason, I was so shocked. I wasn't sure what to do. Everything I've done has been to keep you safe, in the hope that one day I'd find you again. I had to stay hidden, to live in disguise, if I wanted the chance to meet up with you again. I wanted to stay in Bodega Bay in case you returned, but I couldn't stay there looking like me.
Jason started clenching and unclenching his jaw.
We thought you were dead,
he said, his voice hollow as he repeated Zoe's earlier words.
I know, son, and I'm sorry, but it was the only way. You're not the only one Harrison put monitors on.
After a hesitant moment, Jason seemed to accept the explanation, because he wrapped his arms around his father so suddenly that even he looked a little stunned. The older man closed his eyes as a relieved smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he returned Jason's hug. Jake looked at Zoe, whose eyes were gleaming with surprise and confusion, with relief and uncertainty, as she watched her brother and father embrace. Focused solely on Zoe, Jake closed the distance between them, intent on making sure she was all right. Her shimmering eyes met his. I can hardly believe anything that happens anymore. Jake remained quiet and wrapped his arms around her.
Neither can I.
Chapter 36. Zoe. June 17th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. I've seen Mom, I blurted, unable to suppress my curiosity. Did you know she was still alive? My dad's face brightened at the mention of my mom, but only minimally. Like her, he'd clearly become well adjusted to masking his emotions.
I hoped,
he said. His gaze shifted between Jason and me.
I hoped she was, but more than anything, I hoped that her hard work had paid off, that you had abilities, that you'd survived and were able to start over.
Her hard work? I glanced at Jason before my eyes narrowed again on my dad. She killed everyone.
It's complicated, Zoe. You don't understand.
I don't understand? I wasn't sure if I should vomit or scream. You have no idea what we've been through over the past 6 months, all because of her. What our friends, the people we love, have gone through. You've been hiding in Bodega Bay while we've been literally fighting to survive. Our friends are dead. Grams is dead. All because of Mom.
Zoe, please don't.
No. I held up my hand. Let's, just for a minute, pretend she didn't wipe out all of humanity. I've had friends die in my arms. I can see and feel things no one should ever have to. I flung my arm to the side, pointing in Jake's general direction. Jake's sister has to have daily electrotherapy sessions just to stay alive. Jason has to null Danny's ability every night to prevent her from turning into a wild animal. My memories... I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked back. Jason was standing behind me, a grave expression on his face.
Zoe, you can't blame him for being happy we're still alive.
My dad took a few steps toward me, and the closer he drew, the more my volatile emotions consumed me. I looked at Jason. Of course not, I said softly. But Jason, we're alive at the expense of everyone else. I turned to meet my dad's pale gaze. I'd wanted a real family all my life, to learn the truth and discover what it was that had always been left unsaid, but not at the cost of everyone else. You talk about it like everything that's happened is just a casualty of war, something that needed to be done. My dad took another step toward me.
I'm sorry,
he said, and offered me a weak smile.
I guess I've just been in this so long that I forget how new it is, how hurtful. I know it's hard to understand.
He reached out to me.
But no matter what you think, know that your mom really does love you. She wanted what was best for you, no matter how horrible you think she is.
Tears were hot on my cheeks. I knew her intentions had been good, that in her own way she loved us. But it wasn't enough to overshadow the truth of what she'd done anymore. Then why isn't she here? Why won't she leave him? Why won't she leave Peter? She won't even bring him with her. She wouldn't even consider it.
Peter?
The confusion in my dad's voice sobered me. He didn't know.
Who's Peter?
Shit, Jason muttered. He stepped up beside me and rubbed his hand over his hair.
There are some things we need to tell you, Dad.
Dad didn't know. Part of me guessed it made sense. When was the last time he'd seen Mom? Does he know the extent of all she'd done, the things she's created?
What the hell?
I heard Jake say as he started down the driveway. I followed his line of sight, my feet moving toward him of their own accord. I squinted at movement on the road, my gaze landing on a figure in white. A person. Soon, more figures appeared, what looked like dozens of them, maybe more. Dread thickened in my throat and my blood ran cold. I heard shouting and hurried footsteps behind me, but I barely registered them as fear and curiosity paralyzed me. I was preparing to open my mind to them when Danny said, "They're regens." I hadn't even noticed that she was beside me. "They're all regens." This time her voice was only a whisper. In my periphery, I saw Jason and Danny draw their pistols, and I briefly wondered if we even stood a chance against the approaching throng of regens.
"It's Becca,"
Jake breathed as soon as the figure in white drew close enough to make out clearly. "Becca?" My mouth was suddenly dry. The regens behind her stopped, and Becca exchanged words with a bald, gangly man directly behind her before turning back to face us. Slowly, she alone began to walk toward us, her pale gaze shifting from me to Jake.
"What's going on, Becca?"
Jake asked as she drew closer. Hearing the accusation in his voice, I looked at his profile. His confusion was written plainly on his face. "We need your help," Becca said, stopping just out of arm's reach. "And one day soon, you will need ours." This has been Out of the Ashes, the Ending Series number 3. Written by Lindsey Fairleigh, Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Natalie Duke. Copyright 2014-2015 by L2 Books. Production copyright 2015 by L2 Books. You have reached the end of Out of the Ashes. If you're enjoying the ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Enjoy Before the Dawn, the 4th book in the ending series, coming up next. Thanks for listening.